Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Unlocked Cold Green Flames. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Elsewhere and elsewhere. Hee-ha. Frightening those noobs was almost too easy. A young, blue-haired man with multiple dismembered hands covering his body and face cackled to a large group of criminals. This was Tamura Shigaraki, rallying his comrades to strike while the iron was still hot. He turned to a living purple mist cloud called Kurogiri. "Shall we depart, Tamura Shigaraki?" he asked, prompting the villain leader to smile wickedly and nod. The living mist expanded into a wide gateway for the villains to walk through to their location. Tamura cackled once more. "I can't wait to watch the world crumble when the image of All Might in ruins hits the papers." Many of the other villains laughed along with him. In the back of the gang, a large, dark-skinned creature with glowing yellow eyes growled excitedly. "Destroy. Chaos. Relish in the downfall of the strongest prey." Its voice was as haunting as its appearance. Tamura was especially eager to test this new Nomu the doctor had created. According to him, it was on a whole new level compared to the failure the Green Devil had incinerated. As they were about to leave, a newcomer made himself known. "Is this seriously it?" he asked, his voice dripping with disdain. "Huh." Shigaraki turned his head toward the entrance of the bar. His eyes met the turquoise eyes of a slim, fairly tall man with spiky black hair and patches of gnarly purple skin held together by medical staples. He wore a dark blue jacket with 4 coat tails, matching pants and boots, and a white undershirt. "Who the hell is he?" a thug asked. Tamura shrugged his shoulders. "We've already got more than enough players." "Get lost," he spat. The newcomer scoffed. "First off, congrats on scaring a bunch of high school kids. You must be so proud. Second, wherever you pulled these peons from, it'll be a decent warm-up for the pros to put them back where they belong." This comment ignited outrage among the criminals behind Tamura, some even preparing their quirks to confront the black-haired man. None more willing than Tamura at that moment. He began scratching himself. "You've got quite the mouth for someone missing their bottom jaw. Beat it, Patchwork, before I make you." The man raised his hand. "You or your pet?" His palm glowed blue. Tamura had his hands ready to go as well, much like those behind him. The newcomer showed no signs of intimidation, his eyes cold and unfeeling. "At least you'll all make good kindling, if anything." "Wait." The only voice of reason finally spoke up. It came from Kurogiri, who had shrunk down to his more humanoid form in a bartender outfit. "Before we do anything we'll regret, consider this, Tamura Shigaraki. I have seen this man fight. He is powerful. On the day the Green Devil was captured, he defeated multiple pro heroes on his own. He is quite capable." The living portal leaned in and whispered. "And unlike the rabble, he has the strength and skill to back up his words. Also, he was directly chosen by the master." Tamura growled, clenching his fists as he contemplated Kurogiri's words. After several moments, he gave his verdict. "That if you can't hold your own, I'm letting you die." The villains behind him gasped, surprised that their new leader was allowing the rude newcomer to join. The man lowered his hand and deactivated his quirk as well. "That should be my line." Red and turquoise eyes glared at each other hatefully. This new alliance did not show much promise. "So? You got a name, Patchwork?" Tamura asked. "For now, just call me Dabi." "It's too bad Izuku dropped out of the class president running." "I think he would have been great," Kirishima said, with a few nods. "Yeah, I thought he'd at least take vice presidency," Sato added. Ida gave his input. "In all honesty, he seemed to be the least interested in the position, and it's not like we can force him to fill the role. But he has my respect for stepping out and handing the role to someone admittedly more well-suited. I can't get over how awesome Yaoyorozu was at wrangling us when we thought villains broke into the school. She even got the older grades to listen," Kaminari said. Siro nodded. Getting Tsu to lift her above the stampede and making a megaphone was a smart move. "I think our class is in good hands. I kinda wish Izuku was there to see her." Katsuki slammed his locker shut. Blah blah blah. I don't know how you dumb BSs can ramble on for so long. Let's just get on with today's training so I can blow you all away. Kirishima shot a glare at Bakugo's back. And you wonder why no one voted for you. Bakugo stopped in his tracks and glared at the faux redhead. Crimson red eyes bored into each other once again. Keep talking, shitty hair, give me more reasons to take you down, he threatened, only to be further enraged by Ijiro's lack of fear or intimidation. He hardened his fist and raised it. You're welcome to try, BSTRD. The air around these two was always thick, especially when Izuku was the topic. Kaminari piped up. You guys know we're doing rescue training today, right? Ida chopped his hands. Yes, Kaminari is right. No need for conflicts, you two, they will only get in your way. Please, practice some self-control. Kirishima relaxed his fist and left it at his side, while Bakugo had a small hint of victory in his eyes. He huffed before walking away. I can't stand that guy. Kirishima grumbled. What? Mina, Achiko, Hagakure, and Jiro shouted. We were surprised too, Azui croaked, having just told Momo about Izuku's relationship status, or according to him, lack thereof. So they're not together in Heido's room? Uraraka shouted, really needing to get that clarified. Tsuyu and Momo blushed at that question, while Izumi looked disgusted. What could have possibly led you to that conclusion? Momo asked. Suddenly, Jiro had 6 eyes on her. She blushed and looked to the side, not meeting the surprised gazes of the new president and vice president. Look, a lot of people were talking in the cafeteria. Sorry, I misheard one little detail while trying to listen over dozens of other conversations. You shouldn't have been eavesdropping to begin with, Tsuyu scolded. More importantly, Toru raised her gloved hand and exclaimed, does Izuku really only see Heido as a friend? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of what they do is not typical friend behavior. Momo scratched her cheek. Yes, but from his perspective, it's much harder for him to believe he's a good partner. The girls took on solemn expressions. They had shared their individual experiences with Izuku before UA, discussing the abandonment, neglect, and torment he had faced for 10 years. They could only imagine how much he had been hurt inside and how deep his scars ran. Cry me a river, Izumi grumbled as she closed her locker. If he has someone he can't appreciate, he shouldn't have her. The greenette made her way to the exit, scowls following her. Sure, I get it, Kyoka said with a casual shrug. It must really sting to hear how much better your brother is than you. Izumi shot Kyoka a foul glare, which did nothing to deter the punk's attitude. Want to debate? Let's see, he outperformed all of us in the quirk assessment. You had to cheat just to survive a fight against him. He completely dominated you and Bakugo in a 2v1. And let's not forget today when he received the highest votes in class. Need I go on? Izumi stormed out before her ego could take any more hits. The few giggles she heard made her want to cover her ears almost as much as she wanted to silence Jiro. It had never been this way at Aldra. The next symbol of peace should be respected. Class 1A was boarding a bus to take them to an off-campus facility for the day's heroics lesson. Lady Nagant noticed Momo was already settling into her role as class president, ensuring everyone got on the bus. So you're in charge now, huh? She asked the Ravenette. Yes, ma'am, and I swear to uphold the responsibility to the best of my abilities, Momo declared with heartfelt devotion. That's good, because I really don't want to have to deal with any trouble, Nagant said with a straight face. Momo chuckled a bit, but her laughter faded as she saw the complete lack of humor on the sniper heroine's face. Round up the last of your classmates, we're about to leave, Kana said, turning her back to the class president. Tsuyu poked her head out of the window. Ribbit, we're only missing Izuku. A couple of other students looked out their windows for their scarred classmate. Mina's dark eyes scanned the area from the back window and spotted a mostly black and green figure. Found him, she exclaimed. Where? Uraraka jumped in her seat. Mina grinned at her. Ooh, someone's excited. Is it because he's single? Uraraka blushed and hid her deep red cheeks behind her large wrist guards. Hey, Izuku said with little emotion as he approached Momo. Sorry I didn't come back after lunch. I had to. Gather myself, he said cryptically, causing Momo to worry. If you'd like to sit out today's training, I'm sure that would be fine. Your mental health shouldn't be neglected. Izuku considered her proposal as he gripped his forearm. Before he could respond, the two hero students heard hurried footsteps approaching. They saw a spectacled blonde running toward them with two silver objects in her hands. Who is Melissa? Izuku asked as she stopped to catch her breath, hands on her knees. Oh good. I didn't miss you, Melissa said between breaths. Momo, who was in between the two, spoke up. Can we help you? She asked. Melissa straightened up. I'm just here to return these, she said, holding up Izuku's inhibitor gauntlets. You left them at the workshop last night. Izuku accepted his tech back. Thanks, he said, inspecting them curiously. Is something wrong? Momo asked. Izuku looked at Melissa. They're exactly how I left them. I find it hard to believe Hatsum went a whole day without trying to tinker with these. Melissa had a nervous sweat, her eyes shifting away from Izuku as her hands went behind her back. The boy sighed knowingly. How much did she fight? Melissa chuckled nervously as she chewed through 3 nets. Izuku and Momo both looked at her in shock. Yeah, the teacher only let me leave class with your gauntlets so she would let it go. Yep, that sounds more like her. I definitely appreciate it, though. Meanwhile, inside the bus, Katsuki was growing irritated. What is taking Deku so long? He shouted. Must you always shout like that, Bakugo? Ida yelled, chopping the air with his hands. Izumi was staring out the window. Kaken, you might want to take a look at this. Bakugo followed her gaze to Melissa seemingly happily conversing with Izuku and Momo. Tech support? What's she doing here? She should be behind a desk right now. Lady Nagant, tired of the delay, stepped out of the bus. She knocked against the metal to get the kids' attention. Let's get moving sometime today. You two on board? You back to class, she said. Yes, ma'am. Momo quickly boarded, not wanting to upset the best marksman in Japan. Izuku followed her. Hey! Melissa spoke up, getting Izuku to look back at her. She was looking down at her feet, playing with a lock of her hair. Thanks for last night, the talk. I really needed it. It was the first time in a while I had a good night's sleep. Izuku smiled at the inventor. It was good for me too. Take care, he waved as he boarded the bus. Melissa waved him off and walked back to her class. As soon as Izuku entered, he was grabbed by Mineta and Kaminari. All right, start talking, the blonde demanded. First the third-year bombshell, now a hottie from abroad. It's only our first week, you animal. Mineta yelled, tears of jealousy in his eyes. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the two. Melissa is a friend from the support course. I gave her my gauntlets for a diagnostics check and forgot them. This explanation did little to calm Mineta and Kaminari. Is that why you were so late coming to the dorms yesterday? Mineta shrieked. Just talking, huh? Did that talk lead to testing some new gadget or? The sound of a gun ping made the pervy duo freeze. Behind Izuku stood a visibly annoyed Lady Nagant, her rifle arm ready. She didn't need to say a word to make them sit down. With all the students seated and accounted for, they could finally get moving. However, 2 curious and angered passengers had questions about what they heard. Since when does tech support work for Deku? She's supposed to work for us. Bakugo exclaimed to Izumi. We need to talk to her about this after training, she said, a fierce determination evident in her eyes. Off-campus training facility. The students of Class 1A arrived at a massive dome-shaped facility, greeted by the Pro Hero 13. She welcomed them to her unforeseen simulation joint, or as she called it, the USJ. Just like Universal Studios Japan, most of the class thought. She designed it to recreate disaster events, and they would all be tasked with saving lives under pressure. There were zones for landslides, collapsed cities, shipwrecks, and even simulations of typhoons and burning cities. Thanks to their combat training, the students were acutely aware of how dangerous their quirks could be, and now it was time to use them to better the world around them. A pit formed in Izuku's stomach. To him, this was the most important class UA could offer. If one looked closely, they would see a hint of guilt on his features. Izawa, Nagant, and 13 were preparing to start the lesson. Suddenly, an air of unease settled over the facility. The lights flickered on and off, and the fountain in the center behaved erratically. Then, purple mist appeared and expanded into a large cloud. For the teachers and most of the students, it was a peculiar sight. For one, it was hauntingly familiar, especially when he emerged. "Whoa, what's going on? Is the training starting?" Kirishima asked. "Get back!" Izawa snapped. "This isn't training, those are villains." Eraserhead's words sent shockwaves of surprise and rising fear through the students. They began to step back, except for 4 students who stood their ground. A sinister cackle echoed from the man who was first out of the portal. "Come out to play, kids," he said with wicked glee as dozens of villains followed him. After attempting to call the school, Kana found that communications were cut, likely due to a villain's quirk. At the top of the stairs from the entrance, the blue-haired leader looked up to find 3 pro heroes and a student in black and green at the front. "You again." "Huh. These guys have good timing," Bakugo said, sparks crackling from his hands. "I could use a few good punching bags. These guys look like carnival rejects. We can take them," Izumi said confidently. "We've fought villains before," Shoto said, his tone emotionless. "Did you not hear me? These villains won't show you mercy just because you're kids." Eraserhead jumped down to confront the horde. "Nagant, back me up from a distance." 13, get the students out of here." 13 followed orders and instructed the students to evacuate. Lady Nagant readied her right arm, pulling strands of her hair to form her ammunition. "Let me guess, you recognize some of these guys?" she asked the scarred boy beside her. He nodded, his eyes fixed on his target. "Then you have more reason to leave than anyone else." The last of the villains stepped out of the portal, capturing Izuku's attention longer. The second to last was a slender man with spiky black hair, wearing a dark blue outfit and sporting several piercings. He stood out with a "let's just get this over with" vibe, unlike Shigaraki and the others, who radiated sadistic glee. However, when he looked ahead and saw Izuku, a wide smile broke out on his face. Finally, the most prominent visitor Izuku and Kana had ever seen emerged. A large humanoid beast with very dark skin, long arms, and a hunched form. Its eyes glowed menacingly in the darkness. "What the hell?" Kana asked in disgust. "Is that one of those Nomu things I've heard so much about?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, but there's something different about this one." Kana looked at him seriously. "Get back to the class. I'm not telling you this as your teacher, but as someone who knows what you're capable of. Don't let them die." Izuku nodded. As 13 and the students headed for the exit, their path was blocked by the same teleportation cloud that had brought the villains. Everyone froze as he stared at them. Strange. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here? Perhaps there was a change of schedule. 13 was surprised to hear that. "I didn't think villains would go after a retired hero," she said. "We'd have an easier time knowing for certain that the symbol of peace is dead," Kurogiri responded. "Like hell," Bakugo yelled as he lunged at the villain. "That's not happening," Izumi exclaimed. Kirishima charged as well, ready to fight. "Wait!" 13 shouted. Izuku and Kana looked back at the predicament 13 and the rest of Class 1A were in. "Stop, you idiots!" they both shouted. Izuku rushed back to them as quickly as he could with only 10% of his real power. But the others had already made their moves. That only to be horrified by the complete lack of damage on Kurogiri. "You live up to your school's reputation." He looked at the back of the pack and stared at the 21st student. Venomous green eyes with an ominous glow glared back at him, and with his lower face covered, it was unmistakable. A familiar face. For a moment, 13 and the students felt secondary to whatever was happening between Izuku and the warp villain. He didn't dwell on it longer than a second before spreading himself around the class, teleporting several of the students to different locations. Shipwreck zone. Izuku fell from a hole in the air into a large body of water. Kurogiri and Shigaraki. They found new pawns to control and a new puppet it seems. As Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts, He seemed unaware of the approaching attackers swimming toward him in scuba gear. Armed with a pocket knife, the villain lunged at him. That only for Izuku to block the attack with his forearm. The metal plating of his inhibitor gauntlets left him unscathed, but he was furious. The villain was shocked, but before he could attempt to stab him again, Izuku grabbed his throat with an iron grip. The villain's blood ran cold as he stared into Izuku's fiery green eyes. Izuku pulled back his arm, green light igniting at his elbow, and moved his fist forward, sending the villain flying back. The water around them turned a deep red as Izuku pulled his fist back, releasing the villain. In his defense, he was caught in a bad mood. In the distance, he saw a stunned Tsuyu holding onto Mineta, her tongue extended in surprise. The boy pointed upward and swam to the surface, the frog girl following him. Izuku just took that guy out. Tsuyu thought, absorbing what she had just witnessed. Upon the ship, Tsuyu and Mineta stood before Izuku, whose wet hair obscured his eyes. "We're in serious trouble." He didn't seem very bothered by what had just happened, even if it involved a villain. He looked ahead to the various sectors where battles were taking place. Unfortunately, due to his gauntlets, he couldn't sense anything beyond his immediate surroundings. "Izuku." Tsuyu stepped toward him, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Zu." She used his false name, which confused Mineta but resonated with Izuku. "How did you survive before coming to UA?" she asked. The first thing that came to mind was a haunting memory of destruction. He lowered his head for a moment. "In ways I never wanted to." He turned his back to the class vice president and placed his hands on the railing of the ship. "But that's not important right now. All you need to know is that I've dealt with many scumbags in my time. Apparently, some of them I should have dealt with more decisively when I had the chance," he growled at the end. Tsuyu and Mineta couldn't help but shiver at his words. They began to wonder what Izuku had endured to survive as the world crumbled around them, and how many lives he had faced. Izuku took a deep breath and exhaled, seemingly coming to a resolution. He rolled up his right sleeve, revealing his inhibitor gauntlet. "Guys, there's something you should know about my gear." Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the shipwreck zone, and the ship was nearly torn apart by a massive wave. Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta nearly lost their balance. "What was that?" the bald-headed boy exclaimed. "The mourners." Izuku groaned. Surrounding the ship were 9 villains with water-related quirks, clearly looking for revenge. "Who did it?" one of them screamed, sending another wave to further damage the ship. "Which one of you self-righteous brats took out our comrade? Answer me." The ship was beginning to sink, and it would be completely submerged within 2 minutes. Mineta started to betray Izuku in hopes of saving himself, but Tsuyu quickly covered his mouth. In the face of chaos, Izuku remained calm. "You were saying?" she asked him. Izuku pulled out a small red device from his utility belt and inserted it into his right gauntlet. "My support items are called inhibitor gauntlets. They were designed to suppress my power. My quirk is heavily tied to my emotional state, and as you've probably realized, I'm not exactly the most emotionally stable person." Mineta removed Tsuyu's hand from his mouth to say, "You got that right." Izuku took off his gauntlet, feeling a surge of power become accessible to him once again. He could sense every living being's warmth within the area. He handed the device to Tsuyu. "Keep that safe for me." "Hold on a second." Mineta shouted. "You mean you've been holding back this whole time? How much do those things limit your strength?" 45% per gauntlet, Izuku replied, stunning both Tsuyu and Mineta. That meant Izuku had only been operating at 10% when he faced off against Izumi and Katsuki, 2 of the class's strongest fighters. Incredible. "Sue, listen," Izuku said, snapping her out of her shock. "Ribbit. You're going to take Mineta and jump as far away from here as you can. Try to find a place to hide. 13 is fighting right by the exit, so it wouldn't be the safest choice to go there." "And what about you?" she asked. Izuku glanced over his shoulder. "I'll handle these guys." It was rare for Tsuyu to show fear, but it was evident on her face as those words left Izuku's mouth. "I'm not leaving you. We can all get out of this." Izuku didn't look back at her and clenched his fist. Don't you remember what I said, Vice President? I only know how to take care of myself. The boat was now completely split in two, and the separate halves sank rapidly. You heard the man. Let's get out of here. Mineta yelled. Realizing she had little choice, Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around Mineta and jumped away with all her strength. She looked back at Izuku, who was surrounded by ruthless villains. Please don't die. The villains saw that only one student remained. He pushed back his wet hair, revealing fierce green eyes. You must be the one responsible, one of them snarled. Izuku didn't respond verbally and dove back into the water, with 9 villains in pursuit. In the depths, he faced spears, tentacles, and sharp teeth rapidly approaching him. In the center of the shipwreck, a dark puddle could be seen. Eraserhead was taking down every villain that came his way. It was clear to him that they were mostly inexperienced. Whenever he was about to be struck from behind, a pink and purple projectile incapacitated the enemy. Look at this mess, Dabi commented. Even for street trash, this is embarrassing. Shigaraki scratched his neck and growled. You could be more useful instead of just standing there. Dabi scoffed, infuriating Shigaraki with his refusal to follow orders. Another projectile rang out, followed by a comrade's cry. That sniper is a nuisance. Hood. The Nomu named Hood stood at attention like a dog called by its owner. Take care of the shooter up there. He made a noise of agreement and took to the air at breakneck speed. From her vantage point, Kana saw the monster flying toward her. She fired 3 times, but the beast dodged each shot. It extended an arm toward the sniper. Kana barely managed to evade as its hand crashed into the concrete, leaving a crater where she had stood. Flight, super strength, and stretching? So it really does have multiple quirks. Nagant! Aizawa shouted at the Nomu, causing it to crash to the ground. Its massive frame towered over the indigo and pink-haired woman. Ms. Nagant needs help. Ida yelled. I've kinda got my hands full. 13 shouted as she used her black hole to keep Kurogiri in check. Arch! Hood growled as he swung his fist down to crush Kana. She barely dodged a devastating blow that would have ended her. Aizawa watched in horror. Even with his quirks erased, he's still that strong? I've got to back her up. Going somewhere, Eraserhead? Shigaraki confronted Aizawa while the pro-hero was distracted by the Nomu. Before Aizawa could react, the villain leader seized his scarf, reducing a significant portion of it to dust. Aizawa jumped back, realizing his most useful gear was now rendered useless. In it, he cursed, reapplying erasure to the ringleader. You know, if you keep your eyes on me, who's left to watch Nagant's back? The madman laughed. Before Nagant could take another shot at the monstrosity before her, her shooting arm was seized and crushed by the beast. Kana's cries of pain echoed to the students facing Kurogiri. Pea shooter. Hood remarked mockingly. Nagant! 13 shouted in alarm. Kurogiri seized the opportunity and opened a new portal behind the space hero, causing 13 to be caught in a chaotic vortex. 13 collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. That's 2 down. Yagi launched herself from the ground in an instant, heading straight towards the Nomu that had injured Lady Nagant. Let her go, she yelled, pulling back her arm as the energy of One for All crackled around her, causing her pain. It only intensified with each use. No, wait. Uraraka shouted. Do you have a death wish? Sato yelled. You'll get yourself killed. Ida urged. Get back here, you idiot. Mina cried. Izumi ignored her classmates' warnings. Shut up. I'm All Might's successor. I can handle this. As she rapidly approached the hooded Nomu, it grinned menacingly. Go to hell, you monster, the green-haired girl shouted as she threw her punch, landing a solid hit. A massive shockwave shook the ground, strong winds swirling from the force of the impact. Izumi's classmates, Aizawa, Shigaraki, and the villains looked up in awe. Everyone held their breath, wondering if that smash had done the trick. When the dust settled, Izumi's arm was injured, her body trembling from the pain. Her chest heaved with labored breaths. How's that? Her heart sank when she heard the Nomu emit a sound of amusement. She looked up, realizing her smash had done nothing. Dread filled the students and teachers while the villains laughed. "Are strong," Hood said, reaching out and grabbing Izumi by her injured arm. With minimal effort, he caused her to wince in pain. But too fragile. The monster lifted the ninth one for all wielder and slammed her into the ground. Izumi lay in a crater, unconscious, with a pool of blood forming around her. "That makes 3. Hood looked down at her with disappointment. Such a waste. He surveyed the group of frightened students and the fallen hero, noting how both were broken in spirit. He didn't even need to attack them, it would serve no purpose. He simply discarded Kana, tossing her aside. "I've seen all I need," Dabi said after observing the shift in the battle. "Hey, call back Kurogiri." Tamura looked at him, puzzled. "What, you want to run just when we're winning? What kind of strategy is that?" Dabi couldn't believe he was working with someone so clueless. "Just call him." Despite his reservations, Tamura complied. The living portal reappeared beside them. "What do you desire, Dabi?" Kurogiri asked. "When you scattered the kids, did you see one with red and white hair?" Shigaraki raised an eyebrow at that question. Kurogiri replied, "Yes, he is in the landslide zone, with some of our friends entertaining him." A menacing grin spread across Dabi's face. "Take me to him. Now." Kurogiri obeyed Dabi's command and opened a portal for him to walk through. "I'm glad he's gone." Tamura sighed. Just then, Nagant's limp body crashed into Aizawa, and the incredibly powerful Nomu landed in front of them. "And it looks like I've got some entertainment while we wait for All Might." Landslide zone. "So your plan was to split us up and pick us off in small groups?" Shoto asked, cold mist escaping his mouth as he faced his adversaries. "You were woefully unprepared. It seems to me you aren't the least bit competent in using your quirks. It's sad how inept you are with tools you've had your whole lives." His arrogance was justified. Todoroki had encased every villain that approached him in ice, each one barely amounting to a warm-up for the dual-colored hero. They trembled from both the freezing cold and his icy presence. As Todoroki walked, he recalled what he had seen before being warped away, Kurogiri and Izuku staring at each other. Shoto knew little about his scarred classmate, only speculating about his life on the streets of a crumbling society. Who knows what kinds of people he's encountered in his time. Shoto stopped in front of a purplish-red-skinned man with green blades protruding from his forearms and fingertips. The man looked terrified despite being twice Shoto's age. "I'll worry about him later. As for these scum." Shoto raised his right hand and moved closer to the already frozen man. "You can either succumb to hypothermia, or tell me how you plan to kill All Might. Just know that, as a hero in training, I'd rather avoid the path of excessive cruelty." "Why so gentle?" Shoto's head snapped at the sound of that voice. He instinctively raised a wall of ice just in time to block a powerful wave of blue flames. However, the overwhelming firepower burst through the wall and incinerated the villains trapped in ice. Shoto picked himself up and saw the blue flame-wielding villain who had defeated him, Yagi, and Bakugo last year. If a kid could beat them in just a warm-up, there's no point in keeping these useless bastards alive, he said, standing amidst the ashes of his fallen comrades. Shoto was taken aback by such ruthlessness. "And before you go off about inefficient quirk usage, let's see what you can do. I hope you've improved since our last meeting, son of Endeavor." Todoroki unleashed a wide blast of ice at the villain, but he leapt into the air, propelled by his flames. The black-haired man looked down at the now angered Shoto. "I'm already disappointed." Dabi charged up his flames, azure thermal energy rising as he stared at the boy beneath him. He flew at him with great speed and malice. Meanwhile, after swiftly dealing with the aquatic villains, Izuku sped through the water. His cold flames remained unaffected, giving him time to assess the situation. Thanks to having just over half his full strength, the reach of his thermal sensing covered the entire USJ. Let's see, Hagakure, Ida, Sato, Siro, Shoji, Ashido, Uraraka, and Yagi, all by the entrance. Tokoyami and Koda are in the typhoon zone. Ojiro is in the fire zone with Aoyama. Why does he feel so sad? Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari are handling themselves in the mountain zone. Kirishima and Bakugo are together. That guy better not do anything reckless and drag my friend down. Izuku caught himself by surprise with that last thought. A friend? He glared and gritted his teeth. Don't be naive, Izuku. After today, you won't be seeing him or any of them. Just for now, do what you can. He refocused on the situation at hand instead of pointless hopes. There are a lot of heat signatures that just went cold. Todoroki. He'll be. Izuku's head snapped in the direction of the stoic Todoroki. Suddenly, the air in that area shifted from freezing to blazing. That roaring heat overflowed with a sense of anger, although strangely, it felt somewhat familiar. Should I go check that out? Just up ahead were Tsuyu and Mineta, hiding in the shallow water, mere steps away from the center of the facility where the villains had appeared. He decided to check on them first. The purple pipsqueak was trembling and wishing for all of this to be over. The frog, while composed on the outside, wasn't faring well on the inside either. They watched as Aizawa and Nagant were overwhelmed by Shigaraki's mutant pet, their cries echoing in the air. Eraserhead's arms were broken, and Lady Nagant's legs and right arm were injured, all the while Shigaraki was laughing maniacally. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. It's not real. It's just a nightmare. I'm gonna wake up any second now. Gonna wake up and be surrounded by beautiful girls in swimsuits, Mineta babbled to himself. What was that last part? Gah. Ribbit? Both students jumped at the sudden appearance of Izuku behind them. He was alive. He had fought a whole group of villains underwater and swam away without a scratch. Mineta, overwhelmed with emotions, started punching Izuku's rock-hard chest without actually doing any damage. You JRK, don't just scare us like that. I already feel like I could die. Sorry, Izuku said with a sweat drop. Azui approached him. Are you okay? Those guys seemed pretty angry. Izuku nodded. I'm fine. What's the situation here? He looked ahead, and his eyes widened at the sight. Shota and Kana were injured and struggling against the powerful hands of Shigaraki's pet. Izuku spent more time gazing upon Kana Tsutsumi, a confidant he had during his time at Tartarus. Someone he had come to care for deeply was suffering, and the one to blame for it was within his reach. The water reaching his waist began to bubble and steam. It became too hot for Mineta and Azui to be near him, so they jumped away. He looked more furious than they had ever seen him. Form hunched slightly, teeth gritted, fists clenched, steam rising in response to his boiling anger. His eyes were bloodshot until they began to glow bright green, and a flame-like glow escaped from the corners of his eyes and mouth. Tsuyu and Mineta couldn't take their eyes off him as his quirk, whatever it was coming out dangerously. Izuku. Tsuyu cautiously approached. Fush. Kana. Only to be pushed back by a roaring blast of green flames. Their eyes widened as their friend took off with speed only Ida could match. And the color of the flames. What the heck? Mineta thought. These flames. Azui thought. Shigaraki stopped laughing as he noticed the vengeful fireball speeding toward him. What the? But he was taken out of harm's way by Kurogiri. Hood was not. The Nomu could feel his extremely dense flesh beginning to slowly melt in the presence of such firepower, although his regeneration kept him from suffering lasting damage. The venomous anger radiating from Izuku was just what Shigaraki had been waiting for as a grin spread across his face. Boom! The central plaza shook as a massive explosion occurred, blazing heat spreading and affecting some of the villains Eraserhead and Lady Nagant had downed. The blast was felt and seen from all parts of the USJ. Collapsed city zone. Kirishima and Bakugo had, begrudgingly, worked together to clear out a group of villains while also venting their own frustrations when they heard it. What the hell was that? The redhead asked. An explosion? Who dares? Bakugo snarled. Mountain zone. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and a disoriented Kaminari stood among several unconscious villains. In the distance, they saw a burst of familiar green flames. Holy cow! Hey class president, are you having the same nightmare I am? Kyoka asked. Momo gulped. I think so. Heh-hu-ha. Denki babbled, but roughly translated, he said, "I thought he was dead. Unless he's the Green Reaper now?" Landslide zone. As Shoto was fighting an uphill battle against Dabi, the power of blue flames was too much for his ice half to keep up with. Unlike his comrades, Dabi was skilled and proficient with how he used his quirk and clearly had no qualms about roughing up a kid. The only menacing villain walked toward a battered Shoto, azure heat present in his palms and blazing around them. "I seem to remember you saying something about how sad it was to be inefficient with a power you've had your whole life." The man taunted him with his own words, making Todoroki burn up inside as much as he was outside. Suddenly, the pair's attention was grabbed by an explosion in the distance and the green heat in the central plaza. "No, it can't be. He's supposed to be dead." Shoto was overcome with dread, believing the situation had become even more dire. Dabi grinned widely. "Well, it's about time," he looked back at Shoto. "As much as I want to check that out, I'm not done with you yet, little masterpiece." With that, he lunged at Shoto again, a sadistic smile present on his face. The heterochromatic boy put up another ice wall, but just like the ones before, it was a futile effort. The students beside the downed 13 could not believe what they were seeing, especially Mina, Toru, and Tenya. "Mina, are you seeing this?" Hagakure asked her friend, who had her jaw on the floor. "How? What the heck?" Mina mumbled. "This can't be real." Sato stammered. "I thought he was gone." Shiro said. Ida was silently staring down at the green flames that blazed before him. He was forced to relive memories of his brother in the hospital at the hands of that monster. He clenched his hands into fists and gritted his teeth. That monster still breathes after all he's done. Central Plaza. Hood had taken a blazing punch to the gut, sending him away from his attacker and his teachers. When the smoke cleared, Izuku realized he had burned away layers of the monster's skin, revealing its flesh beneath. Yet, it regenerated just as quickly, a sinister smile spreading across its face. "How strong are you?" Hood inquired. A large pillar of flames surrounded Izuku, creating a dramatic display for the monster. "Strong enough to put a freak like you down," he declared. The situation was dire. The pros were down, Dabi was closing in on Shoto, Yagi was incapacitated, and Tsu and Mineta had discovered Izuku's true identity. In simpler terms, chaos reigned. Nizu was in his office, sipping tea. He had just informed All Might that it would be best for him to sit out today's training after a disagreement with Izuku. Upon returning to his desk, he received a notification from the software tracking Izuku's gauntlets, indicating that one had been removed. This puzzled Nizu. There shouldn't be a need for Izuku to go beyond 10% in rescue training. 13, Aizawa, or Tsusumi wouldn't push him that far knowing his capabilities. Something isn't right, but it appears he's still in the USJ. He attempted to access the cameras in 13 simulation area, but to no avail. Growing uneasy, he switched to the micro cameras in Izuku's gauntlets, hoping they still functioned. The screen opened to a disturbing view of chaos, showing unfamiliar faces being overwhelmed by Izuku's fiery hands. Villains have invaded the USJ. No wonder he needed more power. But if the students see this and overreact. Nizu quickly grabbed the phone on his desk. He dialed a number, waiting anxiously for someone to answer. "Good afternoon, Principal Nizu. What's the situation?" Detective Naomasa Tsukachi answered. Nizu's computer screen then displayed a laid-back hero munching on yakitori. "Hey, so, did Izuku hurt anyone yet?" Number 2 Hero Hawks asked. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid we have a situation." Nizu replied grimly. Time seemed to freeze in the USJ. The green explosion that echoed throughout the facility captured everyone's attention, leaving most utterly stunned by the terrifying sight. Green flames blazed brightly, signaling the return of the Green Devil. In the central plaza, Tsu and Mineta stared in shock, breathless at the sight before them. They had seen the unique blaze of the Green Devil only on news reports and during the infamous stream of his supposed death. Never had they expected to witness it firsthand, to feel the heat radiating from the flames. They were fortunate compared to the villains who had been consumed in his wake. "Azui, Mineta! Izuku shouted, snapping the students out of their stupor. The wall of fire in front of them parted, revealing the broken forms of Eraserhead and Lady Nagant. Izuku ignited flames at his feet and soared into the air, grappling with the Nomu. It was clear what he wanted them to do, but whether they would comply was uncertain. He can't be serious, he's lied to us this whole time. Why would we listen to a murderer? Mineta babbled, only to be silenced by a swift tongue slap from Tsuyu. The usually calm girl had a serious expression he had never seen before, brows furrowed, teeth clenched, eyes reflecting the flames as she focused on their teachers in need of help. That monster saved our lives and wants us to save our teachers. We can figure this out once we all make it out alive. Tsuyu declared, springing into action. She wrapped her tongue around both Nagant and Aizawa, leaping away with them. Mineta followed, not wanting to face the flames alone, using his quirk to bounce above the sea of defeated villains. Above them, Izuku faced the Nomu, which had sprouted wings and shoulder-mounted jets to stay airborne. The creature tilted its head, observing Izuku with a curious yet unsettling smile. "Why do you care? About weaklings?" it asked. That question ignited Izuku's flames even more as he formed a massive fire fist with his right hand. "You won't live long enough to understand," he shouted, charging at the Nomu and enlarging his fist to match. Their collision sent powerful winds that spread the fire further across the plaza. As Tsuyu and Mineta made it past the new fire zone, they ran to the entryway where some of their classmates were gathered. "Here comes Tsuyu. And she's got our teachers," Uraraka exclaimed. "Wait, how did they get past the fire?" Shiro wondered. Strangely, Tsuyu and Mineta arrived looking completely unharmed, at least physically. They placed Nagant and Aizawa down and assessed the situation. Thankfully, both were still conscious. "What happened to Yagi?" Mineta cried, spotting the unconscious girl next to 13. "She tried to take a swing at the big guy, but, well, you can see how that went," Hagakure explained. Vice President Shoji approached Tsuyu. "Many of our classmates are scattered, but I saw green flames where you and Mineta landed." Suddenly, all eyes turned to Tsuyu. "He was in the same area as you?" Ashido exclaimed. "Yes, he was." Mineta chimed in. "You won't believe this, but the Green Devil—" "Let us go," Tsuyu interrupted. "I don't know his reasoning, but if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be here." There was a fire behind Tsuyu's words that caught everyone's attention. While most were taken aback, Ashido and Hagakure shared a similar experience. Unbeknownst to everyone, Aizawa had opened his eyes, witnessing the fierce clash above them. The extreme heat and strength exchanged blows, wreaking havoc in the central plaza. He's unleashing his power. If one of his gauntlets is removed, Nizu will find out. As it stands, Izuku is our only hope. "Shoji, have you seen any of the others?" Tsuyu asked, and the multi-armed boy nodded. "Todoroki is at the landslide, fighting the blue flame villain. With his ice, I thought he would have won by now, but the flames are still roaring. Jiro, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari are in the mountains, surrounded by the villains they defeated." While a rapidly growing forest of fire spread across the facility, a sea of flames had overtaken the landslide zone, with its conqueror hovering above the blue blaze. "Well now, look at you," he said to himself with a smirk. "Shigaraki said Hood would be enough to take all might and endeavor at once, and here you are trading blows with him all by yourself. I can only imagine how the boss is taking this." Beneath him was Shoto Todoroki, who had long since discarded the heater he wore on his back. The intense heat around him was more than enough to keep him from freezing. In fact, he was starting to overheat. If he had to compare, Dabi could match Endeavor in terms of heat. How could a random villain have firepower on par with his father? To make it even more vexing, Dabi took the time to gaze into the distance as if he wasn't in the middle of a fight. His carelessness will be his undoing. Shoto thought as his right foot became frosty. He created a platform beneath him to launch himself up to the villain's altitude and pulled back his fist for a freezing punch. "One clean hit is all I need to put this guy down." But to no avail. Just before his punch could connect, Dabi pivoted on his heels and released two great jets of fire from the soles of his feet. Todoroki, in the midst of his attack, wasn't able to properly block and was sent plummeting to the ground in a smoking heap. So predictable. Dabi shook his head. For some reason, I expected more from you, Shoto Todoroki. Shoto's eyes snapped open. He knows my name? Who is this guy? Shoto tried to pick himself up but stumbled. Steam rose from him as he tried to cool down the burns. He glared at the smirking man above him, who was far from seeing him as a threat. What's the matter? Dabi asked, his voice dripping with condescension. Upset I took my eyes off you for a more interesting sight? I guess that must be a new experience for the golden child of the Todoroki family. Well, if you're so desperate for attention. His heat soared even higher, making it difficult for Shoto to stay near him without feeling the burn. Dabi rocketed towards his younger opponent, a manic smile on his face and smoke escaping from his body. I'll happily watch as you turn to ash. After attacking each other head-on, Izuku and Hood were blown away by their respective attacks, Izuku clutching his right arm. That hurt more than I expected. I'm stronger than I was when I defeated the last Nomo, even at 55% strength. But this creature doesn't even compare to that. Izuku narrowly dodged an incoming grab. He propelled himself around the beast and launched a blast of searing green flames at its back, sending it crashing to the ground. Izuku kept the monster pinned down, melting through its flesh and reaching its spinal cord. Come on, Hood said, startling Izuku. Suddenly, its bones began to twist and contort before Izuku could touch them. What the dash? You can do better. Green Devil. Hood yelled as he launched spears of bone at Izuku. He dodged most of them but sustained cuts on his costume. The bone manipulation was effective in getting the boy off his back and buying time to regenerate lost parts. You're right, I can do better. Izuku attempted to remove his remaining gauntlet. With his full strength, he would certainly reduce the beast to a smoldering wreck. However, just as he was about to do so, two large hands, as big as his body, shot out to grab him. One grabbed his leg and threw him into the ground, causing a large crater. The impact caused Izuku to bleed from the head and spit out some red liquid. Show me your strength. Hood yelled as he charged down to Izuku and crashed right into him. The impact caused the crater to grow exponentially, shaking the entire facility. What in the world is that? Tokoyami asked, Koda shivering beside him. The ceiling of the fire zone began to cave in. It feels like this whole place is falling apart. Ojiro yelled as he struggled to regain his footing. Unbeknownst to him, a hidden figure was cowering behind a pile of rubble. Stop. Please no more. I don't want this. Holy cow! Siro exclaimed. We have to get out of here. Sato shouted. And leave the others behind? Uraraka asked. We still don't know where Kirishima or Izuku are. Mina shouted through her tears. At least some of us should survive, right? Mineta shrieked. Vice President, things have gone from bad to worse. Shoji said. I've got eyes on Yaoyorozu's squad. They're in trouble. Earlier, Kurogiri had warped himself and Shigaraki to a safe place mere moments before the latter was reduced to a pile of ash. He took them to a mountain point far from the Green Devil's wake. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shigaraki whined as he began scratching himself. How is that guy alive and here of all places? I don't even know if Hood can win this now. Instead of answering, Kurogiri's gaze fixed on something. Shigaraki, look. But the man ignored him. Master said Hood could beat All Might and Endeavor, a couple of old-timers. But this monster? Come on. Shigaraki. This was supposed to be an easy level. Take out some pros, take out some kids, take out All Might, take out Dabi. But the only deaths so far are on our side. Look down the wait, why take out Dabi? Kurogiri looked at the handman in surprise. Because I deserve something today. And something we have. Look down below. Shigaraki groaned and followed his subordinate's gaze. Way down at the base of the mountain were 3 students, completely unaware of their presence and observing the conflict in the sky. Well, 2 of them were. One of them was babbling nonsense behind them on a leash tied to a pole in the ground. A wicked grin spread across Shigaraki's face. Kurogyri, it looks like we're getting a chance. Down below, Momo and Kyoka were watching the Green Devil fight the Nomu with binoculars made by the former. I still can't believe what I'm seeing, Jiro muttered, but Momo could, and she had a good guess as to who that actually was. She let her eyes survey more of the area and saw Tsuyu hopping away with Aizawa and Nagant. Azui just recovered Mr. Aizawa and Ms. Nagant. Momo exclaimed. It looks like they're heading to the entryway. If we run now, we can make it without getting in the cross dash. What the hell? Kyoka muttered, confusing Momo. I just heard the devil say he cares? About us? Her voice was light, almost a whisper. It brought her back to the night she encountered the Emerald Demon herself. Just when she was about to be taken advantage of by a scumbag in a cape, he appeared and dealt with the situation in a way that was both chilling and unforgettable. He saved her, albeit in a haunting manner, but saved her nonetheless. She remembered his words that night, words that would stick with her forever. Nothing is truly black and white in this society. What Kyoka hadn't realized was that she had spoken it aloud, and Momo caught it. Who told you that? She asked. A soon-to-be dead man. A raspy voice answered from behind them. The girls whipped their heads around to find the villain leader and his portal companion. The leader held Kaminari's throat in one hand and a rock in the other. Hands where I can see them and don't move a muscle. Or else. Well, let me show you what'll happen to your friend. The rock in Shigaraki's hand turned gray, cracks forming around it. It disintegrated, and he threatened to do the same to Kaminari's throat. Faced with the danger to their electric classmate, they dropped their binoculars and raised their hands in surrender. A wise decision. Kurogyri commented. 3 students held hostage. Shigaraki glanced at the emerald blaze fighting his pet. Maybe this'll get him to play by my rules. The girls' eyes widened as they quickly exchanged glances and looked back at Shigaraki. You mean the Green Devil isn't one of your guys? Jiro asked. Suddenly, Shigaraki's anger flared as he recalled his failed attempt to recruit the Green Devil. The BSU took out dozens of my pawns and nearly burned me alive. What do you think? He yelled. Everything was going just how I wanted, and then he swoops in and ruins it. Just like last time. You'll never know how badly I'd rather have my hands around his throat. As Tamura began to rant about his hatred for the Green Devil, Kyoka's fear diminished. He's like an overgrown kid throwing a tantrum. Are we seriously going to stand here and listen to him complain for the next hour? I hope the others are faring better than us right now. Collapse City Zone. Get off me, shitty hair. Bakugo yelled. Not until you take a moment to think for once. Kirishima yelled back. Bakugo had blown a massive hole in the building they had fought in. He saw 2 sights that triggered him, blue flames and green flames. Kirishima was holding him back from doing something incredibly reckless. I'm going to take them down. Get the hell off me. You're crazy. Kirishima shouted, refusing to let go. They'll both take you out. Look at all that fire. It's suicide. Katsuki grit his teeth and finally shook Ijiro off. Instead of launching himself into danger, he turned and faced his classmate with fierce determination. Don't talk as if we're on the same level. I fought real villains. Kirishima threw his hands up in exasperation. I'll say it again, get your head out of the clouds and think. You have skill, I'll admit that, but you said it yourself, these guys. He gestured to the knocked-out thugs around them. That aren't real villains. So tell me, how many villains have you actually beaten? Katsuki's response was an explosive right hook. Kirishima was engulfed in a fiery burst. I'll deal with you later. Katsuki shouted as he propelled himself forward with dual explosions. However, just before he could escape the damaged building, a hand grabbed his ankle and slammed him to the floor, throwing him against the wall. The impact made Katsuki spit out saliva. When the smoke cleared, Kirishima stood tall, unfazed by the explosion he had endured. Either you stay or face the consequences, he said in a low voice, raising his arms, ready for a fight. Your choice. Bakugo picked himself up, his hair shadowing his eyes. He had his hands at his sides, sparks igniting in both palms. The bottled-up frustration and resentment between the two was reaching its boiling point. No teachers or classmates to intervene this time. Katsuki dashed at the redhead with a fierce snarl. That should be my line. Izuku used explosions around his body to stay out of Hood's reach. The Nomu was fast, but it couldn't turn as sharply as Izuku. You keep evading. Hood spoke as he manifested 2 more long arms to swipe at the boy. Running out of steam? He asked. Without a chance to tap into his full strength, Izuku was forced to fight strategically. What Hood didn't know was that he was surrounded by a wide field of green embers. You wish. Izuku thought as he manifested fire tendrils from his hands, binding Hood's arms and wings, trapping him in the air. These won't hold. Hood said as he broke free with little effort. They held you long enough. Izuku yelled from above. Hood looked up and saw Izuku speeding towards him, his right arm enveloped in searing thermal energy. In the moment it took for him to break free, Izuku had taken the high ground and readied a powerful attack. Flash fire fist plus explosive cluster. When the punch connected with Hood, it ignited every ember around them, creating a series of explosions that struck the beast from every angle. Go to hell! Izuku yelled as he sent a scorched figure plummeting to the ground, landing with a massive explosion. This is insane. On top of still being alive, it looks like he's as strong as ever. Mina shouted. This realization greatly disheartened Ida. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he observed just how far he was from challenging the monster in front of him. All the while, he had no idea that what he was witnessing was barely more than half of its full power. Mountain Zone. It doesn't surprise me that the heroes lied to the world and sought to use the Green Devil for their own ends. Tamura continued his rant. If it weren't for the chaotic battle behind them, Kyoko would have surely fallen asleep. God, what I wouldn't do for a distraction right now. But it still surprises me that he was kept in UA of all places, and that you didn't know you had a final boss like him in your ranks. Kyoka didn't seem convinced by Shigaraki's words, but Momo tensed up. Now where was I? Oh right. He dashed at both Momo and Kyoka, hands aimed for their heads. You were about to meet your end. Pow, pow, arf. Tamura yelled in pain as he fell to the ground in front of the students. An unbearable yet familiar pain shot through his whole body, starting from his leg and bicep. He could feel warmth trickling from his wounds. What the hell? Kyoka asked. Momo looked back and saw, in the direction of the bullets, Lady Nagant with her sniper rifle damaged but still operational. Ms. Nagant! The class president gasped in relief. Despite her students' concerned pleas, Kana forced her broken arm to fire at the imminent threat they faced. Blood seeped from her arm, but she pushed through the agony. Like it or not, I'm responsible for you little ones, she thought resolutely. Beside her, Aizawa kept his eyes fixed on Shigaraki and Kurogiri, determined to keep them trapped. Not a single student will die on our watch, he thought. The dust settled after Izuku's devastating attack. He had put so much effort into it that he was breathing hard. At his feet lay the ashy remains of the ultra-powerful monster. DMN. I've fought 5 of those things at once when I was hunting all for one. At least it's over now, Izuku thought. The monster's remains were even missing its head. So close, a voice said from above, sending chills down Izuku's spine. He looked up quickly and saw the head of the Nomu, intact and regenerating bone and muscle. It tore off its head and threw it aside? Izuku jumped into the air, but his left arm was grabbed. The crushing pressure made it clear he wouldn't break the monster's grip. Ah! He was spun around at dizzying speed, becoming a blur of green and black. Dai-ai! Hood yelled as he threw Izuku down to the ground. His body crashed with enough force to create a thunderous tremor. Cracks formed, splitting whatever was left of the central plaza in half, extending to the entrance stairs and beneath the shipwreck zone. Is he dead? Zero asked. If he is, what does that mean for us? Shoji wondered. The only person capable of fighting the Nomu appeared to have been taken out. The beast hovered above the massive crater where its greatest opponent lay buried. That was fun, it sighed, glancing in Shigaraki's direction. He was cornered and needed help. Help boss now. It flew toward the leader. When Shigaraki saw the Nomu approaching, his sinister smile returned. Things were looking up for the League of Villains. Until the entire facility began to shake. "What's happening now?" Jiro asked. "If I were to venture a guess, something monumental," Momo replied. Shoto fired pillar after pillar of ice against Dabi, but it was futile. A single fiery punch was all it took to negate his efforts, Dabi's mocking laughter echoing through their confrontation. No, calling it a fight at this point wasn't fitting, it was more like the final struggles of an opponent running on fumes. So much for the prodigious son of Endeavor. Dabi yelled over the azure flames, punching through another ice pillar as if it were nothing. Each blow from Dabi's heat pushed Shoto back as the madman closed in. In a desperate bid to survive, Shoto unleashed his largest ice wall yet, trying to keep Dabi at bay. "This is pathetic," he shouted, charging up his own flames. "If only dear old dad could see us now, Shoto." Flash fire fist, jet burn. An overwhelming blast of ferocious blue flames erupted from Dabi's palm, burning through Shoto's final barrier and scorching him. "Da!" he yelled, feeling the heat envelop him. Shoto rolled and landed on his side. "Stand up." Shoto only twitched, truly helpless for once. If you get hurt that easily, you can forget about beating All Might or even a small-time villain. Dabi landed in front of him, smoke escaping his scarred skin. "You really think that repeating the same trick will get you further? Please." He stood over Todoroki, seeing the fading light of resistance in his eyes. Dabi raised his foot and kicked Shoto in the stomach, sending him tumbling. Oof! Such a waste of talent. Dabi pressed down on Shoto's stomach, making him cough. "Fire and ice, and you can barely defend yourself." He kicked Shoto across the face. "You think you can win with only half strength? You're even more arrogant and short-sighted than Shigaraki." Dabi placed a knee on Shoto's chest and delivered a hard punch to the side of his face. "You're so pitiful, I don't even need my quirk to finish you off." Shoto endured several punches, feeling the weight of each one. Dabi's fists were stained, and he smiled maniacally. It worsened when Dabi's hand constricted Shoto's airflow while his other hand continued to strike. When Dabi released his grip, Shoto's face was bruised, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, breaths labored under the weight on his chest. Dabi pressed down once more, eliciting more blood before standing above him. But he wasn't finished. The wielder of blue flames stepped on Shoto's left side, the one that manifested fire. Todoroki groaned as the heat made contact with his skin, smoke rising from Dabi's heel. Poor little Shoto Todoroki. No skill, no will, no reason to live. Shoto's blood ran cold at those words, feeling the heat on his face rise. He lifted his right hand, slowly wrapping it around Dabi's ankle. The frost took an agonizingly long time to form. How sad. Dabi ignited azure flames beneath his heel, causing Shoto's icy hand to recoil. As Shoto began to black out, the last thing he saw was Dabi's malicious smile. "Don't feel bad, kid, I'm doing your family a favor. I'm saving them the disappointment of watching the kind of hero you'll turn out to be." Crash. Rumble. Ha! The fire beneath Dabi's foot weakened as his attention shifted to the massive crater in the central plaza. A grin formed on his face as he lifted his foot off the boy. "Change of plans, you're not dying today, kid. I've got bigger fish to fry." Bubbles from the body of water, which was partially a bloodbath, emerged and rapidly made their way to the shore. A villain with scaly skin and sharp teeth emerged, clutching a nasty wound on his stomach. He breathed in and out, great anger festering inside him as he recalled the loss of his comrades and the one responsible. "You thought you could drag me to the bottom of the lake so you could eat me later? Well, guess what? I'm a fish with legs. And I swear, here and now, to avenge my comrades whom you harmed." Rumble. What the hell is that? Fwoosh. The vengeful fishman was engulfed in a surge of scalding green flames that erupted beneath him. It wasn't just him. All over the USJ, enormous pillars of verdant heat burst forth. Any remaining villains were caught in the fiery chaos. The mountain, typhoon, shipwreck, fire, landslide, and collapsed city zones, along with the central plaza and entryway, were all engulfed in overwhelming destruction. The students huddled together as massive pillars of fire erupted around them, but none on their platform. "This is it. We're all going to die," Mineta cried out. "No, we're not." Tsuyu reassured them, noting that they were physically unharmed. However, this caused Aizawa to blink and his quirk to falter. Mountain Zone. Kyoka and Momo had Shigaraki and Kurogyri at the tips of their freshly made spears when they felt the ground tremble beneath them, waves of intense heat washing over them. They had to shield themselves as the heated air made them sweat profusely. Unfortunately, this gave Shigaraki the opportunity he needed to escape. Did he just get stronger? Kyoka asked. Suddenly, the largest pillar of flames erupted in the center of the USD, dwarfing the others. It consumed the entire central plaza and reached high enough to breach the dome above. Within the pillar, they could vaguely see a humanoid figure with hair blown back and an expression of pure rage. "Is that?" Momo began in a whisper. "It's the legendary Super Saiyan," Kaminari yelled, having finally regained his senses, to some extent. Collapsed city zone. Kirishima and Bakugo tumbled out of their building and crashed onto the ground. As they got up to continue their fight, they noticed the devastation surrounding the USJ. Pillars of fire reached as high as the mountains, and the largest one was where their greatest threat resided. "He's incredible," Kirishima uttered in awe. Bakugo seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful blast, sending Kirishima crashing into the side of the building. Kirishima wiped the soot off his face, pain evident, but Bakugo showed no remorse. "I'm going to take that guy down. You can thank me later," Bakugo yelled as he charged toward the biggest threat he could find. A wicked grin spread across his face. Finally, he could have revenge on this villain for the humiliation he and Izumi had endured. "Hey, devil!" Katsuki shouted. "Hope you're ready to party, because it's Baku clock." Fush. He was suddenly engulfed in a new pillar of fire. Bakugo would have met his end if not for the gauntlet filled with explosive sweat he wore. The substance ignited, propelling him away from what could have been his demise. By sheer luck, he survived, landing back in the zone he came from. Severe burns covered him, and his right arm was badly injured from the blast. He lay unconscious beside the classmate he had tried to leave behind. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought he'd never stop talking," Kirishima said. "But wow. He just took down Bakugo without even trying. He probably didn't even notice him." For a moment, Kirishima considered leaving Bakugo behind, but that wouldn't be very manly. Plus, it was exactly what Bakugo would have done. He groaned as he picked up Bakugo and slung him over his shoulder. "Don't make me regret this, you big JRK." Meanwhile, a red-feathered bird soared through the sky at high speeds, making his way to the USJ ahead of his allies. "How are things looking from your view, Hawks?" Tsukachi asked over the communicators. "There's a lot of smoke trapped in the dome. The kids could suffocate in there." "Whoa!" Hawks gasped as a monumental pillar of green fire burst through the top of the dome. Even from his distance, he could feel the heat. Given its size and intensity, the young pro knew what it meant. "He's going all out." "Hawks, what's going on?" "Nizu said we just lost the feed from Izuku's other gauntlet. Things are getting chaotic again." Hawks replied as he raced to the facility. "If I have to fly into the sun again to make sure no one else dies, then so be it." Without hesitation, Hawks broke through the glass dome from the side. He covered his nose and mouth to avoid inhaling the smoke until he was beneath it. He looked behind him and saw the teachers and some students together, including Kana. Hawks gritted his teeth. "Hold on, Lady Nagant. Go, fierce wings. Find every student in immediate danger." Crimson feathers left Hawk's wings, seeking out the sounds of human movement. Fire zone, typhoon zone, collapse city zone all evacuated safely. At the entryway, many of the students were brought to the safest place in this chaos. Kirishima, Bakugo, Tokoyami, Aoyama, Ojiro, and Koda had been rescued. They were all curious about the unseen force that had brought them to safety, but Ida found something that made it clear. "That's one of Hawk's feathers. He must be here." Tsuyu pointed out. Unlike the others, Ida didn't share her relief. Instead, he felt anger bubbling up as he tightly gripped the feather in his fist. Hawks. He was the one to deceive us all. He's the reason. He looked out into the facility collapsing under the Green Devil's power. That monster wasn't given what he deserves. As Hawks flew over the wreckage, he could sense the resentment coming from Ingenium's little brother. Guilt gnawed at him. He knew how close the Ida brothers were, nothing like Izuku and his sister. He could only imagine how this would affect him. I'm sorry, but I don't regret what I did. The wing hero made it to the landslide zone, where instead of green flames, he found blue. Izuku's blue flame friend is here? Wait, is that? Hawks saw what appeared to be a red and white-haired boy lying motionless in the middle of a circle of azure flames. Endeavor's youngest son lay broken in the sea of flames. Hawks immediately swooped down to scoop him up and assess the damage. What a sight, a voice said to him. Hawks saw a man dressed in dark clothing, standing on the edge and looking out at the forest of fire ahead. He was far too relaxed given the circumstances. Nothing quite like seeing the world of heroes burn. Hawks flew up to the man. I take it you're responsible for what happened to Shoto. What should we call you? The Blue Devil? Dabi laughed at Hawk's comment, sending a chill down the pro's spine. If you want to talk about ridiculous names, let's talk about you for a second. You deceived the whole world, making them think that the Green Devil was dead. You tried to bury the truth, and it's coming back to haunt you. Eventually, probably soon, no matter how much you try to justify it, the world will recognize you and your kind for what you are, deceivers who have no qualms about manipulating others to suit their own needs. You'll learn one way or another, hero. Dabi glanced over his shoulder at the bird as he spoke. Everyone has to reap what they've sown, and your kind is no exception. Hawks had no clever retort for the villain. He knew there was some truth in Dabi's words. He couldn't escape his lies forever, no matter how he tried to rationalize them. He just hoped it would happen when the wounds of the past had more time to heal. Go, Dabi said, surprising Hawks. Get that piece of trash out of here. I've had my fill, just make sure Endeavor knows whose handiwork it is. Hawks hadn't expected a villain with a quirk that was a terrible match for him to let him go. From what he could tell, this man wasn't like other villains. I can do that, but I'll need a name. The villain smirked. Dabi. With that, Hawks left the enigmatic figure behind. He won't be able to escape when the rest of the gang arrives. Izuku and his classmates are the priority, he can wait. Hawks had just landed on the platform with Shoto. The students were horrified by his condition. He was one of their strongest, yet he looked battered and worn. Look after him. Your teachers are on their way with some friends of mine. I'll find whoever's left. A collective, yes sir, echoed from most of the students. Hawks. Ida stepped forward to confront the pro. You lied. To the whole world. The air, while still very hot, became thick with tension as Ida faced him. Before Hawks could respond, a powerful gust swept across the USJ, almost knocking him and Tenya down. While most of the fire pillars seemed to weaken, the largest one expanded slightly. They could see a figure slowly rising within it. While fear gripped everyone who saw him, one undead being was elated at the sight. Hood wore an excited smile on his distorted face. When you die, you become stronger. We are the same, the monster thought, unaware of how wrong he was. He charged at Izuku, eager to see what his opponent was now capable of. Only for Izuku to blitz right through him with a speed that left Hood bewildered. All he saw was a searing green light, and suddenly he was reduced to just a... The excitement that had filled him was replaced by surprise and a new feeling he had never experienced. Apprehension. Perhaps he had bitten off more than he could chew. As for the Green Devil, he didn't change his course and sped straight toward the mountain zone. Kyoka, Denki, and Momo were paralyzed with fear as the fiery ball of destruction approached them. In the split second before the devastating impact, they wondered if this was the end. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted as the entire mountain zone was engulfed in a burst of green flames. Those watching from the platform couldn't believe their eyes. It looked like Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Jiro had all been lost. While everyone was frozen in shock, Ida's engines roared to life. Just as he was about to charge into danger, Tsuyu lifted him off the ground with her tongue. The engine user looked back at her in disbelief and frustration. "Let me go, Azui. Before that monster can claim more lives," he shouted, but Azui wouldn't relent. "Ida, you can't fight in that heat. Your engines would stall before you have a chance to act. Just calm down before you do something you'll regret." Ida stared at her incredulously. "Something I'll regret? Our classmates were lost, one of them was our class president. Others were fighting for their lives, and I've just been standing here. It's far too late for that." Ida's engines roared even louder, ready to propel him into action against his vice president. But then his engines sputtered and fell silent. He wasn't injured, he simply couldn't use his quirk. He looked back to see Aizawa watching him with erasure activated. Ida was utterly baffled by his teacher's actions. "Your classmates are fine," Hawks began, capturing everyone's attention. "There's a reason I spared that kid, and it's about to pay off." Mountain Zone. The mountain that once towered over the other zones of the USJ was replaced by a taller, larger mountain of green flames. Within it, 4 figures floated. Instead of being reduced to ashes, they were enveloped in a somewhat comforting warmth. Whoa, are we dead? Is this hell?" Kaminari exclaimed, the weightlessness not helping him believe he wasn't a ghost. "Shut up," Kyoka replied, her voice lacking its usual sharpness. This fire, this warmth, she had felt it before. Just like that night when her path crossed with the Green Devil. It was jarring how, in a moment of crisis, a fierce killer could bring her an odd sense of comfort. Momo remained silent, staring intently at the back of the Green Devil. She had felt this warmth before too, when the Emerald Demon had saved her. In that moment, the last remnants of doubt within her vanished. She knew who it was that was helping them. The 3 of them were sent together in a fireball straight for the entryway. When the students saw the incoming fireball, they feared for their lives, but Hawks and the teachers remained calm. When it landed, it did so without harming anyone and maintained its shape before unraveling, revealing Kyoka, Momo, and Denki completely unharmed. "That was terrifying," the electric blonde exclaimed to himself. Momo opened her eyes and met the gaze of her classmates. Relief washed over her until she noticed Hawks smiling at her. "Long time no see, rich kid." Everyone was surprised that Hawks and Momo seemed to know each other, but those questions would have to wait. High above, Hood had regenerated and was staring down at the full-power Green Devil. The monster had witnessed every aspect of the demon's battles. He was confident he understood his maximum potential. But what the boy had just done to him, and to the facility around them, was putting his previous data to shame. In the center of a massive green flame, Izuku hovered up to Hood's altitude, the Nomu taking in his form. His entire body was enveloped in verdant fire, burning brightest on his fists, forearms, feet, shins, eyes, and over his chest in a cross formation. Suddenly, he hunched over, and a broad pair of wings unfurled behind him, each one spanning 10 times the size of his body. If one looked closely, they would see several fiery blades, resembling swords, nestled within the wings like feathers. The Green Devil was at his peak. He opened his mouth, and his voice emerged with a demonic echo. "You wanted my best." He bent his knees and positioned his arms behind him, ready to launch into another blitz. Here it is. After returning Izuku's inhibitor gauntlets and meeting her class president, Melissa jogged back to her classroom. She had to be cautious as she approached the door. She wasn't there to assist Power Loader in keeping Hatsum from causing chaos. The foreign exchange student knocked on the large steel door and quickly ducked around the corner to avoid any potential explosions. Instead of a deafening blast, the doors opened normally. Guess I don't need to worry about her after all, Melissa thought as she stepped inside the classroom. That only to find herself at gunpoint, facing an irate May. Recognizing the contraption in May's hands, Melissa raised her own in defense. Hold on, let's talk about this. But after being ensnared in 3 nets in one day, May showed no mercy toward her foreign friend. She pulled the trigger, ensnaring Melissa in a net. Unless you want to chew your way out of there like I had to, you're going to bring your fuzzy-haired friend back here so I can offer him a tune-up job on his gadgets?" the inventive genius demanded. Melissa sighed. "Fine, I'll tell Izuku about your offer," she replied in defeat, which brought a victorious smile to Hatsum. "Now can you get me out of this thing?" "Sure. Now, where did I put my laser shredder?" Melissa's eyes widened in alarm. "Scissors would work just fine," she shouted. "What do you think that was about?" Heya asked her friends Amajiki, Tagoda, and Hato. The school day had just ended, and they were heading to the third-year dorms. Mr. Snipe just got a message on his watch and then hurried out before we could even ask. The spiky-haired girl mimicked Snipe's southern accent, earning chuckles from Mirio, but Nijire remained oddly quiet. "Maybe a surprise meeting or something?" Mirio suggested. "What do you think, Hato?" "Hato!" The blue-haired girl was silent, her eyes glued to her phone. Mirio and Heya leaned over her shoulders to see what was so captivating. "Nijire, hey, got my phone back and read your message. Sorry for jumping you in front of your friends. See you later. Nijire, last class of the day. I can't wait to introduce you to my friends. I know you're not big on large groups, so how about just my close ones first? We can do it in my room. They're all nice, I promise. You'll love them, Izuku." "Nijire, why is the last class always so long? I hope you're having more fun than I am. Can you send me pictures?" "No, wait, then they might take your phone. Make sure you tell me everything when you're done." "Nijire, hey, I just had a great idea. After you come over and meet my friends, I can meet yours. I only met those two girls you were hanging out with, Azui and Yayarozu. I want to meet the rest of your friends, like that Kirishima guy you like. And your sort of brother, Todoroki." "Nijire, hey, so my teacher just ran out the door early. Wonder what that's all about? Maybe an emergency? Maybe he left the coffee maker on? What do you think? I'll ask him when he gets back." "Nijire, something strange is going on. It's not just my teacher, a bunch of others left early too. Weird, right? Your teachers didn't ditch you, did they?" They probably wouldn't since you guys are still new. Well, hope you're still up for our plans. Nijire, school just let out for the weekend. I'm so excited to hang out with you. Nijire, is your class running late? Nijire, why aren't you replying? Nijire, you can't see it but I'm pouting at the screen. Nijire, what are you doing? Mirio and Heya exchanged glances, while Nijire remained completely absorbed in her phone. Nijire? Heya poked her friend's cheek, but received no response. Wow, she's completely detached. Nijire. Heya called out, lightly tapping her on the head. Nijire jumped and rubbed the spot where she had been tapped. "Oi, what was that for, you?" the blue-haired girl asked, finally returning to reality. "Look, I get that you want to introduce us to your boyfriend, but we had to stop you from walking into a tree like 3 times, Heya chided, tilting her head in confusion. "Boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend. What makes you think that?" Amajiki, Tagoda, and Heya exchanged skeptical looks. Heya clasped her hands together and took a deep breath. "Okay, who have you been texting for half the day?" she asked. "My friend, Izuku, who I've been telling you guys about," Hato replied. "The same Izuku who brings you the gourmet lunch you've been obsessed with lately?" Heya asked, to which Nijire nodded. "The same Izuku who you spend hours texting every night?" Heya pressed, and Nijire nodded again. "The intimidating-looking first-year guy whose back you jumped on earlier today?" Amajiki inquired. "He's not that scary when you get to know him. If you look past his scars and serious expression, he's actually really nice." Nijire chirped. "How long have you been hanging out with this friend of yours?" Mirio asked. Hato scratched her chin thoughtfully. "A few weeks now. We've been to my favorite restaurant, and he brings me lunch every morning. Speaking of which, it's absolutely amazing. I don't know how I've lived without tasting his food. Sometimes I wonder how he got so good at cooking and if he can teach me sometime. That reminds me, he's incredibly smart, especially with quirks. He helped me come up with a new move in just one training session." Before Hato could continue her enthusiastic praise of Izuku, Heya playfully tapped her on the head again, this time with a smirk. "Oh, Stop doing that. Hato complained. Okay, so from what I hear, he's someone you hold in pretty high regard, Heia said, and Hato nodded in agreement. Do you think he feels the same about you? Nijire asked thoughtfully. He's kind of hard to read sometimes, but I think so. He's not really good with meeting new people and can be a bit intimidating. But I know he really likes me. Before, he would freeze whenever I hugged him, but now he hugs me back. He even lets me into his room, and I met his mom. She's nice, just like him. After hearing everything Hato had said about this, Izuku, Mirio, Yuyu, and Tamaki shared a thought. At this point, he should put a ring on it. Unknown location. A purple swirl emerged through the thin air of a dark lair, and a wounded villain stumbled out. Dimmin' it all. Tamura shouted. I assume it didn't go as planned. A chillingly calm voice spoke from above him. What do you think? Tamura yelled, feeling a dark pressure in the air. He bit his lip as a hand rested on his head, enveloping him in a soft glow. His wounds closed to stop the bleeding, but his arm and leg still throbbed with pain from Lady Nagin's shots. When you said Hood would be more than enough to crush that retired piece of trash, I believed you. But now he's fighting the Green Devil. Not only is that the same brat who almost took down the top 3 heroes, but he's even stronger than before. He incinerated almost all my henchmen. The Decay villain complained. Not all hope is lost, Kurojiri replied. The Green Devil couldn't use his true strength until our high-end Nomo had dealt significant damage. Even if the boy can take down Hood, he will be weakened and vulnerable. Don't forget, Dabi is still alive, and he is more capable than the others we lost. Knowing that the Blue Flame villain was likely still alive did nothing to soothe Tamura's simmering hatred. If the League of Villains had to suffer any losses, he hoped Dabi would be one of them. Tamura, part of being a leader is ensuring your tools are used to their full potential, all for one advised. I agree with Kurojiri, the others were merely disposable. Dabi can still be of use, and you have a new goal, vengeance. What will you do? More than 3/4 of the USJ was engulfed in flames, several areas reduced to ashes. The acrid smell of scorched villains filled the air. The large platform at the entrance was the only relatively safe area amidst the raging inferno, where several hero students had gathered. The teachers, Eraserhead, 13, and Lady Nagant, were too injured to fight. Their students had done what they could to patch their wounds. 3 of the students were in just as bad shape. Bakugo was covered head to toe in severe burns, his right arm the worst of the damage. Yagi had a broken arm from the severe backlash of One for All and the Nomu smashing her into the ground. Todoroki was a mess of bruises, blood, and burns, especially on the left side of his face. Yaoyorozu had used a considerable amount of supplies on bandages and disinfectant. While the severely injured were laid down, those in better condition were pushed to the sidelines as the monsters loomed above them, locked in a tense standoff. No one could take their eyes off the scene. A mutated nightmare with freakish strength and multiple quirks versus the person who had brought a whole country to its knees. No one dared to look away. The wing hero, Hawks, stood in front of the group of students, his gaze fixed on the boy. Even if you're responsible for some of the students making it out alive. He glanced back at the younger Ingenium, seeing frustration, dread, hatred, and resentment etched on his face. I have to say, I'm not looking forward to the aftermath. I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner, Yaoyorozu said to Azui, who was struggling with the heat due to her aquatic nature. Rip, don't feel bad for something you couldn't control, Tsu replied, her eyes squinted against the heat. Yaoyorozu turned her attention back to the Emerald Demon. Even if I was right, I can't believe I'm facing these flames again, she thought, subconsciously rubbing her throat. Ashido! Momo called to the pink girl. Cover Azui in acid, make the solution as non-corrosive and heat-resistant as you can. Mina wiped large beads of sweat from her forehead and looked at her weakened frog friend. On it, Prez? Mina had never been one for control in extreme situations, but in this moment, she focused on carrying out Momo's orders. One cool and wet frog, coming right up. A moist, gooey liquid oozed from her hands and onto Tsu's body. Flame retardant and non-corrosive, it helped her endure. I hope you're not expecting me to extend the same treatment to everyone else, Mina said after finishing coating Izumi. My quirk turns the water in my body into acid, and in this heat, I don't know if I can use it again. Momo nodded. This is enough, thank you. Here it comes. Hawks shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the main spectacle. Hood released a fierce growl as 6 new arms sprouted from different parts of his mutated body. 8 arms in total, extended and bulked up, ripping through his own skin, lunged at the Green Devil. The Psycho Flames user arched his back, causing his large fire wings to spread out, and the feather-like creations shot out at great speeds. Before Hood's assault could reach him, his arms were pierced dozens of times in an instant, fiery blades seamlessly embedding themselves into his reinforced bones. Izuku squinted his eyes, and the fire feather blades exploded all at once. The Nomu was engulfed in a massive cluster of explosions. "Aich!" he yelled in genuine pain. Hawks whistled at the sight. Wow, he copied my move and added his own twist. When the smoke cleared, the Nomu was missing its limbs, most of its skin burned away. All the students were in awe of the display of overwhelming firepower, believing it to be only a fraction of what he was capable of. And they were right. Izuku glared at the beast as it struggled to regenerate, already rebuilding its skeleton and moving on to muscle fibers. My turn, the devil said, his voice warped and distorted through his quirk, sounding rather nightmarish. He balled his right hand into a fist, forming a much larger replica at his side. Everyone get down! Hawks yelled. The students obeyed, except for one. The class president, Momo, lunged forward, shocking everyone still conscious. She quickly opened the front clasp of her costume, partially exposing her chest. Blue and pink sparkles glowed from her chest as she activated her quirk. A tall, thick wall emerged from Momo's body. She placed it down, and it expanded into a wide shield that protected everyone behind her. This move, while seemingly impulsive, was a wise choice. In a heartbeat, the Green Devil closed the distance between him and the Nomu, pulling his right fist back. With a thunderous blast, emerald flames in the shape of a giant fist collided with the Nomu. The impact created an intense wave of heated air that swept across the USJ. However, thanks to Momo's barrier, the others were unharmed by the blowback. They all stared at their brave class president, who had just rushed toward danger without hesitation for their sake. Wow. Yamamo's got guts. Kyoka thought with wide eyes. Momo, that was incredible. Tsuyu thought, equally amazed. That was the manliest thing I've ever seen. Kirishima thought in awe. Dang, the rich kid's a badass, Hawks thought. A single purple eye straining to stay open also witnessed what Yayarosa did. Running headfirst into danger for the sake of others? This one's a keeper. Those were her last thoughts before succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the uppercut Izuku delivered sent the Nomu soaring out of the facility in an instant, the verdant demon quickly pursuing until only a green light was visible in the sky. All that remained of Hood was a mass of charred remains. Izuku moved his entire right hand through what was left of its body, igniting it from the inside out. The monster roared in agony, emerald flames overpowering its regeneration and escaping from its eyes and mouth. Before finishing the beast, Izuku grabbed it by the neck and forced its eyes to meet his. Mark my words, you power-obsessed demon. The temperature of his flames rose. Mark them well. Izuku wrapped his wings tightly around the creature, enveloping them both in a hellish embrace. I'm not going to face this alone. I'll take you along with me. The two figures were engulfed in white-hot flames as green fire rapidly expanded, seemingly lighting the sky itself on fire. Do you hear me, all for one? Strange how a few moments can feel like an eternity. Those below felt as if time stood still as they watched a portion of the sky turn from blue to green. Their breaths were held as they desperately hoped for a sign that it was all over. The sign they received came from below them as the sea of green flames slowly began to weaken. The temperature in the facility steadily dropped. Is it over? Momo asked no one in particular. She remained standing directly behind the unyielding wall she created. Hey, rich kid, Hawks said as he stepped toward the creation user. Momo slowly turned to face the wing hero, fully anticipating a scolding for being so reckless. That was amazing. Ha! Momo gaped in surprise at the words that left the bird's mouth. She looked up to see Hawks grinning at her. Seriously, you just keep impressing me. I already thought you had more guts than a lot of pros. And you make a great leader with quick thinking like that. Hawks gently bumped his fist against Yaoyorozu's forehead. The young heiress blushed at the praise she was receiving. From the number 2 hero. No kidding, that was awesome. Kirishima exclaimed as he approached her. That was rockin'. Kyoka added. Soon, most of the class was praising Momo for her actions. Beginning to feel overwhelmed, Momo stepped back with her hands up, her face burning crimson. It wasn't much. I just acted without a concrete plan. I came up with something in the moment and got lucky, that's all, she said. Crash. A loud crash drew their attention away from the flustered class president to the object that landed a few feet away from the entryway. Everyone moved around Yaoyorozu's wall to see what had fallen. Hawks hovered above, briefly looking down before turning his gaze back to the sky. What lay on the ground was a carcass as black as coal. It was smoking and motionless. Is it dead? Kaminari asked. A small gust of wind hit the corpse, and it completely lost its structure, reduced to ash in the breeze. I think that's a yes, Jiro said. Momo and many others fell to their knees, finally able to take a breath. The adrenaline that had kept them from collapsing from the insane rush of the villain attack faded with each moment. Thank goodness that's over. That was a nightmare. Kaminari sighed, tears of relief escaping him. No. Ida piped up, one of the few still on their feet. Our teachers and 3 of our classmates need medical attention. And Izuku is still missing. The atmosphere, while lighter than before, was still heavy. Ida reminded them that they still had concerns. Kirishima gritted his teeth, worried crimson eyes scanning the mostly burned-down facility for his friend. Izuku, where are you? He shouted at the top of his lungs, desperately hoping for the scarred boy to answer. All he received was his worried shouts echoing across the destruction. Demenit. The faux redhead was about to run and look for Izuku, but Red Feathers held him back. Don't. The flames are calmer now, but they're still raging all over the place, Hawks warned, but Ijiro still wanted to go out there. My friend is out there. Our friend is out there. I'm not going to leave him after I already messed up, he shouted. Hawks looked down at the determined, yet well-meaning kid. The fierceness in his eyes as he declared his concern for Izuku was unmistakable. This is going to sound strange, but I've known your friend a good deal longer than you have, Hawks said, perplexing the hero students. Trust me when I say if there's one thing Izuku is capable of, it's taking care of himself. Tsuyu and Momo exchanged surprised glances, recalling Izuku saying those exact words earlier. The presidential duo knew he was right, but still. Shoji, Jiro, Momo began, grabbing the attention of the two. Scout for anything ahead of us, search for any signs of life. Yes, ma'am, Shoji and Jiro replied. Achiko, Azui piped up, grabbing the gravity girl's attention. Make yourself float to see everything from above. Siro, tape her leg so she doesn't drift away. Okay. Uraraka said determinedly, pressing her fingertips together and beginning to hover a few inches off the ground. Siro attached his tape to his classmate's leg. Gotcha, now up you go, he said as Tsuyu used her tongue to fling the brunette several feet into the air. She wasted no time looking around. I can lend my assistance as well, Tokoyami stepped forward. A bird-like entity made of pure darkness emerged from his body, its eyes glowing. Dark Shadow, we're missing a comrade. Say no more. With that, the dark shadow extended itself several meters to search for the green and black-haired boy. These kids. Hawks thought, impressed by the promise this group of first years was showing. Shoji and Jiro put their scouting abilities to use. Uraraka made herself weightless to get a bird's-eye view, with Siro keeping tape on her leg to reel her in. Dark Shadow scouted where the flames didn't burn. Ida, of course, wanted to run and scour the facility on foot, but Hawks forbade anyone from leaving the platform they were standing on. Mineta and Azui exchanged glances, unsure if they should speak up. Momo, however, maintained a composed expression, looking up at the shattered, melted dome like Hawk's was. "All I hear are these flames," Kyoka grumbled. She glanced at Momo, who had begun to gaze at the sky. Curious, she followed the class leader's gaze. What she saw took her breath away. "What?" she whispered, causing everyone else to look up. A flaming green meteorite was descending rapidly. It landed at the base of the stairs with a crash that echoed through the area. "It's the devil!" Many of them shouted, taking stances ready to fight, with Ida especially eager to go. "I know what you're thinking and no," Hawks said, moving his feathers to block those who looked like they would run off. "He must be vulnerable. His flames are weaker than before." Ida argued. "If we all strike him now, we can defeat him, like you should have." Well, that was uncalled for, the bird thought. To everyone's shock and confusion, Momo and Tsuyu agreed with Hawks. Their eyes remained locked on the bundle of emerald flames just steps beneath them. They were weak, yes, but not approachable. "The guy took down a literal monster and saved some of our friends. Let's make sure he's a real threat before we act," Kirishima said. Ida whipped his head at the redhead, almost giving himself whiplash. "Are you mad? He harmed hundreds, heroes included. He may have spared us, but there's no telling what he'll do next. He went from helping people to chaos in an instant." "Be that as it may," Yayorozu spoke up. "He hasn't harmed any of us and has only focused on the villains. Despite what he's done, today he hasn't wronged us." Ida's eyes widened. "None of us have wronged him? Tell that to Bakugo." Ida gestured at the severely burned blonde, still unconscious. Kirishima spoke up. "He did that to himself. He flew right into the fire. And if you want to talk about doing others wrong, he attacked me just like the villains did when I tried to hold him back." "Guys, instead of debating who to take down first," Mina said, pointing at the deteriorating mass of flames. "Does that bushy hair look familiar?" Everyone's eyes locked on the figure once again. Hawks swallowed thickly. He never thought they would see it like this. The emerald flames faded away to reveal a heavily scarred teenage boy. His right arm and part of his chest were bare, burned from the catastrophic punch he unleashed on the now-deceased Nomu. Mostly black hair with green tufts flowed in the heated eyes, widened beyond normal human limits, were fixed on him. Suddenly Ida lost the will to move his legs. "It can't be." Ijiro's arms fell limp at his sides, shock and disbelief overwhelming him. "Did I get knocked out, or is that really?" Everyone was experiencing absolute shock, except for the unconscious ones, the bird, the presidential duo, and the dwarf. At the base of the very long staircase was Izuku. A collective shout rang out across the facility. The flames surrounding him completely dissipated. They saw him without any obstruction. "Izuku's the Super Saiyan?" Kaminari shouted. "Put a quirk in it, stun gun." Kyoka chided. "Izuku's the devil? What the heck?" Ashido exclaimed. "How? When? I think I'm going to be sick." Uraraka said, holding her stomach. "Tell me about it." Ciro said. Uraraka tugged on the tape, and Ciro looked up, noticing how pale she looked. He promptly reeled her back down to the ground so she could regain her composure. Is this for real?" Kirishima asked. The whole class experienced a flood of memories from the last 2 years. From watching news reports about cold flames and a new vigilante to moving into emergency shelters out of dread of the Great Terror of Japan. Some wished there were more good moments than bad ones. Down below, Izuku fell forward, landing on the first few steps. Blood slowly pooled around where his twitching body collapsed. Those whose shock was less prevalent, or just not there in Hawks's case, looked on in worry. They saw Izuku pull out what looked like a large bone fragment from his gut. In a last-ditch effort, Hood had dealt him a serious wound before being incinerated. Just before the bone pierced him, Izuku swore he heard All for One's voice taunting him. "No, just you," he said. Izuku growled as he placed a hand on the gaping wound and cauterized it, writhing in familiar pain as sizzling flesh emanated from him. Behind him, A seething villain was creeping up on him. His hands were shaking with great anger and a thirst for revenge. JRK. All my men, even my enhanced Nomu, you took them all. So now, this time, I'm taking you out. Game over. Shigaraki jumped out of a portal, going straight for the vulnerable Izuku. Those watching nearly had a heart attack when the hands of doom neared his back. Only for Izuku to swiftly turn around and catch Tamura by his wrist, easily overpowering him in terms of physical strength. Even in his injured state, Izuku was still far ahead of the blue-haired villain. Been a while, Tamura Shigaraki. With his free hand, Izuku charged up a blast of flames at point-blank range. But it hit a swirling void. Kurogyri. Izuku thought. A warp gate appeared behind him, sending the attack back to its sender. Izuku jolted forward from the blast, releasing Tamura in the process. The hand-covered villain was rescued by Kurogyri. Up above, Kyoka and Shoji just heard what Izuku said to the hand villain. He knows that guy? Tamura grabbed his wrist. He wasn't even grabbed by the hand that was on fire, yet he had burns on his skin and sleeve. Are you all right, Tamura Shigaraki? Kurogyri asked. Not until this guy's gone, he screeched. Then this isn't going to end the way you want, Izuku said calmly. Shigaraki and everyone else looked shocked to see Izuku was completely unharmed after taking a dose of his own medicine. The boy raised his hand, and suddenly, most of the flames lighting the facility surged toward him. The Psycho Flames user stood tall, arms raised at his sides, a large flame enveloping him completely. Tamura trembled in frustration, scratching his neck so fiercely that it drew blood. What has he done now? He exclaimed. Kurogyri mused, observing the boy's steady posture and calmer breathing. His wounds are still there, so he hasn't healed himself. If I had to guess, I'd say he's just regained a significant amount of his stamina. Correct, the demon child confirmed. Tamura loathed everything about this situation. He realized he wouldn't get another chance to sneak attack him, and he couldn't even bring back the fallen Nomo because it was just a pile of ash. He had only one option left. With a defeated groan, he ordered his most trusted ally, Kurogyri. Bring him here. Yes, sir. Kurogyri opened a portal. Izuku braced himself, ready for anything. What would it be? Another Nomo? All for one, perhaps? No, this didn't feel like the right moment for him to strike. Regardless, Izuku was prepared to face them. As the portal opened, a man stepped through. It was him, the patchwork villain Dabi, with spiky black hair casting shadows over his gleaming eyes and a grin that widened with every passing moment. Tamura shouted orders. Make yourself useful and take care of this guy, Dabi. Burn him to a crisp. Fush. Tamura was knocked back by a wave of blue flames. I do what I want. Got that, boss man? Dabi yelled as he charged straight toward Izuku. The pyromaniac grabbed Izuku's forearms and pushed him back. Meanwhile, Tamura had reached his limit. Forget this. I'm out. Kurogyri. We're leaving this smoldering mess. But sir, what about Dabi? Forget him. Shigaraki shouted as he stepped into the living portal. Meanwhile, Dabi was pushing Izuku back, forcing him up the stairs toward where the others were. Izuku ignited flames in the soles of his feet, propelling himself above the platform. All eyes were on the fiery confrontation, locked on the two glaring at each other. Izuku's teeth were clenched in anger, while Dabi wore a wide grin. Why? Mineta cried. The entryway had become the new hotspot in the USJ. Emerald and azure flames danced across the platform. However, instead of being burned to ash, no one suffered more than an uncomfortable warmth. The majority of the fire surrounding them was green, trying to shield Dabi's flames from his classmates and teachers. A low groan escaped Todoroki's lips as he opened his right eye slightly, seeing two indistinct figures above him. Green and blue flames. He recognized them. That image was burned into his memory as unconsciousness took him again. Not here, he growled at the black-haired man, who only chuckled. Have it your way. Dabi leaned back, pulling Izuku in. He struck Izuku's cauterized stomach, causing him to double over. Dabi followed up with a kick that sent him flying. Dabi flashed a chilling smile at the students before rushing off to join Tamura. Ichi protected us, Hagakure whispered. Mina and Kirishima were left speechless, just like the rest of the class. Meanwhile, Izuku raised his arms, creating a barrier of flames to shield himself from the wave of blue fire directed at him. Let's see how much gas you've got left in the tank, Toya. Dabi shouted, making Izuku's eyes widen. Toya. That was Izuku's other name. Flashback. After his fight with All Might, Izuku had managed to put considerable distance between himself and his cruel stepfather before succumbing to his injuries. He collapsed, and the last thing he remembered was a black-haired man with purple patches of skin and an overwhelming heat. Later, he awoke in a hospital with his hair completely dyed white and labeled as Toya, the name given to him by the man who had saved him. Present. Izuku unleashed a powerful blast to push back the flames surrounding him. It's him, he thought before being grabbed by his injured left arm and thrown to the ground. Flash fire fist, jet burn. Dabi launched a wide blast of intense heat at Izuku, who was now on the defensive as he gathered his thoughts. This man is overflowing with malice. But none of it feels directed at me. It's like he's battling his own feelings. Toya. Dabi. Who exactly are you? Meanwhile, Hawks and Class 1A were transfixed by the blazing spectacle before them. Dabi's flames spread over a wide area with that last blow, instantly creating a sea of fire. After all the chaos and destruction, only one hero remained at the scene. One had to wonder where the others were. Smash. Finally, the doors of the entrance were blown away by a massive force. Everyone turned back in relief. The UA teachers and some pro-heroes had arrived. Midnight, Vlad King, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Snipe, All Might, and Principal Nizu were present. Alongside them were the Water Hero, Backdraft, the Rabbit Hero, Mirko, and the Flame Hero, Endeavor. Have no fear, students, All Might said, stepping forward. We are here. He finished without a smile. Yeah, after an eternity, Hawks chimed in. Seriously, some of these kids did more than most of you guys. He subtly pointed at Yaoyorozu as he said that. I blame the police, it takes too long to rally them, Mirko said, jumping forward. Her gaze landed on 3 students in particular who stared back at her. A grin formed on the heroine's face. Oh, you brats again. Pinky, Invisigirl, and I guess Red now. Everyone looked at Hagakure, Ashido, and Kirishima in shock. You guys know Mirko? Kaminari asked. First, it was Hawks and Momo being acquainted, and now this. Long story, Kirishima replied. Goodness, what happened here? Snipe yelled, his gaze landing on the unconscious Lady Nagant. She sustained damage to her right arm, and it may be broken now. She's just unconscious, Momo explained before looking back at the blue and green flames clashing. The blue one is the enemy enough. Momo was interrupted by the southern-themed hero who pushed her away from Kana. Step aside, lass, he said hurriedly as he knelt down and propped Kana up. Please don't be dead, he repeated to himself. Momo sat to the side, feeling ignored and slightly agitated. Did he hear a word I said? She wondered. I think she needs mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Snipe suggested, moving to remove his mask. Fweck. Only to be swiftly uppercut by Kana. Her left arm shot up and struck the marksman with enough speed and force to knock him out cold. Did I think she's going to be okay? Hawks said, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Meanwhile, Endeavor and All Might were checking on the injured students. All Might lifted Izumi and Katsuki, his heart aching at the sight of their unconscious, injured forms. Judging from his daughter's condition, she must have overexerted herself with One for All and still ended up defeated. My brave daughter, I'm sorry I wasn't here for you. Toshinori thought. He felt similarly for Bakugo, his other student and, in a way, nephew. However, unlike Izumi, the explosion user was covered in serious burns, especially on his right arm. All Might looked ahead to the raging sea of flames, anger rising within him as he focused on the emerald flames. What have you done? Endeavor was overseeing his son, Shoto, who wasn't faring much better than All Might students. Burns and bruises marred his body, with bandaging covering the left side of his face. He dreaded what he would see when the bandages came off. The #1 hero became furious, flames igniting around him as he laid his sun down and glared at the figure in the distance. "He's mine." Izuku, for some reason, wasn't as motivated to confront this villain as he had been with others. Dabi had saved him, and whatever he wanted with Izuku didn't seem to stem from malice. He wanted to understand the villain before him. Flash Fire Fist, Hell Spider. Their attention was drawn by a third source of heat jumping into the fray. They had to dodge several thin strands of fire aimed at them. Looking back, they saw Endeavor charging at them, fury evident on his face. "You're both dead," he yelled. "Well, guess the fun's over," Dabi lamented as he adjusted his collar. However, Endeavor closed in faster than he expected, a flaming fist aimed at the villain and another aimed at Izuku. Endeavor unleashed 2 massive bursts of condensed firepower at them. Dabi countered with his own blast, and Izuku did the same in self-defense. The blue and green flames overpowered the Hellflame hero, pushing him back with minor burns. Endeavor glared at the two, especially at Izuku. "We should have dealt with you when we had the chance." "Ha, now that's a good send-off. Thanks for making this fun for me." Dabi cackled before a mysterious black substance escaped from his mouth. Izuku was confused, but given Dabi's words, he deduced it could be a form of escape. "Sorry we have to cut this short, kid. I look forward to our next encounter. Until then, try not to go too soft." Before disappearing, Dabi gave one last smirk. "I'll see you in the next battle, Izuku." Izuku's eyes widened as the dark substance enveloped Dabi, vanishing without a trace. The flames he left behind began to die out, and Izuku hovered above them, more confused than ever. "He knows my name. His technique, his fighting ability. He's leagues above the others Shigaraki brought in." His flames burned even hotter the more agitated he became, especially when Endeavor showed up. Proficiency, extreme firepower, a cut above the rest, knows much more than he lets on. "'Tis like me. Toy Yarage." Izuku screamed in pain as a knee was forcefully driven into his back. He was bent over Endeavor's knee before. The fire hero slammed him to the ground. He landed with a thud, pain radiating throughout his body. Endeavor wasn't finished. He rocketed down toward Izuku. Using his hands for propulsion, Endeavor stomped on Izuku's stomach, creating a crater beneath them. Izuku gasped, struggling to breathe. Endeavor pressed his knee against Izuku's chest and gripped his throat tightly. Judging by the heat radiating from him, Izuku realized Endeavor was intent on hurting him. "You'll pay for what you and your villains did to Shoto," he yelled. Even in such a dire situation, Izuku could still sense the man's heat. Previously, there had been a desire for recognition in his fighting. Now, all he felt was fierce protection. Something had changed in the man. Still, Izuku knew he had to act quickly or he would be finished. Focusing on the heat around his neck, he used it to ignite a fire in his throat. He released a wave of flames, pushing Endeavor off of him. Hoarse gasps escaped him as he desperately tried to refill his lungs. "This time, I'll finish you myself," Endeavor shouted as he flew back down to complete the task. "Rah!" Mirko appeared out of nowhere, kicking Endeavor away, her powerful foot striking his shoulder. "Get the hell off of him," she yelled. Backdraft, who had made a path through the flames, was right behind her. Endeavor stood up, holding his injured shoulder and clicking it back into place. He glared at Mirko, who met his gaze with equal intensity. "You impulsive, overgrown rodent." "Stand down, Endeavor," a calm voice interjected. It was Principal Nizu, perched on Vlad King's shoulder. "All the threats have been neutralized. Calm down." Enji turned sharply to Nizu. "Not until this brat pays for what he did to my son. What he almost did to the rest of those kids." Nizu remained composed, glancing back at Class 1A, where concern and confusion were etched on their faces. All Might still held Bakugo and Yagi while ectoplasm moved the injured teachers. "It's thanks to him that everyone survived this, that we even knew about the attack," Nizu said, facing Endeavor. "When Izuku removed his inhibitor gauntlets, I was alerted and able to gather everyone to save the students. I spoke to his classmates, all of them saying he stopped the biggest threat, that he protected them even while injured. Nizu walked to the now unconscious son of Hisashi Midoriya. His efforts are what saved these young lives today. And by the way, Smokey, Mirko added. One of those kids said your son was nearly taken out by that blue flame villain. Endeavor growled, his broad form slowly marching toward the assertive rabbit. You expect me to believe that my son was nearly defeated by some lowlife? As usual, Mirko stood her ground against the flame hero. You didn't land a hit on him, number one. Endeavor growled as he pushed Mirko aside and approached Izuku. That villain knew his real name. They're obviously connected. And we will investigate that, Nizu assured him. For now, our priority is the safety of our students. All of them. They were finally out of that chaotic situation. With all the turmoil going on, it felt like they had been trapped for hours. However, none of them could truly enjoy their freedom. Not after the shocking revelation. The Green Devil was still alive. Not only that, but the man who claimed to have executed him was the one who gave him a way out. Finally, the Green Devil, the person who defeated several heroes and villains, destroyed countless lives, and plunged Japan into chaos, has been in their class since day one. As the injured were carried away by ambulances heading back to UA, everyone's eyes were fixed on Izuku's unconscious form. They regarded him with a newfound unease, far more intense than when he first arrived. Kirishima wanted to ride with his friend, but his request was gently declined. 4 students, 3 teachers injured, an unknown number of dead villains, 80% of the facility destroyed, and 3 escapees. Tsukachi reported, summarizing the encounter. A class of first years, brushing with death in only their first week, Midnight said sorrowfully. Worst of all, the ringleader escaped. I wouldn't say that's our chief concern, Midnight, the detective replied. Just then he was called over by Nizu and Hawks. The 3 adults faced the intense gaze of 17 students. We'd like to have a word, Momo said from the front of the group, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Nizu understood their feelings. They hadn't asked to bear the shock of discovering that the Green Devil was their classmate. Part of the overwhelming stress they experienced today stemmed from his choices. I understand. But first, go back to the school and change. We will talk in my office when you're ready. Elsewhere, All for One watched the news on television. So what you're saying is the high-end Nomu, Dabi, and every other league member were single-handedly taken down by the Green Devil? He asked. Yes, so much for that useless individual you claimed was better than the rest. In the end, he proved to be ineffective. Boo! Gah! Tamura gasped as Dabi appeared out of nowhere, startling the young villain. Don't you dare lump me in with those useless scumbags, he said before walking out of the room. I can't stand him. Shigaraki thought to himself. In Nizu's office at UA, while Class 1A changed out of their hero costumes, Tsukachi, Hawks, and Nizu awaited their arrival. Even though they all knew they would eventually be in this position, they expected it to happen much later. So what will we tell them? Tsukachi asked, aware of the sensitive details they couldn't reveal, such as one for all and all for one. The truth about their classmate, Nizu replied. But not every last detail. It would be wrong to disclose so much without Izuku's consent. Suddenly, Hawks felt a warm sensation in his wings. He looked around but saw no one nearby. Nizu and Tsukachi exchanged confused glances. Something wrong, Hawks? The detective inquired. Before responding, Hawks inspected his wings and smiled when he realized what it was. You just couldn't miss this, huh? He murmured to his wings, puzzling the detective. He's listening, isn't he? Nizu asked. Hawks spread his wings, revealing green embers that quickly concealed themselves again. Not sure if he's awake yet, but if you ask me, this is a good sign. Back then, he probably would have run without a second thought. In the infirmary, Inko and Toshinori sat between Izumi and Katsuki's hospital beds, holding their hands, and whispering loving messages and hopeful words for them to persevere. To Recovery Girl's dismay, this was their first and only action since arriving. Izuku is just as injured as the two of them combined, yet here they are. Denial can be a powerful force. Their moment was interrupted when the door opened. Endeavor entered, his flames extinguished. He glared at All Might and Inko as he spoke. When the faculty discusses today's events, tell them I said your son should be put back in Tartarus. Inko and Toshinori bristled at the demand and the cold tone in his voice. It took them a moment to respond to the Todoroki patriarch. Is that really necessary? Inko argued weakly, not even addressing the fact that Enji called her son a bstrd. Endeavor crossed his arms over his chest. I think the devastation that used to be the USJ speaks for itself. I spoke with Hawks. The most dangerous of those villains knew him. Who's to say he doesn't have more unsavory friends? Who knows what he's done before being captured? He's done terrible things, I know, All Might interjected. But he wouldn't associate with such awful people. Endeavor huffed. I have no interest in hearing you defend someone you don't truly understand. Toshinori's gaze fell, and with that, Endeavor left the room. Out of everything he said, he's right, Recovery Girl piped up from her desk. You don't know your son anymore, and he is far from letting you back into his life. Tears filled Inko's eyes. I know. We pushed him away. Her husband held her as she trembled against him. Recovery Girl, where is his room? Toshinori asked. The elderly heroine sighed in disappointment at how long it took for him to ask that. Nice try. Tsukachi told me how your last hospital visit went. I'm not risking my infirmary burning down with patients inside. She typed on her computer and pulled up a live feed from one of her security cameras. Izuku lay in his bed, motionless and breathing through a mask. The sight was heartbreaking for Inko and Toshinori. Fractured left forearm, punctured midsection, but thankfully avoiding major organs. Damaged back, broken ribs, minor burns around his throat. The last few are due to Endeavor, Recovery Girl said, shooting a fierce look at Yagi. You could have done something, but you let it happen. Let your son suffer while worrying about the two you've always coddled. Toshinori and Inko felt as if Recovery Girl was attacking them. I spoke with Nizu, half of their injuries are their own fault. Did you teach them anything other than how to hit really hard? Perhaps analyzing a situation instead of automatically thinking they're invincible? If they don't break out of the superiority complex you helped them build, this will just keep happening. And Yagi, do I need to remind you about her condition? The Yagis fell silent, grief washing over them. Izumi, the bearer of One for All, was rapidly weakening. Izuku, while immensely powerful, was a puzzle they just didn't know how to solve. The parents found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. Recovery Girl walked in after scolding Toshinori and Inko, not long after Endeavor had left. Father of the Year, that man, she said sarcastically, moving to Shoto's bedside. How are you doing, dear? She asked. He's changing, Rei Himura, Shoto's mother and Endeavor's ex-wife, replied. Endeavor had called Rei to inform her of their son's injuries, and she rushed to the hospital. The concerned mother held her unconscious son's hand, stroking it gently. This is the most I've ever seen him care, not about his work, but about his son. Coming here, watching over him, informing me, giving me time alone with him. After all these years as his wife, I've never known Enji to be this fatherly. Perhaps our divorce affected him more than I realized. Recovery Girl placed a comforting hand on Rei's back. My other son is hurt. Where is he? Rei asked. With the injured teachers. I put him there because if he was with Bakugo and Yagi, he might cause chaos. She wasn't joking. During the ride back to you, Izuku had briefly woken up and warned the nurse, if you put me in the same room as them, I'll make a scene. And Shoto has his own room because Endeavor doesn't want him to be disturbed. Rei nodded before standing up. She moved to the next room. Izuku. She quietly opened the door and first saw Aizawa and Kaina's cots. The man had casts on his arms and bandaging around his head, while the woman had her legs elevated and her right arm in a sling. She felt sympathy for them, but there was someone else she wanted to see. Hi, Rei, Midnight said from beside Izuku's cot. Mirko was also in the room, sitting in a chair with her feet propped up. The bunny girl gave a quiet wave to Rei before returning her gaze to Izuku's unconscious form. Rei approached the bed and placed her hand on his casted arm. Tears welled in her eyes. My poor boys, she thought. Midnight rubbed her back soothingly. Your sons are two of the strongest members of their class. They'll recover, and this won't happen again. Rei's hand moved to hold Izuku's fingers that were exposed. I'd like to stay the night, she said, keeping her eyes locked on Izuku. She brushed strands of his hair away from his face. I'm not leaving my sons until they open their eyes. Midnight understood that persuading Rei to leave would be futile, so she agreed to take the worried mother to the dorm when she was ready. Meanwhile, boys' changing room. The silence was palpable, broken only by the shuffling of clothing as the boys of Class 1A changed back into their school uniforms. Instead of the usual chatter, there was a heavy unease. Many of them glanced at Izuku's unopened locker. I can't believe it. Ida whispered. All this time, we've been living with the Green Devil. The weight of their thoughts was suffocating. The darkness that surrounds him, Tokoyami began solemnly. I never imagined it would run so deep. All this time, we've been living with a murderer. Kirishima closed his locker loudly after grabbing his blazer and tie. He looked straight at Ida. That murderer saved us today. Tenya scoffed. I can't be the only one who thinks this is ridiculous. The person who harmed so many, who we believed was dead, is our classmate. What's more, that liar spared him. His tone was filled with disdain for Hawks's choice. You're not completely wrong. He's done some terrible things, Kirishima said. But he's not a real villain. I saw him. Mineta stammered. Sue and I ended up in the water zone. With the devil. I saw him take down a guy, didn't hold back, and he stayed behind to confront the rest. See, Ida said, gesturing to Mineta. He has no remorse, no conscience. He acts without hesitation. Kirishima glared at Mineta, tightly gripping his blazer. I don't think so, Kaminari spoke up. When Izuku got serious, he charged straight at me, Yayorozu, and Jiro. I thought we were goners, but the blast didn't harm us. When we were in his flames, it felt oddly protective. I don't know what his power is or how it works, but it didn't feel like he was trying to hurt us. Everyone fell silent after hearing Kaminari's story. Last year, Shoji spoke up. The Green Devil took down the Creature Rejection Clan. They were a group of killers who promoted terrible prejudices against heteromorphs. It may have been harsh what he did to them, but... The multi-armed boy paused, placing his hand on the mask covering his mouth. Izuku did something good by getting rid of those people. On the ship, Mineta added. He had a perfect chance to harm me and Sue, blame it on the villains. But he helped us escape, and he said he's done things he regrets. The look in his eyes when he said that. I think he meant it. Aoyama clutched his chest as his heart ached. He has done terrible things. But that doesn't mean he's a terrible person. Kirishima stepped up to Ida and looked him in the eye. 2 years ago, when the Devil and Endeavor fought, Ashido, Hagakure, and I were nearby. We were hiding in a store that collapsed during their fight. I thought we'd be crushed, but he was there. I think he can sense people because he knew exactly where to find us. He kept the rubble from falling with those strange flames of his. He even used his own medical kit to patch us up. He saved our lives when it would have been easier to let us perish. Plus, he actually encouraged me to get here. All eyes widened on Kirishima as he continued. I tried to act as a shield for the others, but I wasn't enough. Izuku told me I had more heroism than others he's seen. He's the one who said I could be a hero. He's a huge part of why I'm here now. The boys shared their thoughts about their classmate. It was an extremely difficult situation to navigate. One side of the discussion portrayed him as a good person, while the other saw a ruthless killer. The Green Devil was known for being unpredictable. They had no idea what would come next. All they could do was hope he was their friend. If he's such a good person at heart, why did Hawks have to lie to the world to protect him? Ida asked. Girls' changing room. The girls of Class 1A were silently changing, the oppressive quiet surrounding them, except for the sound of running water in one of the sinks. When it turned off, Tsuyu returned holding Izuku's gauntlet. Is that Izuku's gear? Uraraka asked, and the frog girl nodded. He wanted me to keep it safe, and it's a good thing I did. From what the teachers said, Izuku took this off knowing it would alert them. Azui explained. Wonder if it gives him a shock if he steps out of line, Kyoka mused. Many of the girls shot her disapproving looks. Sorry, it's just. A lot happened. That couldn't be denied. Do you think we'll get to see him? Mina asked. Maybe after he regains consciousness, but until then, that's not what I mean, Mina corrected Tsuyu. Our Izuku, who was already on thin ice, is the Green Devil. Alive and everything. What's going to happen to him now? That was just one of the many questions they had. I guess we're going to find out, Hagakure said. You're awfully quiet by the way, she added, looking at Momo. The Ravenet hadn't said a word since leaving the USJ. Sometimes, they caught her brushing her fingers against her neck. Momo seemed to have something to say but held her tongue. Jiro couldn't take the silence anymore and decided to take the plunge. Class Prez, before all this, did you know Izuku was the Green Devil? All eyes turned to Kyoka in shock, but she ignored them, keeping her gaze fixed on Momo. Finally, the Ravenet spoke. It was just a hunch until today. There were several clues, but the most telling were his eyes and one of his scars. Momo took a deep breath before continuing. Last year, I was kidnapped by ex-employees of my father. I tried to fight my way through them, but I was outnumbered and exhausted. That night, he appeared. He was fierce. It happened in an instant, and I was left stunned. In a moment of panic, I threw a shuriken at him. It grazed under his left eye. That's the scar I gave him. She paused, allowing her classmates to absorb her story. Since my attack only grazed him, he was able to knock me out with a pressure point on my neck. The next thing I knew, he returned me to my parents. It baffled me. Glad to hear he's far from a real monster. Those people deserved it for putting their hands on you. Mina said, earning nods from the others. I'd like to say it ended there. Momo gulped as she recalled what happened next. Just as he was about to leave, Hawks, Endeavor, and Ingenium appeared to arrest him. He threatened them with my life. Momo's voice dropped to a whisper as she caressed her throat. The other girls looked horrified. Imagining Izuku being so ruthless made their stomachs churn. Looking back on it now, I don't think he would have actually harmed me. Still, it was haunting. A quietness washed over them again. He wouldn't have harmed you, Ashido spoke up. A while back, he saved Kirishima, Hagakure, and me from a collapsing building. He even patched us up. After a few more moments, they were all dressed in their school uniforms once again. Instead of assuming and speculating, let's go get the facts, Jiro said, her hands in her pockets. Her classmates agreed. They all met outside the changing rooms, dressed and ready to seek answers about their classmate. Momo stood before her class, her eyes steely focused. We're about to learn how a devil was born and unleashed. Is everyone ready? She saw looks of unease and determination but heard no objections. The heiress led her class to the principal's office, where they would finally learn the truth about the deeply scarred Izuku. Faculty dorms. It wasn't easy for Rei to leave Izuku in his condition, but eventually, Midnight and Mirko convinced her to get some rest. Recovery Girl promised she would watch over him diligently. Midnight and Mirko were by her side, on the third floor, about to turn to the specially made room for Izuku during the early days of his rehabilitation. However, as they did, they ran into two others, a skinny blonde man and a slightly chubby, pale, green-haired woman. The five froze in the hallway. Teleki. I wasn't aware you'd be spending the night with All Might, Midnight said, hoping to move things along. All Might cleared his throat before answering. Yes, after what happened to our children, I couldn't leave her alone. Rei bit her tongue in agitation. Children? By my count, they only have one and abandoned the other. Mirko huffed before walking past the older couple. She knew anything she said would lead to a justified confrontation and wasn't in the mood for a fight that didn't involve her fists or kicks. The Yagi parents didn't speak up as she entered the large room. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Todoroki, Toshinori said, trying to ease the tension in the atmosphere. Your son will be all right, Please make yourself at home in the meantime. Rei's gray eyes narrowed slightly, barely concealing her irritation at the retired hero. Thank you, we'll be going now, good night. Midnight said hurriedly, but Rei didn't move. Himura, she said. It's Himura now, NG and I are no longer married. Inko and Toshinori were surprised to hear that, both by the news and the coldness in her voice. Oh, I'm so sorry, Inko said. Rei's glare intensified at the green-haired woman as she walked past her, wanting to get some rest. Wait, Inko called out to the ice woman, who stopped just before the open door. Aye, this might sound strange, but thank you. You're surely aware of Izuku's issues and I'm grateful you helped heal him. Now I feel like I can finally talk to my son. The ice woman's eyes widened before becoming a complete glare fixed at nothing in particular. Her right hand clenched into a fist, and the air around them suddenly became chillingly cold. How self-centered can you be? Rei spoke up, confusing Inko and Toshinori. I didn't do what I did for him for you, I did it because he simply needed it. Helping you ease your guilt hasn't crossed my mind for even a fleeting moment. Rei turned to fully glare at the Yagis. And if you think he'll suddenly forgive you even though you've done nothing to apologize for what you've done, you're worse than my ex-husband. Toshinori was starting to dislike the white-haired woman. You are not his mother, Himura. Rei didn't falter. And you are not his parents. By now, you've made that abundantly clear. You neglected him, abandoned him, buried him. I admit I don't have a perfect track record of being a mother, but I know how to prioritize my child's needs over my own wishes. At this point, the three were glaring at each other intensely when Midnight knocked on the door for Rei to come inside. The white-haired mother sighed, her breath visible in the cold air. You take care of your daughter, and I'll take care of my sons, Rei said before stepping inside. Mirko had parting words before closing the door. The Ice Queen certainly has a strong will, doesn't she? Nizu's office. So much was learned in such a short time. A person's entire life story laid bare. Nizu, Hawks, and Tsukachi revealed to the class how Izuku transformed from a happy, selfless boy into a cold-hearted individual. They spoke of the loss of his father, the neglect from his mother and stepfather, and the relentless cruelty from his former classmates, including his own sister and best friend. At the age of 13, he could no longer endure it and ran away. Perhaps it was the turmoil of adolescence that triggered it, but his quirk finally manifested, Psycho Flames. Fire was the base, accompanied by mind-related powers. It took time to explore everything he could do, and it was still possible he could discover even more. As for how he became strong enough to defeat All Might in just 2 years of having a quirk, Tsukachi explained the quirk doomsday theory. Powers grow in strength and complexity over generations. No quirk enhancers or drags, no medical modifications to his body. His resilience, adaptability, and capacity for growth were all his own. He was humanity evolving. Then, someone asked why Izuku didn't share the same name as Izumi. The answer was grim. Because Izuku Yagi is dead, Tsukachi said. His family believed he was quirkless, living on the streets during the Green Devil's rampage. They assumed the worst after a few months. One day, Izuku returned home to find a memorial for himself. His family had left him behind, believing he was gone. That was the day Izuku Yagi truly died. It wasn't the birth of a devil, it was the fall of an angel. Hawks had his reasons for sparing Izuku. He didn't want him to suffer in pain. He was who he was because of the people who dragged him down, and he was saved by the few who helped lift him up. A question arose about why Bakugo and Yagi were allowed into UA. Nizu must have known they were essentially responsible for creating the Green Devil. The same reason I allowed Izuku into my school, the furry principal answered. To reform them, open their eyes, and help them access their gifts to become the heroes they dreamed of being as children. There is one significant difference between him and them, sir, Momo began. Out of the three, Izuku is the only one we've seen display guilt and remorse. We can attribute their behavior to their upbringing, Tsukachi said. Bakugo and Yagi have always been the center of attention. Receiving so much praise at an early age doesn't foster a healthy person. Izuku, on the other hand, understands pain that most cannot fathom. He wouldn't wish that on anyone who hasn't wronged him. So what's going to happen to him now? Mina asked. That's what I was going to ask, Nizu said, surprising the students. I can't force Izuku to stay, and if he wants to leave, I can't stop him. But from what I've seen, he'll consider your feelings. So, do you accept your classmate, or will you abandon him too? Class 1A dorms. In the living room, everyone was scattered across the couches and chairs. It was nearly dinner time, but no one had the appetite to eat. After learning so much about Izuku, the unsettling reality was still sinking in. They not only understood his hatred for Bakugo and Yagi but began to share it themselves. Let's get some rest, Azui suggested. We've been through a lot. Anything else can wait until tomorrow morning. Everyone agreed with the frog girl and went to their rooms. I can't forgive him, Ida said, turning his back to his classmates. I feel bad for him, I really do, but... He paused to wipe his sleeve against his face. I just can't forgive him. With that, the engine user left for his room. Give him time, Momo said. Ingenium, Ida's older brother, was hospitalized by Izuku twice. This is clearly a lot for him to process. Class 1A retired to their rooms, many unable to sleep well. Infirmary. You don't have to forgive me. Heights Alliance. Class 1. 9:30 p.m. The foreign exchange student from UA's support course lay in bed with the lights off. Her blue eyes stared at her phone, troubled by what she saw. She had heard about the incident at the USJ and shuddered to think of the terrible ordeal her cousin's class had endured. Her fears intensified when she learned it was Izuku's class. After the attack, when the teachers and students returned, she wasted no time trying to contact her host family. However, recent calls. Uncle Toshi, 3 missed. Auntie Inko, 3 missed. Kekken, 1 missed. Izumi, 2 missed. The only other person in the hero course she knew was Izumi's brother, who, unlike her, was a good friend to her. Izuku, 4 missed. The dejected blonde turned off her phone before tucking herself in sadly. She had one final thought before drifting off to sleep. Izuku, are you okay? Are you ignoring me too? Early next morning, 4:25 a.m. Class 3A dorm. Nijire groaned sleepily to herself. She checked her alarm clock and was dismayed to see how early she had woken up. The high school senior hadn't had a good night's sleep. The afternoon before, she was supposed to introduce Izuku to her friends, but he never came or even messaged her about it. That alone worried her, and her concerns grew when Snipe returned and informed her class about the attack on Izuku's class. When she asked the cowboy-themed hero if Izuku was okay, he couldn't bring himself to fully meet her gaze. With a heavy heart, he said, "The boy was hit pretty hard, Hato. Recovery girl's looking after him. He'll pull through." Nijire didn't even try to go back to sleep. It was hard enough tossing and turning for half an hour last night, and she didn't want to go through it again. He's strong. Stronger than anyone. But that's also why he was feared. Did he have to become the devil again? Did his classmates see? Are they going to hate him too? These thoughts kept her awake. The blue-haired girl put her hands on her face, sighing into them. Despite being unable to sleep, her eyes felt heavy. She reached for her phone to look up something that might cheer her up, and boy did it. Izuku, sorry for the silence. Class didn't go too great. We can talk. I'm in the infirmary, 3rd room. Sorry for the stress I caused you, Nijire. Hato's eyes widened as she read and reread the text. Izuku probably meant they could talk in the morning, but that didn't stop Nijire from flying out of her room immediately. Faculty dorm, 7 a.m. A handful of noses twitched as a delicious aroma permeated through the special room in the faculty dorm. Midnight, Mirko and Hawks left their rooms to go into the kitchen and found Ray cooking breakfast at the stove. "You're an early bird," Hawks commented, earning a playful chop on the head from Mirko for the pun. Ray began dishing up for herself and her roommates. "Thank you for letting me stay the night," she said softly. Midnight placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "It's no trouble at all, dear. You're always welcome at you." She gave the mother of 5 a comforting smile. Breakfast was delightful for the pros. Ray's cooking exceeded their expectations. However, they noticed she had a smaller plate than them, and her eyes kept drifting to one of the empty seats at the table. They assured her that soon after breakfast, they would check on Izuku and Shoto in the infirmary. Knowing Izuku, he was probably already awake. Rei packed leftovers for her sons to give to them. Infirmary, 7:30 a.m. Two injured teachers lay side by side in their hospital beds, Kana Tsutsumi and Shota Aizawa. 13 had been taken to a hospital due to her injuries being more severe than the other two. The two woke up with aches and pains all over, their eyes heavy. "Hi," a voice greeted them. Directly next to Kana's bed, Izuku's head rested in the nest of his folded arms on top of a rolling cabinet. He had been sitting on a stool, watching over his teachers as they slept. They wondered if he had done so all night. "How long have you been up?" Aizawa asked. "A few minutes. I woke up in the middle of the night, grabbed a stool, and here I am," Izuku answered. Kana grunted, the slightest movement causing her discomfort. "That monster," she muttered under her breath. "How is the rest of the class?" Aizawa's eyes snapped open. "Third, what did we miss?" Izuku calmed them with the news. "The only students injured besides me were Bakugo and Yagi. Everyone else has minor scrapes or no injuries at all. 13 was hurt by her own quirk. She's in the hospital," Izuku explained. "Izuku, they saw you," Aizawa said, addressing a very serious topic. The boy's green eyes darkened, despondency apparent. Izuku had revealed his quirk, the power of the Green Devil. For the few moments they were conscious during Izuku's fight with the monster, they vividly remembered the students' shocked murmurs. Even if you had no other option and you were protecting your classmates, this changes a lot. Izuku looked back at Aizawa. "I know. But Hawks, Nizu, and Tsukachi were there. They'll explain pretty much everything." Kana's eyes widened at how Izuku was taking this reality. But then she remembered their time in Tartarus, one of the very few hopes he trusted her to know. If he were ever caught or killed, he hoped that his past would be known, that the tears he shed wouldn't go unnoticed forever. In a strange way, this was a positive thing in Izuku's eyes, a silver lining. "Hey, can I ask you something?" the sniper asked. Izuku nodded. "How long has she been here?" Izuku was confused by Nagin's question until he followed her gaze behind him. Somehow, he hadn't noticed it until it was pointed out, but a messy blue mane with arms was sitting on a stool directly behind him. Her arms wrapped around his waist, and her head rested on his shoulder. Izuku's eyes widened, and he began to feel warm. Nijire hummed pleasantly at the warmth. "I'll ask you again," Aizawa piped up. "How long have you been up?" Izuku ignored him and tried to wake the third year. "Nijire, wake up," he whispered. The girl groaned and buried her face in the crook of his neck. "Never. Let me sleep forever," she mumbled. "Ahem." All eyes went to the open door. Midnight, Mirko, and Rei stood there with expressions ranging from surprise to gleeful to amused. None of them were calming Izuku down in the least. "Looks like someone's having a pleasant morning," Midnight cooed, making Izuku glare at her. Though the small blush on his face made him look far less threatening. "Nijire." "Up," Izuku said slowly, raising his voice. Hato hugged him tighter, the warmth soothing her to the point she was too comfortable to move. Izuku had to take drastic measures. "Hato, if you don't wake up, I'm not making you lunches anymore." Nijire's eyes snapped open in horror. In an instant, she jumped off of Izuku and stood up straight like a soldier. "I'm up. I'm up," she shouted urgently. Izuku could finally sit upright. How he hadn't noticed the weight of Hato on his back sooner, he would never know. Hato's eyes went to the door, finally noticing the group that had gathered. "Hey, when did you guys get here?" she asked. "When did you get here, Missy?" Midnight asked. The third year pulled out her phone and read off Izuku's text that he wanted to talk to her. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. "I didn't say at the very moment I sent the text," he groaned. "I just wanted to see you. I barely slept last night because I was so worried." Nijire whined. The genuine concern in her eyes and voice washed away Izuku's annoyance, not that he was annoyed by her, but by the situation. Suddenly, he felt a pair of soft hands lifting his head. A pair of even more concerned gray eyes stared into his emerald ones. "You shouldn't be out of bed so early, you're still in bad shape," Rei said. Izuku's features softened as the maternal figure fretted over him. Her hands glided across his bandaged midsection and casted left forearm with delicacy. Izuku remembered countless times he came back home with bandages, and nobody batted an eye, not even Inko. Izuku stood up, albeit shakily and with grunts of exertion. "I'm fine, I have a lot of stamina, so Recovery Girl could do a lot to heal me." That news didn't put Rei at ease. She grabbed his hand and walked him to his bed. "That doesn't give you an excuse to ignore the damage you're in. I know how badly you were hurt. It's dangerous for you to just walk." Rei gently placed Izuku back in bed and pulled the covers over him. He could hear Mirko snickering about a mama's boy. "You should listen to your mother, dear," a frail voice entered the room. Recovery Girl, looking quite tired, approached Izuku's bed and lightly tapped him on the head with her cane. "If you want the most from my healing, you need to take care of yourself as well. That's what you're good at, right?" Izuku complied and lay back down in bed. Rei handed him a container of food. He opened it and his stomach grumbled. "Thanks," he said softly. Kana raised her left hand. "Anything for us?" she asked, gesturing to herself and Aizawa. A stomach growled nearby. It came from Nijire, who smiled sheepishly. "Hee hee, I haven't eaten in a while." Hawk sighed. "I'll order takeout." Izuku picked up a pair of chopsticks and dug into his breakfast brought by Rei. "Did you make Shoto breakfast too?" he asked. Rei looked down. "Yes, but he hasn't woken up yet." The black and green-haired boy picked up a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth. "Next time, I recommend soba. He likes it cold." Rei looked at him in surprise. "Why, you know what he likes?" she asked softly. Izuku nodded and swallowed his food. "I make breakfast for my classmates every morning after I'm at the center of a spectacle," Izuku said. "So almost every morning then?" Aizawa asked, to which Izuku nodded. "So your classmates know about you now?" Nijire asked, and Izuku nodded. "Does this mean you're afraid of them now? Because you used to be scared of me for knowing." "And I still can't believe I was," Izuku replied. "I wouldn't worry much about it," Hawks said, nonchalantly. "Your classmates know you saved their butts yesterday. Speaking of which, you have some great friends. You saw how they took the news, they're not going to pull a your parents and ditch you." Suddenly, confused eyes were on Izuku. He raised his hand and released green embers. "I hid my embers in his feathers, which I can see and hear through. I saw and heard everything while I was resting here," Izuku explained. "Speaking of your folks," Mirko interjected. "We ran into them last night." Izuku gripped the sheets on his bed. He knew Inko and Toshinori were in the infirmary. He could sense them if they were on the other side of the school. "They were chatting about being able to talk to you." Suddenly, a mischievous grin formed on Mirko's face. "You won't believe who shut them up." Rei blushed and looked away, while Izuku's eyes widened at her. He realized what Mirko was implying. The food Hawks ordered arrived just as Mirko was finishing her retelling of Rei's encounter with Izuku's former parents. The look on their faces. You should have seen it. Ice Queen's got guts after all. Rei buried her face in her hands from embarrassment. Mirko bragging about her confrontation wasn't something she was prepared for. Her embarrassment faded when Izuku moved one of her hands away to look at her with unwavering seriousness. "The next time they come near you, I will set them straight." He held his mother's hand firmly as he said that. "All right, visiting hours are up," Recovery Girl announced, opening the door. "Thank you all for visiting, but they need their rest to recover sooner." Mirko rolled her eyes before hopping off the unused bed she was sitting on. She looked at Izuku over her shoulder with a smirk. "You better get well soon so I can challenge you again." Izuku huffed. "I don't remember the last time that happened." Hawks gave a peace sign as he left, and Midnight waved. Izuku waved them goodbye, and then was enveloped in a tight hug. "Oh, ribs," he exclaimed. "Sorry," Nijire said as she eased up on the hug. "I'm glad you're feeling better," she said, resting her head in the crook of his neck. Izuku paused for a moment before he reciprocated the hug. When Nijire released the scarred boy, her place was soon taken by Rei. She was careful not to put too much pressure on his ribs while also conveying her affection. Izuku hugged her back. "Please take care of yourself," she said. Izuku nodded his head against hers. Rei released him and walked to the door but stopped just before exiting. There's one more thing I should say." Nervousness became apparent in Ms. Himura as she twiddled with her fingers and avoided eye contact. I plan on bringing my older children to visit Shoto." Izuku's eyes widened. He looked down at his lap. "Izuku, you're like a son to me, but if now isn't the right time." Izuku sighed and leaned back in his bed. "Another time. I already have a lot to think about. Sorry, Mum." Rei understood and closed the door on her way out. Izuku breathed in through his nose and out his mouth. "So you and Todoroki are brothers now?" Aizawa asked, to which Izuku huffed. "Hardly. I know what food he likes, but that's as close as he's let me or anyone else get to him." I didn't want to say it while Rei is already under stress, but Todoroki is much more like Endeavor than her. In the sense that he's arrogant, overconfident in his abilities, and looks down on others. But me, he sees as closer to a threat. Endeavor raised him to believe he'd be the most powerful. I'd hardly call someone like that family. Recovery Girl looked at him. We'll see how long he can keep that attitude up. He was humbled very thoroughly by that villain, and Endeavor is starting to change from the man that raised his boy to be cold and self-absorbed. And he's going to hate me even more after he learns who I am, Izuku groaned, not looking forward to having another headache alongside Bakugo and Yagi. Except Shoto's disdain would be somewhat understandable. "You mean who you were," Nagant said. Green eyes met with purple ones. Kana Tsutsumi, Lady Nagant, was blunt with others and rarely displayed concern for their feelings. She wasn't always like this. Being under the thumb of a corrupt system for so long had made her cold. But in a few words, she conveyed her true feelings. Izuku isn't the cold-blooded killer the world feared. The UA faculty understands that, multiple pro heroes understand that, Class 1A is coming around to it, and others will too. Recovery Girl sighed. It won't do your bodies good to keep stressing. She walked to the small table where the takeout bag sat and pulled out 2 containers. Then it struck her that Nagant was unable to use her right arm, and Aizawa couldn't use either of his. The elderly pro sighed before going to Izuku and giving him a gentle kiss on the cheek. The boy shivered slightly, wishing there was another way he could be healed. He felt much of the damage fading away. His ribs were no longer broken, but his chest still hurt. His forearm ached far less, and it was easier to stand up than before. "It can't be helped," Recovery Girl said as she handed Izuku one of the takeout boxes and a pair of chopsticks. Without another word, she walked over to Aizawa. At that point, her intentions were clear. Izuku and Kana exchanged glances for a moment before steeling themselves and getting on with it. Izuku dragged his stool to Kana's bedside and held out a piece of food in front of her. "Not a word about this to Hawks," Nagant said with a hint of warning. She knew how close Izuku and Kigo were and didn't want this getting back to him. "I'll take it to the grave," Izuku replied. The sniper swallowed her pride and opened her mouth. This would be a long, awkward breakfast. His cooking is better, she thought. The morning sun shone brightly as Nijire hummed a merry tune to herself. She was enjoying the takeout Hawks had ordered on her way back to her dorm. The worries that had plagued her the night before were mostly washed away by the knowledge that Izuku was alive and well and could have visitors. Better yet, it seemed like most of his classmates were starting to see what she saw in him. "I'm back," Hato announced as she opened the front door. Many eyes turned to the brunette, surprised by her sudden arrival and her usual exuberance back in full force. The first person to speak to her was Amajiki. "Hato, where have you been? And where did you get that breakfast?" the raven-haired boy asked. "I was visiting Izuku. He's doing much better than I thought." With those words, Heya was on her friend. "Back up, you were with Izuku for most of the morning?" she asked inquisitively, but Nijire was too cheerful to notice or care about the interrogation. "No one heard or saw you leave." Nijire pulled out her phone and showed Heya the text she had received hours ago. "I woke up pretty early since I had trouble sleeping. He must have gotten up even earlier because he finally messaged me back at 2 in the morning." Heia's eyes widened, and Nijire rubbed the back of her head with a sheepish smile. Yeah, he probably meant to visit later in the day, but I couldn't wait that long. To Heia and Tamaki, Nijire sounded like a girl missing her boyfriend. It was still baffling to them that Heido didn't consider herself and Izuku an item. So you got to his room at? Tamaki asked. Like 4:30-ish? Heido answered, making eyes turn wide. And then? Heia pressed. He was still asleep, so I stayed with him. Jaws dropped. Nijire smiled fondly as she recounted her morning experience. It was just a few hours, but I could finally sleep well. He was warm and nice to hold, like our hugs but a lot longer. And when he realized it was me, he warmed up even more. I was melting. But his mom saw us, so I guess that was kind of embarrassing. His mom caught you both? Heia exclaimed. What did she do? Was she mad? Nijire shook her head. No, she just went to make sure Izuku was okay before anything else. We talked for a bit, and they even gave me breakfast. His cooking is better. He's also got really high stamina, maybe as much as me. Yesterday, he was one of the most injured, but now he's already on his feet. He might be good to go by tomorrow. Anyway, bye. Before anyone could say another word, Nijire flew away with a trail of golden light following her back to her room. She stayed with him, Heia said in a hollow voice. His mom caught them and didn't punish them, Amajiki added, equally stunned. While those two were still processing everything they had just heard, a group of third-year boys were feeling a bit more volatile about the news. A first year? With Heido? One asked incredulously. What have they been doing? How did a runt get in Heido's good graces? Suddenly, the third years became quite eager to meet Heido's friend. Later, Melissa had a better morning. When she woke up in the support corps storm, she went downstairs to make herself a simple bowl of cereal and watch TV. She nearly choked on her food when she saw a news report about the USJ attack, showing her friends injured and on stretchers. Soon after she finished eating, she received a call from her aunt Inko that they would be going to the infirmary. The blonde was worried about her cousin and friend, of course, but she also wanted to check on Izuku. It was strange to her that the students were separated. Bakugo and Yagi were still unconscious, and Melissa guessed it would be a while before they opened their eyes. While Inko was happy to spend time just staring at her daughter and nephew, Melissa went on her phone and saw something that alarmed her. 2:43 a.m. Izuku, sorry I missed your calls. Training took a turn for the worse, as you may have heard by now. Melissa looked up and saw Inko still holding Izumi's casted right arm. She took the time to message Izuku back. Melissa, I heard what happened. It sounds terrifying. Are you okay? Izuku, more or less. What are you doing? Melissa, I'm here in the infirmary visiting Izumi and Kaken. It took Izuku almost a minute to respond. Izuku, I see. How's that going? Melissa, they're not awake yet, and my uncle left for a teacher's meeting. I've been sitting in this chair for so long, my back is starting to hurt. What room are you in? Can I visit you? Izuku, actually, I'd like some time to myself right now. Don't take this the wrong way, but I've already had visitors not long ago. You can come later in the afternoon. Melissa, sounds great. Get well soon. When Melissa finished texting, she looked over her shoulder and saw Inko had pretty much forgotten she existed. Not the first time, and probably not the last. She got up from her seat and went around to Recovery Girl's desk. Excuse me, she said. The elderly hero gave her a warm smile. How can I help you, dearie? I was wondering where Izuku's room is, the young inventor inquired. The third, but he's sharing it with two of his teachers for the time being. He has tremendous stamina and quick recovery, so he won't be there for much longer. That was uplifting news for the blonde. Thank you, ma'am. As she was about to leave, something on Recovery Girl's shelf caught her eye. A man with messy, curly hair, green eyes, and black freckles. At first, she thought it was Izuku, but then realized it was someone else. He had black hair, no scars, a broad and muscular build, and looked around 20 years older. Is that? Recovery Girl followed her gaze and smiled. Hisashi Midoriya, Teleki's ex-husband. Melissa's eyes widened. Ex-husband? I had a feeling Uncle Toshi wasn't the biological father, but no one ever told me who was. Every now and then, my power is urgently needed in hospitals, usually for heroes. I've met Midoriya quite a few times, each encounter memorable. He was such a kind and selfless man, everyone he helped loved him. He may not have been a flashy pro like his wife, but he saved lives with a smile on his face. That sounds pretty heroic if you ask me. As incredible as this man sounded, Melissa wondered why he was never spoken of, why she had never seen his picture before. Just then, Inko came around looking for Melissa. She caught her staring at the picture of her deceased ex-husband. A swirl of emotions took place inside the green-haired mother. For a brief moment, she saw a young Izuku praying to the portrait of Hisashi. "Auntie!" Melissa approached her out of concern for Inko, who seemed frozen. "Are you okay?" "Melissa, go back to your dorm," Inko said curtly. Melissa recoiled slightly at the tone she used, as if Inko felt she was the cause of her grief. Hurt and dejected, the blonde left the room with her head hanging low. Recovery Girl glared at Inko. "How can you be so cold to someone so kind? After what happened to Izuku, have you learned nothing? You don't understand." Inko snapped. "Izuku looks so much like his father that when I look at him, I'm reminded that I failed him. And Melissa, she's quirkless like the son I failed. I just can't." "And you're only digging a deeper hole, repeating the same mistakes," Recovery Girl chided. "Izuku knows why you refuse to look at him. He's known for a long time. If you had talked to him instead of leaving him to learn in the worst way possible, you might have a hope of redeeming yourself in his eyes. It's the same with Melissa. She deserves to know what's going through your head because you're hurting her the same way you hurt him." Inko stormed out and went back to watching Izumi and Katsuki in their state of unconsciousness. Recovery Girl could see it plainly, the reason Inko struggled with family matters. She was a hero, often busy fighting villains and saving lives, which left her little time to be a mother. Hisashi was the one who raised Izuku and Izumi in their earliest years. The latter, even before awakening her telekinesis quirk, was always more drawn to Inko, while Izuku enjoyed the comfort, affection, and attention Hisashi was always prepared to give the things he never got from Inko. Meanwhile, Melissa hadn't left the infirmary building. She was just outside, back against the wall, holding back her tears. She nearly jumped when a warm hand rested on her shoulder. She whipped around and saw Izuku, bandaged and in a cast, out of his room. He didn't say a word before stepping closer to Melissa and pulling her in with his good arm. He felt her body shake as the tears she had been holding in ran down her cheeks and spilled onto his shoulder. She wrapped her arms around him, clearly in need of someone to cry to. Izuku didn't mind being that person. His ability to read people's emotions through their heat was useful, of course, but it wasn't what gave him insight into Melissa's emotional turmoil. It was the fact that he had experienced exactly what she was feeling. Not just the grief, but the maddening curiosity of why she was so resented. She had been nothing but good to the Yagis, and still, she was either ignored or forced to face adversity at their hands. She wanted to know what the problem was. It was slowly killing her to think she might have done something wrong. That pain turned me into a monster. Pain I wouldn't wish on anyone. Izuku focused on suppressing his inner heat to keep from overwhelming the weeping girl. He came to a decision. He would tell Melissa the truth about her place in the Yagi family. She needed to know what she really meant to them, what they meant to each other. Elsewhere, a meeting was held with the UA staff that were able to attend, as well as Hawks and Tsukachi. The topic of discussion, the attack on the USJ by the so-called League of Villains. The most frightening thing was the Nomu called Hood. Nizu and Tsukachi reviewed the footage Izuku's gauntlets captured before they were destroyed. Him being at 55% power would be enough to stop most pros, but it couldn't deal a finishing blow to the beast. What's more, it was capable of speech and thought, and had a personality that craved violence and destruction. Hood was on a completely different level than the other Nomu they had seen. Then there was the blue flame villain known as Dabi. Unlike the street crooks that attacked and died, he proved to be a cause for concern. Easily overpowering Todoroki, a recommendation student, He was able to fight against a wounded Izuku better than most and had massive firepower that even Endeavor found threatening. Strength aside, he seemed to have ulterior motives beyond that of the League. He disobeyed the leader, killed his own teammates, and let a pro and a student escape. What's more, he had a sort of connection with Izuku, knowing the boy's real name and the one he used as a cover. Then there was the leader, Tamura Shigaraki. A whiny man-child with bold ambitions. At first glance, he didn't appear to be a serious threat, yet he had put together an army of villains and had a super-powerful beast obeying him. From what they saw, the monster could have killed any of the top 5 heroes if given the chance. The last time a more powerful Nomu was discovered, it was used as a tool in a prison break when Shigaraki was scouting for talent. It was burnt to a crisp by the Green Devil. It seemed Shigaraki had someone behind the scenes making these monsters for him. "You're awful quiet," Cementos commented on All Might's lack of input. The skinny man had his hand on his chin in deep thought. "I'm just thinking about how we can make sure this doesn't happen again," All Might answered. "These villains managed to break into a UA facility and wreak havoc. We should be tightening security." Midnight pursed her lips as she eyed Toshinori. While he was certainly justified in worrying about the safety of their students, she couldn't shake the feeling that much of that concern stemmed from his injured stepdaughter. Nizu contemplated giving the students a break from school to return to their families and find some peace. In the meantime, they could focus on enhancing security and tracking down the remnants of the League. Their inbox was already filling with emails from anxious parents and guardians. "There is one more thing," Toshinori spoke up. "Last night, Endeavor approached me with a proposal. He wants Izuku sent back to Tartarus." Many eyes around the table widened. "Go on," Midnight said, expecting an objection. Instead of voicing his dissent, Toshinori remained silent for an unsettling amount of time. "You can't be serious," All Might, Hawks and Midnight thought in unison. "I've considered it, and it's not the worst idea. One of Izuku's gauntlets was destroyed, so he's lost a way to control his immense power. Even at 10%, other students struggled against him." "You haven't been paying attention, have you?" Hawk says. "The only time he's truly dangerous is when he's provoked, and after witnessing him unleash his full potential, I'm sure certain individuals know to steer clear of that minefield. And Tartarus won't be a simple timeout option like before," Tsukachi added. "If we send him back, there's little chance we can persuade the head of the prison to release him. He made it clear that if Izuku sets foot in his territory again, he won't be leaving." "Fine, but if not Tartarus, then something else," All Might insisted. "Where is this coming from? Why are you so willing to put away your own stepson?" Midnight asked, her voice laced with tension. Toshinori sighed. "I won't deny that UA has helped him, but he's still so unpredictable. I wonder if we let him out too soon." Midnight placed a hand on her face, thinking, "You shouldn't be worried about Izuku losing control, but about his mother finding out about this." "I thought we discussed this," All Might, Nizu interjected. "He isn't a lost cause. He is capable of shame and regret, unlike the villains imprisoned in Tartarus. That's why he's here, for rehabilitation. Even if I agreed with you, the final decision isn't mine." Suddenly, all eyes turned to Nizu in confusion. "What do you mean by that, sir?" Vlad King asked, prompting a smile from the Chimera. "All Might, you said UA has helped him, but there's more to it than that. It's the people Izuku has come to trust, those who pulled him from the darkness he was drowning in. Before he ever set foot in this school, they were the ones who kept him connected to his humanity. That's why I've left the final decision to them." Breaking news: attack on UA. Less than 20 hours ago, the UA High Training Facility was attacked by a criminal group calling themselves the League of Villains. Most of the facility and the villains were left in ruins. The scene is hauntingly reminiscent of the destruction caused by the deceased Green Devil. The leader and 2 others managed to escape, one identified as a man with an incredible flame quirk, believed to be partially responsible for the USJ's devastation. Heroes are currently searching for the remaining members. The students caught in the attack, Class 1A of the Hero course, were mostly unharmed. However, 4 students sustained serious injuries: Izumi Yagi, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Izuku. The screen displayed footage of the students on stretchers, zooming in on Izuku. Izuku is believed to be the missing and presumed dead Izuku Yagi, son of retired hero Inko Yagi, formerly known as Telekinesis, and stepson of Toshinori Yagi. Izuku was thought to be quirkless but may be an extremely late bloomer. It is a wonder what his quirk. How do you think the principal is going to explain that? Mina asked, sitting on the couch with Toru and Achiko. I'm sure he'll think of something. The pink girl lacked her usual upbeat energy. Seeing Izuku's face on the news brought her back to when she first met him as Zu. She had expressed disdain for his former family, believing they were careless enough to let a child get kidnapped. For a hero, and a well-known one at that, it was shameful. But now, knowing their cruelty drove him to run away, her feelings had changed dramatically. Now she didn't know whether she'd rather hug Izuku tightly or confront those who had hurt him so deeply. Not just him, but so many innocents paid the price for their actions. Why was it that the only one with a conscience was cast as the villain? She wasn't the only one feeling this way. After learning the truth and collectively deciding to keep it to themselves, the tension in the Class 1A dorm was thicker than ever. Many wanted to visit the infirmary, some to check on Izuku, others to have a little chat with Bakugo and Yagi. Unfortunately, the facility was off-limits without special permission. They wouldn't see their classmates until they were healthy again. The news flashed an image of Izuku during his second year in middle school, where he was last seen before becoming the Green Devil. Skinny, without scars, and with a more balanced mix of black and green hair, he exuded the aura of a completely different person. Compared to his current self, he was almost unrecognizable. Ida typed at his laptop until he found what he was looking for. Nizu had provided them with the name of Izuku and Izumi's biological father, Hisashi Midoriya. They took the liberty of investigating their lineage for anything noteworthy. Like father, like son, huh? Denki commented on the resemblance between Izuku and his father. It says here that Hisashi Midoriya was a nurse. He died in the wake of a villain attack when his children were 3, Ida read from an article dated almost 13 years ago. Though he wasn't the only victim, Hisashi had a whole paragraph dedicated to him, describing him as a wonderful man who had saved lives. I wonder why Izuku never took his father's name. He sounds like an awesome guy, Ojiro remarked. Kirishima and Jiro were reading an article about Izuku's old middle school. The two of them weren't particularly fond of those days, except for the moments involving Izuku, but what he endured was clearly worse. After the school was shut down thanks to Yaoyorozu's intervention, investigations were conducted and interviews were held. The findings were quite disturbing: a school fostering discrimination, neglectful teachers at best, and encouraging bullying of the disadvantaged, particularly the quirkless. What they read made them utterly sick. It was no wonder why Izuku burned the building down. They remembered what Detective Tsukachi said: Izuku attended his own funeral. That was the final nail in the coffin. They couldn't even begin to imagine what that felt like. For so long he hadn't had anyone to help him deal with that trauma, and it exploded, taking so many other lives with it. It's nothing short of a miracle that he can still worry about others. Because of that, their decision was made. As soon as he was healthy and could rejoin their class, they would tell him, Izuku is not alone anymore. In the infirmary, Melissa removed her glasses to dry her eyes and found herself looking straight into Izuku's emerald eyes. They matched Inko's and Izumi's, except for one key detail: they held care and concern for her. Izuku, she sniffled, wiping away stray tears. I want to know. Why do they treat us like this? Izuku felt his heart clench. He had been in Melissa's place for years, tortured by the question of why his family resented him and what he did wrong. He wouldn't let her suffer through that for a day longer. There's a lot to unpack, but listen when I tell you, you did absolutely nothing wrong. The scarred boy's gaze drifted past Melissa for a moment, and he started walking. We should go somewhere without prying ears. Are you allowed to leave? Melissa asked, following his lead. The worst I'll get is a whack on the head. You're more than worth it. Do you think we can go to your dorm? Izuku asked. Melissa nodded, and the two left the infirmary side by side. On the way to the support course dormitory, Melissa suddenly remembered something. It might not be a good idea to bring you to my dorm, she said shyly, perplexing Izuku. You see, Mei and I sometimes compare notes and brainstorm ideas there. She's been wanting to check out your gear for a while, and if she sees you, she'll be all over you. Well, that threw a wrench in their plans. Izuku had one more place in mind and led Melissa to it. The exchange student was surprised to see the entrance to the faculty dorms. Why here of all places? She asked frantically. Before I moved to my class's dorm, this was where I lived, Izuku answered, confusing Melissa. He's been living on campus before the year even started? Izuku sensed apprehension starting to grip her and looked back at the blonde. I promised you answers and I will give them to you. But you have to trust me. Melissa was at a crossroads between potentially getting in trouble with the teachers or getting the truth about her host family's attitudes. The look Izuku gave her wasn't impatient, mean, or threatening. With a gulp, she stepped toward him. Izuku took her around the building to the left side of it. Hold on tight, Izuku warned. Huh. Melissa whipped her head at him. Suddenly, with little effort, Izuku scooped Melissa into his arms, causing her to release a surprised yelp. A blush formed on her cheeks at the way she was being held. Then they left the ground with a mighty leap. The exchange student gasped before they landed on one of the balconies on the third floor. See, couldn't we have just taken the stairs? Melissa asked with a tremble as Izuku opened the balcony door. We would have run into one of my teachers, and I'm not in the mood to explain why I'm bringing a girl into my old room. Melissa took notice that the room was as spacious as a regular student dorm but empty save for the bed, closet, and desk. Izuku sat down on the desk chair and gestured for Melissa to sit on the bed. The time had come. They were alone somewhere others wouldn't hear what was about to be said. With his hands together, his body facing Melissa and giving her his undivided attention, he opened his mouth. You and I are much more alike than you think, he began. My dad, Hisashi Midoriya, was a nurse with a fire-breathing quirk. After Inko remarried to Toshinori Yagi, things felt okay. I had a dad again. Until the quirk checkup. I was diagnosed as quirkless, but I'm just a very, very late bloomer. Everything changed after that. Izumi became the family's pride and joy while I practically didn't exist. Why you were neglected? Melissa asked shakily. She understood the feeling, but not from her family. Her parents loved her dearly, quirk or no. Sometimes she felt like a bore around others growing up, but it wasn't that bad. But to be ignored by one's own family? She couldn't imagine that kind of pain. I wish I could say that's as bad as it got, Izuku started again. Izumi and I had a friend, Bakugo, who had the ability to create explosions. Ever since we were 4, they were praised for being powerful and talented, the idea that they were superior engraved in their underdeveloped minds. As you've seen, that didn't create healthy people. Our parents didn't do anything to teach them humility, only enabling them. They started seeing themselves above everyone, especially the one quirkless kid in class. Melissa bit her bottom lip in frustration. For so long, she would have loved to have a quirkless friend, someone who could relate to her on that level. Why didn't they tell me? Why didn't Papa? Her voice cracked as she gripped the sheets beneath her. Fresh tears began to well in her eyes. Because that's the kind of family I was born into, Izuku said bitterly. Inko was a hero, Toshinori was all might, the top hero for decades. His mentors were heroes, and Izumi and Bakugo have the potential to be heroes by power alone. The fact is, as a powerless child, I had no place in that family. I was the black sheep, their shame. Not a day went by that I didn't feel that way. Melissa felt disgust rising within her. The hypocrisy in all this was repulsive. For them to call themselves heroes while treating one of their own like this? It was nothing short of revolting, and she sensed there was still more to his story. Neglect wasn't the only thing I suffered. Even without a quirk, I still tried my hardest to be a hero. Everyone around me told me it was impossible, that I was fooling myself. A certain two took it as an insult that a quirkless failure could achieve what they could. Then, they made it their mission to put me down whenever I tried. Melissa's heart sank. You don't mean, she whispered. Izuku nodded. He held out his arms, revealing several scars etched on his rough skin. My oldest scars came from them. From elementary to middle school, not a day went by that I didn't shed blood or tears. That's horrible, Melissa exclaimed. They would make better villains doing things like that. Didn't anyone care that you were getting hurt? Teachers, classmates, someone? Izuku shook his head. The middle school nurse taught me how to apply first aid to myself so I wouldn't have to bother her. Yagi and Bakugo weren't my only tormentors. Melissa clenched her fist. How could you endure all that? I couldn't, Izuku replied. I couldn't take it anymore. I ran away at 13. I had given up on becoming a hero, on trying to connect with them. I accepted that I wasn't a part of that family and left. I was overflowing with grief. Maybe my emotional turmoil is what caused my quirk to awaken. Melissa's mouth fell slightly open as she realized what he meant. My quirk awakened soon after I left. My first thought was to go back to my family since the reason I was left behind was non-existent. But then again, would I really want to be part of a family that was so callous as to cast me aside for something I couldn't control? I wiped away my tears and left them behind to focus on myself and my new power. I was actually quite adept at living on my own. I was a vigilante for a time. The closest I ever got to living my dream. Vigilante? Melissa thought, the gears in her mind beginning to turn. What is your quirk exactly? She asked. I'll get to that later, Izuku replied cryptically. At first, it was actually good. Heroes and police weren't very fond of me, but I was helping people. Some of them even helped me. When I was in a better place, I decided to go back home. My mom missed me, my stepdad was looking for me, and I proved to myself that I wasn't the worthless failure they thought I was. I thought things would be different. Better. Melissa bit her lip. I'm guessing that didn't work out as you hoped. Izuku brought his right hand to his face, his fingertips running through his hair. You have no idea, he said in a low voice. I learned something that day. We used to keep pictures of my real father on the table near the front door. But when I came back, I couldn't find his picture anywhere. I went to my parents' room and found it, along with a lot more. The pictures, my mom's old wedding ring. My farewell letter. She put me in the drawer with my father's memorabilia. That's how I learned the reason my mother abandoned me. Izuku removed his hand, revealing a hurt and angry expression. Because I looked just like him. The person she failed to save. To Inko, I'm a painful reminder of her failure, her guilt incarnate. I left before anyone knew I was there. I can't even put it into words how. Oh God. Melissa struggled to find words as new connections formed in her mind. At first, Inko and Toshi had coddled Melissa like she was a helpless child. It was frustrating to be constantly underestimated. Then, one day after Uncle Toshi returned from a meeting at UA, a wedge was driven between her and her host family. The reason she had been neglected and more recently pushed away was that they considered her another Izuku. To Inko, another painful reminder of her failure. The next time I saw them was the night of my 14th birthday, Izuku continued. I was found by Bakugo and Yagi. They thought they could become heroes by taking down an illegal crime fighter. Those hypocrites were only thinking about themselves. In my first fight with them, I had watched them for years, so I knew their moves like the back of my hand. Still, they landed a hit on me. That one blow threw me back into a pit of my past encounters with them. The pain and agony as their sickening smiles taunted me. I fought back, this time with anger fueling my fists. I was planning to leave them in that alley, leave them bruised and beaten for once. But once again, their enablers saved them from getting what they deserved. Izuku traced a finger along the scar from the bridge of his nose to the bottom of his right jaw. Melissa looked horrified. She didn't know it was me, but still, seeing her face, seeing her protect the people I hate the most again. It was too much. My power erupted, and I used it to escape. But once I calmed down, I realized what my anger had led me to do. I harmed 4 men I had already downed. That guilt has stayed with me ever since. Melissa listened intently, but she was also paying close attention to his wording. Burning erupted. After that, I decided to take a break, do a bit of therapy. It paid off more than I imagined. My troubled school was shut down, and I went back home. This time, I observed them instead of immediately trying to make myself known. Melissa paused for a moment. Wait, you said after Aldra Middle School was shut down. Does that mean you— No? Izuku nodded. The pro I admired my whole life, the man who was a light of hope when the darkness around me seemed endless, the hero I always aspired to be, turned out to be the biggest hypocrite I've ever known. All Might, the world's greatest hero, is my father, Toshinori Yagi, the man who abandoned me. What's more, I heard him say he was going to personally train Bakugo and Yagi to achieve their dreams, a reality I would have given anything for. It felt like I had been stabbed in the back twice. My world was crumbling around me. I left before I could be seen, needing to release my frustration. Melissa held back the urge to ask if he had released it at the wreckage of Aldra. A lot happened after that. One day I wound up in a coma in a prison hospital. Melissa's eyes widened. I wasn't arrested, just picked up by the guards. While I was asleep, I dreamt of my Toshinori's mentor, Nana Shimura. Melissa squinted her eyes. She knew the name, but Izumi often referred to her as her grandmother. Izuku was about to do the same but stopped himself. I admired her for years, nearly as much as my real dad. But that image morphed into something hideous, Izumi's cocky sneer. I remembered what she said to me the day I disappeared. That grandma and dad would hate to be stuck with me. Melissa gasped, horror filling her eyes yet again. How can she be so cruel? How can any of them? This is just inhumane. Then it all came back. Everything I'd done since awakening my quirk, the pain and destruction I've caused in my life up until that point. And I realized that Yagi, for all her faults, was right. Shimura and Midoriya saved lives, brought joy in people's darkest moments. I disgrace their memory. Don't say that. Melissa shouted, standing up from the bed. You were abused and forgotten, tormented by your own family. They're the real disgrace. They hurt innocent people. Izuku had a faint glimmer in his eyes before his hair cast a shadow over it. I'm sorry, but there's still more to unpack, and we're just getting to the worst of it. I also remembered what I had gotten myself into at the time. It was easy for me to hide in plain sight, roam back alleys, and hear whispers. There was one that stood out among the rest. All for one, sometimes going by the Dark Emperor, the Demon Lord, the Merchant of Quirks, and the person who had nearly defeated All Might. Melissa sat back down to process what she just heard. The villain who had come closer than anyone to killing All Might was still alive? And that name, All for One, sounded opposite to One for All. His quirk allows him to steal and use the quirks of others or pass them on to new users if he likes. He calls himself a god, and he's not far off. Centuries ago, he ruled Japan, his power unmatched. Until One for All came into the mix. Melissa's eyes widened. Yes, I know about Yagi's second quirk. She's All Might's successor. Izuku tightened his hand into a fist. I awoke from my coma in a panic. It hit me all at once, what I was up against, what I'd become. With my heart pounding and guilt and fear tearing at me, I only knew two things. I had to get out of there, and I needed help. I escaped the prison that nursed me back to health. I had reached my limit and needed someone, anyone. And they were the only ones who came to mind. Melissa gulped as she prepared to hear the climax of his origin story. A week after my breakdown, I went back to the neighborhood I grew up in. On my way, I decided to walk along the beach. The waves always calmed me down. I thought to myself, I don't care what they have to say, I don't care what they think. After 12 years of pain, this is the least I'm owed from them. I would ask them for help in taking on All for One. Once he was defeated, they would never see me again. But, as usual, things didn't go my way. They were at the beach, and out of instinct, I hid nearby and listened in. I heard All Might, Dad, express his pride and joy over Izumi as usual. But this time was so much worse. I heard him say he had passed on his quirk to her, practically entitling her to the #1 hero spot. Bakugo was there too, being his usual cocky self. It burned me up inside. All this time, he could have given me a way to reach my dream. Trained me, given me a chance. But he picked my entitled sister, and I soon found out why he always turned away from me. All Might said that she would do great things and honor Shimura. And me. I wondered what that could mean until it hit me. They thought I was still quirkless the whole time I've been gone. Their defenseless child, alone as criminals and villains became bolder, and the Green Devil was out there too. In that moment, I left the beach before they saw me and sprinted to the house. With my heart pounding and tears filling my eyes, in my haste for some form of reassurance, I broke down the door. I passed the memorial table. It wasn't that anymore. It held pictures of the people I hated the most. I ran past it, not caring about the trail I left behind. I stopped at Inko and Toshinori's room and found something in the drawer. Not just Hisashi and my letter, but a letter handwritten by All Might to Shimura. It revealed that he had chosen Yagi as his successor a long time ago, and the reason I wasn't chosen is because he and I were the same. All Might was born quirkless until One for All was bestowed upon him. He claims he didn't choose me because I lacked spirit, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The real reason is I remind him so much of his old self, a quirkless, helpless child, that the strongest man in the world couldn't bear being reminded of who he was. He wants to leave the past behind, and me along with it. Melissa felt a sense of betrayal that her Uncle Might could be so shallow and vain. Did he want to pretend he never struggled? That he was just naturally the greatest? What about all the anyone can be a hero speeches? Anyone with a quirk is what he really meant, Izuku said. Melissa realized she must have spoken aloud. The next thing I saw was in Yagi's room. She left her laptop open on her diary. What I read made me sick. Firstly, the reason she hates me. When Hisashi was still around, he mainly took care of us. Cooked for us, taught us how to read and write. But Izumi was always more infatuated with our heroic mother and immediately forgot about our dad when she was the topic. Selfish and prideful and vain from the start. When Dad was gone, I wrote in a book about my favorite memories with him so I wouldn't forget. Yagi did nothing like that, and I would bet she carries self-hate for it, taking it out on me. She believes I was his favorite child, and apparently, it's not enough to be our current parent's favorite. She has to put me down. That's why she hates me. That's the most childish thing I've ever heard. Taking out her shame on you because you were the good child? How low can a person sink? Melissa shouted. She felt Izuku's gaze on her, almost apologetically. The next thing I found in her diary, his voice was low and quiet, was about a foreigner coming to live with the Yagis while she, this girl, and Bakugo attended UA. An amazing scientist in the making they would turn to for support items. Another quirkless kid, but this one wasn't delusional like the last one. Melissa's breathing became shallow and worrisome. Her hands went to cover her mouth as tears filled her eyes once again. Her heart pounded, and the room around her faded until all she could see was Izuku's lips moving. All she could hear over her heartbeat was his voice. My replacement. The dam broke. Melissa cried silently, her voice breaking as she gasped for air, the revelation overwhelming her. She hunched over, gripping the collar of her shirt and struggling to breathe. Izuku rushed to her side, preventing her from clawing at her own throat. He held her forearms and pulled her against his chest. Melissa listened to his heartbeat, felt his warmth, and slowly began to calm down. Her panicked gasps eased into sniffles. When Izuku knew she was stable again, he moved to let go of her. However, the moment his grip released, Melissa held onto him, her hands clutching the fabric of his shirt at his sides as she buried her face in his chest. Her tears soaked his shirt, but he didn't mind. She needed comfort, and Izuku was happy to be her support. What else? She asked. Izuku looked down at the blonde in surprise, her face still hidden in his chest. He had been prepared to set this topic aside for later, but even though it was hurting her too, Melissa was willing to hear him out. In a way, his pain was hers as well. After that, I went to my old room. It was a poorly insulated attic, and dust gathered quickly. I always hated it, and what I found there was more than I could describe at the time. I saw my own memorial. A shrine with my picture, hidden away where no one would find it without searching. Izuku Yagi died. Melissa clung to him even tighter as he said that, her body shaking against him. After so many years of wondering what I meant to my family, why I endured so much pain, I finally had a definite answer. I'm the embodiment of their failures, their regrets, and their troubled past. I am their demons given form, despite having never done anything to wrong them intentionally. Despite wanting to be a hero, I was born to be their villain. I stood in front of my memorial, hands clasped together, tears streaming down my face. I prayed for him, giving my respect to the dead since I doubted anyone else offered him that courtesy. That was the day Izuku Yagi died. That was the day he was buried by his own family. Soon after I was done, I was seen by them. My earlier plan to ask for help was long gone. All I knew was that I had to get away from them. So I did. Raising my quirk to the max, I left before they could recognize me, faster than any of them could keep up with. The pain and hatred radiated off of me, felt by countless innocent people. It wasn't just Izuku Yagi that died that day, but many others. Melissa's ears perked as she heard a crackling noise. Earlier, you asked what my real quirk is. It's a mix of fire from my father and mind abilities from my mother, but what I have is far more advanced. Flames that vary in temperature based on my emotions, ranging from freezing to burning. I can telekinetically control what's in my fire and read people's emotional states through their heat signatures. I wield firepower with several facets, burning with a green hue. Melissa's eyes widened. She slowly released her hold on Izuku and backed away. She gasped when she saw him. Izuku's eyes were engulfed in emerald flames, his mouth covered by the same fire. On his back were wings made of fire. The sight was unbelievable. Psycho flames, Izuku said as his quirk dissipated, revealing his unobstructed face. That's what I call it. In just 2 years, I went from nothing to being the country's most feared. Melissa was speechless, unable to find her voice. She needed time to absorb everything that had just been revealed. Izuku gave her that time. He opened the door to the balcony, but before stepping out he said something. I'm sorry. I would never wish for anyone to be in my position. I'm sorry you were put in this situation because of me. With that, the boy flew upward, disappearing from Melissa's view. Melissa was left alone in the room with a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. She moved to sit at the desk, resting her head in her forearms on the table. Her glasses sat next to her. She was silent, unmoving, unsure of what would come next. It felt as if everything she knew wasn't real. Her host family saw her as just a replacement for someone they lost. Even more worrying, the same pattern that turned Izuku into a villain was happening to her. Would they eventually write her off as dead? What about her father? Her dreams? Her life? When did they stop seeing her as her own person? Are you okay, dear? A soft, calm voice asked. Melissa jumped as she felt a gentle hand on her shoulder. She turned her head quickly, her puffy, red eyes meeting gentle blue ones. Kneeling next to her was Midnight, a well-known heroine that Melissa had heard of and seen around campus. Before Melissa could panic, the older woman brushed the hair from her face. It's okay, you're not in trouble, she said in a calming tone. I'm one of Izuku's, let's say, caretakers. I already know what he went through and what you're experiencing, so you don't need to explain. Though Midnight was trying to soothe Melissa, the mention of her difficult situation brought forth new tears. The blonde shook and cried once more. Without hesitation, Midnight hugged the poor girl, allowing her to cry as much as she needed to. Neither of you deserve the pain you're going through. I'm so sorry that family did this to you, Midnight whispered. The Diamanterex came prepared with a small packet of tissues. She opened it and handed Melissa 3 tissues, which she needed all of. I just. Melissa tried to speak. Blowing her nose, she said what she needed to say. I defended them, she exclaimed, as if confessing to a crime. What do you mean, honey? Midnight asked. Melissa grabbed her hair in a fist, her trembling lips parting to reveal tightly clenched teeth. Midnight placed her hand over the fist that held her blonde locks, easing the grip. Every time they sniff made me feel you unimportant, or like a nuisance. Sob I made excuses for them. I told myself, they were under a lot of pressure, more than I could imagine. I made Wayagi and Bibakugo as support items even when they hardly showed me gratitude. Looking back on it now, I'm mad at myself for helping them. Midnight pulled Melissa back into her warm embrace, letting her cry and vent. She shushed softly while stroking the back of her head. You're a sweetheart. They don't deserve you or your talents. I'm scared. Melissa's voice cracked. If they did all of that to him, what about me? I'm his replacement. Am I going to turn out like him? Midnight lifted Melissa's head to wipe away her tears. That won't happen. The reason Yagi, Bakugo, and Izuku are here is so his nightmarish past never happens to anyone. Least of all you. The blonde sniffled and wiped the tears from her red eyes. Midnight held her hands, squeezing them gently. I knew them when they were younger, the pro began. Not for long. I met them at the twins' 13th birthday. Before all this madness happened. Izumi and Bakugo haven't changed. They're still arrogant, prideful, and vain. But Izuku back then was completely different. A fond smile graced Midnight's features as she recalled her brief encounter with a younger, innocent, gold-hearted Izuku. He was such an endearing boy. His politeness and selflessness, though part of it came from believing he was unimportant. The way his little cheeks flushed when he and I first met. We spent the afternoon talking about heroes and UA. There was so much hope in his eyes. Midnight's smile faded as the image of a smiling boy was replaced by a scowling victim of cruelty. I don't know if I can forgive them for what they did, what they're still doing. But before he was labeled a killer, his deepest wish was to save lives. Melissa wiped her tears on her shoulder as she listened to the woman. Really? Midnight nodded. Honey, let me ask you something. Izuku has displayed countless acts of cruelty to heroes and villains. The pain he felt fueled his ire, claiming hundreds of lives. You'd expect someone like him to be emotionally numb, wouldn't you? Stripped of his regard for others since no one cared for him when he needed it. So aren't you the least bit curious why he hasn't harmed anyone in UA, including his egregious family and old friend? Through all the world-shattering revelations, Melissa was a bit consumed by everything she just learned. Admittedly, she hadn't thought about why he hadn't confronted them when they were probably the ones most deserving of his wrath. One reason, Midnight pointed at her and smiled, perplexing Melissa. People like you. His life hasn't been all doom and gloom. Some parts actually improved since he ran away. He met people who treat him like he deserves. How he should have been. And many of them are here at UA, in his class. They've shown him compassion, friendship, simple things that turned out to be the difference between UA and probably the whole of Japan, not reduced to a smoldering crater. And you're especially important to him. He didn't tell you everything to be cruel or make you feel bad for him. He just doesn't want to see another soul suffer like he did. He doesn't see you as his replacement, but as someone he and you have both longed for years. A kindred spirit. Someone who can connect with him on a very NTMT level. You both know the painful exclusion of being heavily different from your peers. He has a quirk now, but it only manifested when he was 13. He can understand what you've been through. Melissa dried her eyes once more, hopefully for the last time. What are they like? Those that helped him, I mean. Midnight smiled at the girl and guided her to sit on the bed, taking the spot next to her. I'll start with the most impactful ones. Has he mentioned his new mom to you? Melissa looked at Midnight in surprise. Personally, I think it's only fair. Inko didn't have qualms about replacing him, so he replaced her. The difference is she actually has the qualities of a real mother. You think that's surprising? Honey, wait until we get to his big brother figure. Meanwhile, Izuku was sitting on the roof of the teacher's dorm, one of his places on campus to think. The sun was starting to dip, casting an orange light over everything he saw. Retelling the horrendous story of his life took longer than he thought. Although he didn't regret telling Melissa any of it, he hated that he had to reveal it all. He would never wish his pain onto anyone, least of all such a good, giving person. It made him despise his family more than ever. Are you just going to hide, or do you have something to say? Izuku asked, irate. From the balcony closest to where he was, two figures jumped up to his place. a bird and a bunny. Hawks and Mirko each sat at his sides, not saying anything yet. For a moment, the three sat in comfortable silence. You made the right call, Rumi piped up. All the nonsense those people put you through, it's better for her that she knows. Rumi looked at Izuku, her usual smile nowhere to be found, replaced by a look of uncharacteristic seriousness and a faint hint of concern. Those morons consider her your replacement, right? Then she's probably a lot tougher than they give her credit for. Izuku looked at the rabbit hero with slightly widened eyes. The white-haired woman smiled at him, and he looked away when she did. Suddenly, Hawk started chuckling lightly. Mirko and Izuku looked at him incredulously. What are you laughing at, bird brain? Rumi asked. Nothing, I just remembered what Izuku said back at Tartarus. Izuku pet an eyebrow at the bird. Don't you remember, you asked why I spared you, knowing how dangerous you are. And I said? Izuku remembered that day. I'd be a beacon of light for anyone like me, he said softly. His thoughts went back to the despairing blonde being consoled by midnight. The neglect, the feeling of being constantly underestimated, unloved by family, unfairly treated. Quirkless. She's like me, Izuku whispered. Hawks kicked his right leg over his left and sighed. Man, it feels good to be right. Mirko and Izuku both rolled their eyes. Izuku stood up. I'm going for a walk. He jumped down, slowly falling until his feet hit the ground. He walked along the pathway of the dormitory area, lost in thought. He just needed some time to himself. Infirmary, second room. A boy with dual quirks had awakened and changed into the casual clothes provided by the robot helpers at UA. Recovery Girl had given him his final round of healing and told him he was just about ready to leave. Shoto sat on the edge of his cot, alone with his troubling thoughts. Poor little Shoto Todoroki, Dabi's voice echoed in his mind, taunting him as he recalled the pain of his last encounter. His last memory before losing consciousness was the sight of green and blue flames mingling together, the heat overwhelming. While he was unconscious, Shoto experienced a recurring nightmare. That blue flame villain was there, the crackling of his quirk and his sinister laughter haunting him. No matter how hard he tried to extinguish the flames with his ice, they persisted, always ending with him feeling consumed by fire. Sometimes, his father appeared, shaking his head in disappointment. And here I thought you would be my greatest masterpiece. What a joke. When he woke up, the reality was hardly better. The bandages were removed, revealing a larger scar on the left side of his face, now reaching his ear and touching his lip. What had once been a reminder of his troubled family life had become a symbol of his perceived weakness. Shoto had time to himself, and for some reason, his thoughts drifted towards his enigmatic classmate, Izuku. He couldn't explain it, but he felt a surge of anger towards him. Something Azui had said lingered in his mind. Unlike him, Izuku was proficient both with and without his quirk. Since Shoto first met him, Dabi had relentlessly criticized him, calling him worthless and disappointing as the son of endeavor. He despised being referred to that way, a label both Dabi and Izuku had used. Concepts like defeat and humility were foreign to him, as he had never learned how to cope with them growing up. For years he had listened to Endeavor's insistence that he was the strongest, that his potential surpassed everyone else's. To have that belief shattered in the first few days of school. His response was far from healthy. He clenched his fists, glaring at the floor and biting his lower lip. I'll beat them. All of them, he vowed to himself. Shoto's attention shifted to the door as it opened. Morning, sleepyhead, Natsuo said, poking his head through the door. It's the afternoon, Shoto replied flatly. Fuyumi rushed past Natsuo, her expression filled with concern. We heard about what happened. Are you okay? Recovery Girl said you were better physically, but how are you holding up? She asked anxiously. Shoto raised his hand to touch his scar, unable to cover it entirely. He removed his hand, a fierce glare forming on his face. That I'm going to confront that guy, he said in a low voice. Fuyumi and Natsuo exchanged knowing glances. Their little brother had been raised by their father, who was not known for backing down. You weren't the only one who got hurt. 3 others were also in danger, Natsuo pointed out, but Shoto seemed unfazed. "Where's the old man?" he asked. Fuyumi replied, "He's basically on a manhunt for the villain who hurt you. He goes by Dabi and he intends to take him down." Shoto lowered his head. "He was here, you know. You might have missed it since you blacked out, but he was here watching over you the first night." Natsuo nodded. "I don't know what's up with him, but enough about that. There's someone else here to see you," he said slyly. The door slid open, and Shoto's eyes widened in surprise. His anger was instantly quelled by a wave of nostalgia. Standing before him was the woman who had comforted him as a child, the one he had clung to during his father's harshness. The face he hadn't seen in years. And part of him had thought he never would. "Hello, son," Rei said nervously. For any mother, it might seem strange to feel uncomfortable around her youngest son, but for Rei Himura, it was impressive that she maintained eye contact, especially after everything that had happened. Shoto was rendered speechless as the last person he expected to visit him stood there. With slow steps, she approached him, her low heels clacking against the floor, the only sound in the heavy silence. I know what happened to you and your class." "Are you?" She hesitated, noticing Shoto flinch at the mention of the attack. Rei mentally scolded herself for bringing it up. The atmosphere was thick with tension, making it hard to breathe. So anyway," Fuyumi interjected. "You must be hungry, Shoto. Mom made you something." Shoto was so distracted by his mother's presence that he didn't even notice the container in her hands. With a slight jolt of realization, Rei remembered what she was holding and offered it to him. She fought the urge to sigh in relief when he accepted it. "Made this for me?" Shoto asked, and Rei nodded. He pulled off the plastic lid, and a cloud of steam hit his face. When the steam cleared, he realized it was his favorite food, soba noodles, still warm. I hope it's easy to digest," Rei said. Shoto used his quirk to cool the noodles until they were no longer steaming. "Thanks," he said softly as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Once again, Rei held back a relieved sigh. "So he likes them cold." "Noted." "Hey Mom, how did you know Shoto likes soba?" Natsuo asked. Just a lucky guess," she replied, forcing a smile. She couldn't yet reveal that it was advice from Izuku. That was a conversation for another day. Outside the room, Tsukachi leaned against the wall, allowing the family their moment together. He planned to reveal everything about Izuku to Shoto later, leaving Rei to handle the older siblings on their own time. For now, they deserved a moment of peace. Shoto slurped the last of his cold soba, enjoying it immensely. "So, my progress has been going quite well," Rei spoke. "I'll be discharged next week, and I'm looking forward to getting out of this tiny room after so long." Rei chuckled softly, though it carried a hint of sadness. Her children were far from okay. "That's amazing, Mom." Fuyumi cheered, getting up to hug the ice woman. "It's going to be great to have you around again," Natsuo said, beaming with excitement. Shoto stayed quiet, feeling a mix of emotions. He wasn't upset, just surprised. Everything was happening so quickly. It weighed heavily on him that he felt responsible for pushing Rei to her breaking point. Now, seeing her again so soon was overwhelming. About that, Rei's voice faltered as she released Fuyumi from their embrace, a somber look crossing her face. The tension returned as she finally shared her news. "I'm afraid I won't be living in that house anymore. Because your father and I are divorced." Shock spread across the faces of the Todoroki siblings. Rei was no longer a Todoroki but had returned to being a Himura. Suddenly, everything made sense regarding Enji's recent behavior. A new worry crept into their minds. Would they lose their mother again after just getting her back? "I promise I'm not abandoning you," Rei quickly reassured them, noticing their worried expressions. "This is for the best. You all know Enji and I didn't marry for love. And you know what being his wife did to me. I still love you three and want to be your mother, but I don't need to be his wife to do that." Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto appeared more at ease, but it was still a lot to process. "So where will you live now, Mom?" Natsuo asked. Rei brightened at the question. "I've thought a lot about that, and I found a nice apartment complex not far from you or UA. Just a train ride away. NG and I discussed it, and he's willing to cover my expenses: rent, groceries, my train fare, things like that. I plan to move in as soon as I'm discharged. I know this is a lot to take in. It's a big adjustment, but I've been absent from your lives for a long time. I want to reconnect and make up for what I've missed. She paused, looking at Shoto. And I want to ensure what happened before never happens again. Her children were touched by her words. They wanted nothing more than for their mother to be happy, something she had been deprived of for so long. Sounds good to me, Natsuo said, standing up to hug Rei. He put you through so much to get what he wanted. You having your own place and being happy is definitely better than coming back and dealing with painful memories. We still love you, Mom. Tears of joy and relief filled Rei's eyes as she embraced her older son. That was the best response she could hope for. She whispered, I love you too. Fuyumi smiled, feeling content with the outcome. Yes, she wished her whole family could be happy and whole, and the news of the divorce was a blow to that hope. But her mother was infinitely better than before, and their father was making an effort to amend his past mistakes. If their family being whole wasn't meant to be, this was the next best thing. Can we visit? Shoto asked softly, making Rei's smile widen. She wiped her tears and replied, Of course. Also. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a brand new phone. This way, we can talk when you're too busy to visit me. Her children were excited about the idea and her enthusiasm. After they exchanged numbers, a knock came at the door. A man with black hair, wearing a hat and detective uniform under a trench coat, entered. Sorry to interrupt the reunion, he said apologetically, but I'd like a few moments with Shoto. Natsuo and Fuyumi were unaware of what the detective wanted with their younger brother, but Rei knew almost instantly. She had met Detective Tsukachi and heard about him from Hawks and Izuku. She respected the detective for his efforts to help Izuku. She understood that his request for alone time with Shoto meant he would share important information about Izuku. With any luck, Shoto would understand. Rei took her children out of the room as requested. What do you want? Shoto asked coldly, but Tsukachi remained calm. The news he was about to share was far more significant than the teenager's attitude. This is about your classmate, Izuku. You missed a lot at the USJ. Shoto thought the biggest surprise of the evening would be seeing his mother for the first time in 10 years. The news of his parents' divorce left him momentarily speechless. He believed he had reached his limit of shocking revelations, but learning that his classmate was the one behind the chaos was almost too much to bear. Before he could react impulsively, Tsukachi explained Izuku's past. He had lost his father at a young age, and unlike Endeavor, his dad had been a good parent. Things worsened from their neglect from his mother and stepfather, mistreatment from peers, and harsh treatment from his sister and former friend, all because he was quirkless. He had spent years in torment, running away and awakening his quirk late, becoming a vigilante. Unlike his family, Izuku had tried to return and mend things, but each attempt only led to more pain. One day, he returned home to find his family had moved on, even replacing him. They thought he was gone and mourned him at his own memorial. Shoto stared at the floor, overwhelmed by the new information about his classmate. It was so much to process. Even his own struggles seemed minor compared to what Izuku had endured, and yet he was on a path to healing. Tsukachi stood up and walked toward the door. Your classmates know about this, and we're not planning to expand this already large circle. Unless you absolutely trust your family with this information, don't tell them. Tomorrow, you're all going back to your homes for a mandatory break. Get some rest. With that, the detective left the room. Rei, Fuyumi, and Natsuo re-entered and saw Shoto's state, as if he had just relived all his trauma in the past 10 minutes. What was that about? Are you okay, Shoto? Natsuo asked, but Shoto remained silent. Not looking any of them in the eye, Shoto stood up from his bed and walked out without a word. Fuyumi and Natsuo were greatly confused and concerned. Rei's worry far outweighed theirs. The boy had just been told that his classmate was the living nightmare that terrorized Japan. Worst-case scenario, he might try to harm him or advocate for his arrest. Nothing about his demeanor led her to believe it wouldn't be that. Through all this dread and worry, Rei had another small thought in the back of her mind. He didn't call me Mom. Class 1A dorm. The residents of the dorm had just finished dinner and were either in their rooms or trying to unwind in the common area. However, with all the tension in the air, relaxing wasn't quite fitting. Everyone was on edge, worried about their seriously injured peers. All they could think about was checking on them. Well, two of them. Several heads turned to the door that had suddenly swung open. It was Todoroki, and he looked more unhappy than usual. "Todoroki!" Ida exclaimed, approaching their classmate. "Are you all right? We didn't expect you back at this hour. Have all your injuries healed?" Despite the concern, Shoto didn't answer the engine user. Judging by his expression and silence, and the fact that he was at the dorms in the middle of the night, they pieced together what had brought him here. "Where is he?" he asked with great intensity. His question was quite confusing considering where he had just been. "He's not still in the infirmary?" Yaoyorozu asked. Shoto shook his head. Kirishima, however, looked elated at this. "He's all good now?" Todoroki didn't share his enthusiasm. "Why didn't he come back then?" "Like I would know what's going on in his head," he replied sharply. "Hey man, what's with the attitude?" Kirishima asked. "Isn't it obvious? We've got 3 classmates who should all be in prison." Shoto retorted. "Hey, one of those is my best bud," Ijiro said. "Look, you might have missed it, but back at the USJ, a lot went down. Izuku almost died protecting us. Besides, don't you know what he went through? It's because of his family that he went on a rampage." Todoroki clenched his teeth as a mix of frustration, hurt, and anger crossed his features. It was the most emotion they had ever seen from him. "I know," he said slowly. "I was told everything you all were. I feel bad for him, of course, and I absolutely loathe the ones who tortured him for things that weren't his fault." Todoroki clenched his left hand into a tight fist. "But if you're asking me to trust him after all he's done, you're crazy. We've got 2 reckless individuals who trigger him every day, and Izuku has so much power that if he loses control, not even All Might will be able to stop him." "You mean, would be," Yaoyorozu corrected him. "Don't make it sound like he's inevitably going to lose control. And your solution of leaving him to rot in a cell isn't far from the main reasons he became the Green Devil." Momo held a cold stare at Todoroki, who had much more heat behind his eyes. "You're joking. You of all people want to just let this bomb keep ticking?" Shoto said incredulously. "We've all had well-needed time to ponder. I suggest you do the same. Good night, Todoroki." With a low growl, Todoroki marched off to his room to begin packing his things. Momo hated that she had to be so cold with someone who had been hit harder than most by the USJ attack. But the class president was right in telling him to take time to get his thoughts in order. Since waking, Shoto had been in a whirlwind of intense thoughts and emotions, some good, some bad. What was prevalent among them was possibly his first great humiliation at the hands of a sadistic individual. And then there was the very strained relationship he had with Izuku, which had certainly decayed even more. He was right about them being on completely different levels, but wrong about who was on the higher end. He wasn't in the mental or emotional condition to discuss such a heavy topic, which is why the Ravenet was right to send him to his room. If that left him bitter at her for a while, so be it. In the forest of the dormitory area, a near motionless figure was perched upon a tree branch. The darkness covered him completely, save for the verdant glow in his eyes as he stared in the direction of the first-year dorms. He stayed there for a few more long minutes until he finally jumped down and made his way back to the infirmary. As soon as he said his final words to the foreign exchange student currently inhabiting his old room, Melissa had time to dry her eyes and absorb hopefully most of everything Izuku had told her. It was heartbreaking to see her so broken. The redness of her crying eyes and the way her body trembled made him feel terrible, even though he was the one who chose to break the reality to her. Once he was back at the faculty dorm, he used his quirk to propel himself up to the 3rd floor. The lights were off, but the balcony door was unlocked. Did she want him to come in? Uncertain as he was, Izuku placed his hand on the handle and slid it open. He took 2 cautious steps into the room, lighting a small flame in his palm to illuminate the space a bit. He saw a large, curvy lump in his bed lying on its side with blonde hair resting on the pillow. He decided now wasn't the time, and that the least he could do for the girl was let her sleep peacefully. He turned around to leave the room when the scarred boy froze at the sound of a click. He looked back and saw the lamp on the nightstand next to Melissa was turned on. She was still awake and knew he was there. Neither of them said anything. For a while, it was just agonizing silence. Until Melissa reached over to pull down the covers behind her. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what she was getting at. "That I don't want to be alone," she whispered, almost inaudible in the dead quiet room. Izuku was very surprised by her request. He was certain the blonde would either hate or fear him after revealing everything, probably both. So for her to ask him to stay for the night, as if his presence brought comfort. "It's not because it's you, she just needs someone to help her sleep," Izuku told himself before letting his hopes get too high. He eventually climbed into bed, his back facing towards his replacement. They kept as much distance as they could without falling over the edge, which was difficult considering it was a one-person bed. Even after turning off the lamp, neither of them could sleep right away. For Melissa, she had just learned how awful her host family was, that they had created a monster, and viewed her as just a replacement. Like they were both disposable. For Izuku, he relived the most traumatic experiences of his life. They each had reasons to be kept awake well into the night. "That I miss my dad," Melissa suddenly whispered. Izuku's ear perked up at the sound of her hoarse voice. "That I miss my dad too," he whispered back. In the thick, heavy atmosphere surrounding the troubled teens, the air became a little lighter. "What's yours like?" Izuku asked. For a while, there was silence, and he wondered if he had overstepped. "He's nice," Melissa eventually answered. "He taught me almost everything I know about machines and engineering." "My dad taught me how to write, but I already told you that," Izuku said. "I had a hobby. I wrote about quirks and heroes in notebooks. It was my two favorite things in one, heroes and my dad." "That's really nice," Melissa said, her voice rising slightly. "My mom was quirkless. I never got to," she choked on her tears. "She's proud of you," Izuku said firmly. "She's watching over you and your dad, and I know she's incredibly proud of you. Both your parents are. I'm sure of it." Melissa sniffled and wiped away her tears. She really needed to hear that. "They don't hate you," she said softly. "Why your dad and grandma? They must have seen what you went through. They know you're not a bad person." Izuku hung on her last sentence. She said it with conviction. Well, as strongly as she could after crying so much in one afternoon. Is that what she believes too? The two of them continued whispering comforting words to each other, each exchange making sleep more and more accessible. They closed their eyes after one of the most emotionally exhausting days of their lives, unaware that their hands had traveled to meet each other below the covers. Inko Yagi, the former pro-hero Teleki, stood alone in a playground she used to visit many times in the past. However, instead of the shining sun and laughter of children, it was dark and dead silent. The playthings degraded over time. Suddenly, the wind picked up. It was strong, and there were green specks of light in the air. Embers. When they landed, they set the playground ablaze. Emerald flames consumed everything in minutes. Inko tried to flee, but something holding her shoulders stopped her. She looked back and saw Izuku and Melissa holding her. They were both quiet, their hair covering their eyes. The only thing that was clear about them was that they wouldn't let her go. Inko fought to run, but they wouldn't budge. The green flames climbed up their legs, enveloping the three entirely. How did it come to this? All Might asked himself as he fell to his knees, the last embers of his former strength fading away as he took in the dreadful situation. Japan was in shambles, torn apart by the hellish war that raged on for days. Lives were lost, brave heroes were sacrificed. In the end they lost. Evil won. All for one reclaimed his throne, along with one for all. Izumi's lifeless body was the last thing he saw before the demon lord ascended to unrivaled heights. And he lost everyone else soon after. Again and again. All Might's eyes snapped open at that familiar voice. Suddenly, a violet light appeared before him. It was the only light he could find beyond the unending darkness. The light took form as a womanly figure with a muscular, broad physique and a cape fluttering behind her. All Might stared at her back, unable to believe who he was seeing. His master, the seventh wielder of One for All. Nana Shimura. First Izuku, now Melissa, Nana said, not looking back at her former pupil. You made the same mistake again and again. Mistakes that he could exploit. That's how it got to this. Just like that, All Might deflated into his real self. Not a powerful giant, not a god among men. A frail, cowardly hypocrite who had spent years masquerading as a champion of justice. Nana turned around slowly to look upon him. It filled her with shame to see what her student had become. It was written all over her face. I can't believe you forgot what I taught you, Nana began, her eyes narrowed in a glare. Remembering your origin, that's what would have given you the strength to make a bright future like you wanted. But clearly I misjudged you. You couldn't look back for a second without crumbling, even for the sake of your son. Unlike you, Izuku never forgot the past. Because of that, he's become stronger than you could have imagined. But he didn't have anyone to guide him. Nana turned her back to the husk of a hero, her ethereal body beginning to fade away. Toshinori tried to reach out to her. He wanted to voice his regrets, but he couldn't speak in time. Shimura's final words before leaving haunted him. We both have poor taste in successors. Toshi and Inko both awoke with a gasp. What are the odds? They looked at each other, wretched guilt and pain on their faces. Inko broke down into tears, and her husband held her closely, trying to suppress his own tears. We've made awful mistakes, the skinny man said. Inko nodded against him. I was awful to Melissa yesterday, she mumbled. The same way I was to Izuku. Toshinori felt a strong pang of guilt. Even if he hates me, and rightfully so, I still want to make things right, Toshi thought. We owe her an explanation and an apology. We won't make the same mistake with Izuku. We'll be open and honest with her. Katsuki Bakugo stood alone in a dark, empty graveyard. He wore a black suit and an unreadable expression. His red eyes were shadowed by his spiky blonde hair, concealing his feelings from the world. You were useless. No power at all. A joke. Not even a pebble on my road to greatness. Nothing. Bakugo grumbled to himself, clenching his trembling fist. The cold wind blowing in his face seemed to mock him. He tried his best to tune it out. So why? He shouted at the tombstone in front of him. Why do I care that you were smart enough to take my advice? He yelled at Izuku Yagi's grave. He was visiting his former friend's resting place, struggling to understand why he felt so bad. Was it just for telling the truth? That Izuku would be better off with a quirk in his next life? Whatever. Deku's soul should thank him, since whatever he would become, it would be better than what he was. Agreed. A cold, familiar voice came from behind Katsuki. He felt a sudden chill before jumping back. He was face to face with the person he thought was dead, but he was very much alive. Once Katsuki got over the initial shock, anger took over. The nerve of him to let Katsuki and his family believe he was gone all this time. The pain they endured was for nothing. Bakugo started, but was cut off by a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the tombstone behind him. The impact was staggering. Orange sparks ignited in his hands, but they were easily brushed aside. Izuku stomped down on Katsuki's right shoulder, causing a sharp pain to echo in his ears. It was a level of hurt he had never experienced before. Not just the physical damage, but the realization that Deku was strong enough to make him look like a fool. The explosive user was filled not with guilt, but with the frustration of a missed opportunity. I should have stopped you when I had the chance. Izumi's dreamscape. Her classmates were all so far ahead. For years, she had viewed herself as insurmountable, a belief reinforced when she first received one. But now, every day, she felt inferior. Worst of all, he was at the front now, her twin brother, whom she had thought was lost because of her. The pain she felt was overwhelming. But now that he was here, disrupting everything again. You're pathetic. Izumi jumped at the voice that echoed behind her. She turned to see a massive, ethereal woman looming over her, disappointment and disgust etched on her beautiful features. Enough with the tears. You've been living in your own little world for years. It's time to face reality. But like my student, you probably won't learn until it's too late, if ever. Izumi was breathless before Nana Shimura, her cold words cutting through her already dwindling confidence. Before disappearing, she left her with a parting message. You are no grandchild of mine. Izuku's dreamscape. Up until a year ago, this was a normal morning for Izuku. Dark clouds hung overhead, the sirens of police cars echoed through the desolate streets, and the chaos caused by bold villains loomed large. He felt the numbing guilt and resentment for being the catalyst for all this mayhem. Regardless, the Green Devil was determined to atone by going after all for one. In the meantime, he could keep himself busy with the scum he had inspired. Suddenly, Izuku felt a presence behind him. He ignited his fist in verdant flames and swung back, but struck nothing. Was he losing his mind? He had already crossed a line when he wiped out most of a neighborhood, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was nearby. The presence he sensed was different from what he usually felt with his quirk. Izuku knew something was odd when his flames changed color, shifting from green to violet. Strange as it was, he didn't feel threatened. Confused and on guard, yes, but not in danger. He stared into the violet flames burning warmly on his hand, seemingly drawing him in. He could faintly make out a whisper. I forgive you. Reality. Izuku awoke, his eyes glossy and a warm sensation blooming inside him. His heart raced as he held the pillow tighter. A soft hum filled his ears. It came from his replacement, Melissa. He had forgotten that they shared the bed last night. Are you okay? She asked groggily. Yeah, just a dream, Izuku whispered, closing his eyes and holding his pillow. But since when do pillows have curves? And a sweet scent? As Izuku's senses sharpened, he felt warmth spreading through his cheeks. Melissa found the warmth pleasant and comforting. Did you turn on an electric blanket? It's nice, she mumbled, still mostly asleep. Izuku poked her back to wake her up. Melissa yawned into what she thought was a hard, yet soft and warm pillow. When she opened her blue eyes, she found herself staring at a broad chest in a forest green shirt, with muscular arms wrapped around her. Her face flushed as she realized the situation. They stayed like that for a few minutes, both unmoving and unable to look each other in the eye. Their hearts raced, faces burning, and the feeling of being so close to each other was oddly comforting. How did this even happen? We were back to back last night. They both thought simultaneously. Suddenly, Izuku broke the silence. I'm gonna go make breakfast, he said, still not moving his arms. Why yeah, I should take a shower, Melissa stuttered, not lifting her head from his chest. Right? Izuku said, finally releasing her. Okay. Melissa exclaimed as she removed the covers without much thought. As they both climbed out of bed, Izuku caught a full view of Melissa in the morning light and her sleepwear. The foreign exchange student wore a scarlet red nightgown with thin straps and a skirt that ended halfway down her thighs. The nightgown was a bit too small, revealing more than most would prefer. Midnight, Izuku thought, feeling a rush of embarrassment while adjusting his shorts. When he heard running water from the bathroom, he took that as his cue to leave. Midnight awoke with a giddy feeling in her chest. Last night, after comforting Melissa, she invited the heartbroken blonde to sleep in the teacher's dorm for the night. She had even lent her one of her nightgowns, the closest one to her size. Melissa was too absorbed in her thoughts to really protest and went along with it. The Diaminarix felt quite satisfied with herself. Good morning, everybody. Midnight chirped as she entered the kitchen and sat at the table with Hawks and Mirko. The bird had a knowing smile on his face, just like hers, but Mirko looked annoyed with her foot tapping on the floor. Where's our dear guest? The purple-haired woman asked eagerly. From the sound of it, she's having a rough time in the bathroom, Mirko replied, unimpressed. I'll have a word with you for putting her in that situation, Izuku threatened while standing at the stove. If it makes you feel any better, you're the only one who saw her in it, Hawks commented. Izuku shot him a glare over his shoulder, fire in his eyes. The bird quickly zipped his mouth shut at that fierce look. Ichai. A nervous voice came from the end of the hall. Izuku and the heroes at the table turned to see Melissa. She was wearing her clothes from yesterday, much to Izuku's relief, but her cheeks were tinted pink, the embarrassment of the morning clearly still lingering. "Good morning, honey. Sleep well." Midnight chirped, making Melissa blush even more, and Izuku shot her a glare. "Take a seat, breakfast is almost ready. You're going to love Izuku's cooking. I'm going to have a word with her." Izuku thought while blushing before turning off the stove. Despite her face being tomato red, Melissa took a seat at the table. None of the pros were in their costumes, just t-shirts, shorts, and nightshirts, nothing special. But with Hawks and Mirko, whose quirks were always on display, she couldn't forget who she was sitting among. There was a moment of awkwardness and nervousness for the young inventor until Izuku came in with trays of delicious food. Melissa grabbed her fork in her trembling hand and took her first bite. Her eyes widened as the flavors exploded on her tongue. She had tried Japanese food before, but the way Izuku made it was on another level. Her nervousness melted away with each bite. "He's good, huh?" Hawks asked while feeding himself as well. You should have seen his first try. They were barely edible. Izuku glared at the bird, and Midnight chuckled. "It was my first time," Izuku growled. "I got the hang of it quickly after I read a book." Melissa hummed in delight as she was nearly halfway through. Her plate already. Midnight, apparently unwilling to let opportunities slip today, opened her mouth with a smirk. "Nothing like a good meal to put you at ease, right? You can ask Izuku's friends if you want." Melissa's eyes snapped to the pro, prompting her to continue. "These exquisite meals are how Izuku tends to apologize for any stress he causes or to uplift someone he cares about. Despite his rough looks, he's a big sweetheart. Keep talking and you can cook for yourself from now on, Miss Microwave Dinners," Izuku threatened. Mirko's ears twitched, and she nearly choked on her food, glaring threateningly at Midnight. Melissa put a hand over her mouth to stifle her giggles. Surrounded by this positive energy was a very welcome change of scene. She almost found it funny that she was nervous around them all. After finishing breakfast, Melissa volunteered to do the dishes. She was in a good mood and felt like helping around the large dorm. Izuku, meanwhile, was packing leftovers into containers and bringing chopsticks with him. "Bye," he waved over his shoulder as he walked out of the kitchen. "Where are you going?" Melissa called, her voice sounding light and positive. It made what Izuku was about to say harder to spill. "The infirmary," he answered. Just like that, Melissa's bright demeanor was replaced by dread. She felt her heart sink, her food starting to feel heavy in her stomach. "My teachers are getting discharged today, so they're probably almost back to normal. Just going to see how they're doing. I'll come straight back." With that, the boy left. Midnight came to Melissa's side with a cloth and dried the dishes she had washed. "He'll be fine. He recovered the fastest and is more than capable of holding his own. You know Yagi and Bakugo can't intimidate him anymore. Or you, for that matter." Melissa stuttered in confusion, misunderstanding Midnight's words. They couldn't intimidate Izuku because he's leagues above them now. He also has most of the UA staff. Midnight continued, "Unlike anyone we know, you walked a few miles in his shoes. Quirkless, living with the Yagis, you connect with him more intimately than most. The look in his eyes before he left told me everything I need to know. If they lay a finger on you, it's their loss." Melissa felt her heart skip a beat and started to rise again. Midnight laid her head on Melissa's shoulder for a moment, rubbing her shoulders soothingly. "Go try to relax, honey. I'll finish up here." Midnight handed Melissa the cloth to wipe her hands and sent her off to calm down. "One more thing." Midnight called out to her before she rounded the corner. "Students are set to go home for a few days while we focus on security improvements." Melissa didn't need a reminder of that. It was one of the things she'd been dreading. She enjoyed spending time with her classmates and Izuku, and that was before learning his past and how she fit into it. Now, the thought made her want to build a rocket to put as much distance between the Yagis, Bakugo, and herself as possible. "But I think we can make an exception," Midnight said, and Melissa's eyes widened at what she just heard. The purple-haired woman had a genuine smile on her face. "We've already got Izuku, what's one more? Besides, I'm sure you slept better with him than with your host family." That final tease caused Melissa to blush furiously. She mumbled a thank you before disappearing in a puff of white smoke. Once she was out of sight, Midnight's smile became a bit sad. Such a sweet, pretty girl. Why are they so determined to ruin the cute ones? Oh no, Hawks muttered as he just got off the phone with Recovery Girl. What's got you all worried? Mirko asked, lounging with her feet up. Bakugo and Yagi are awake. Both Midnight and Mirko looked at the bird with expressions of horror and dread. They had just happened to wake up as Izuku was making his way to the infirmary, and yesterday's events were still fresh in his mind. If he saw them now. They're in for it, Mirko deadpanned, not getting up from her seat. Infirmary. A scowl plagued Izuku's features as he walked through the corridors, his chest burning since he entered the building. He felt it. They were starting to wake up. He kept his head straight and didn't slow down when he passed their room. He didn't need the anger right now. Taking a deep breath and exhaling small flames from his mouth, Izuku focused on his intention to check on Aizawa and Tsutsumi. The others didn't matter. Good morning. A cheerful voice from behind Izuku startled him, along with the arms wrapping around his chest. Only one person was bold enough to touch him so easily. Izuku sighed a puff of smoke and said, "Hi, Nijire." The third year's smile faded when she noticed something. Are you okay? You feel pretty hot. Are you mad or coming down with something? She released Izuku and turned him around to look at his features, her hands gently guiding his face to meet hers. Anger was clearly burning in his green eyes. Yup, you're mad. Izuku let his lukewarm flames carry the leftovers as he placed his hands over Nijire's. A little, he said in a low voice while removing Heido's soft hands from his face. I'll tell you about it with Nagant and Aizawa. Come on. He let go of Nijire, who missed the warmth of his strong, calloused hands. Sorry, I only have enough leftovers for my teachers. I can go and make you something. Izuku was silenced by Nijire placing her finger to his lips. Don't worry, I had breakfast with my friends. I am stuffed. The Bluinette patted her belly as she said that. Yeah, your cooking is super yummy, but you make it for me so often already. Plus, you haven't had it these past few days, so I thought I'd give you one less thing to worry about. The burning in Izuku's chest diminished almost entirely as he stared into the kind, royal blue eyes looking back at him. Thanks, Nijire. His voice was barely above a whisper, but it was enough to make Heido break into a wide grin. No problem. I'm sure I can go a couple of days without your tasty meals. So, did you hear about school closing today? We've all got our bags packed, but what about you? Just going to stay here? That's the plan, Izuku answered. Well, it's not really a vacation for us seniors. While the teachers are taking care of things here, we're going to be taking care of things out there. Hey, you should come find me while I'm patrolling. We can hang out on my lunch break like when we met. I could introduce you to Ryukyu. You guys haven't really talked. Don't worry, she's super nice. Izuku truly hoped Nijire was right about that. He remembered the few moments he had near the Dragoon hero. The first time they were face to face was just before he burned out. She was protecting Heido from his dwindling fire. The last time was when he forced Tsukachi into locking him up in Tartarus. He knew that she was aware of his past, but unlike her pupil, she wasn't going to embrace him with open arms so easily. When they eventually had a conversation, it would certainly be interesting. When the pair reached the door they were looking for, Izuku opened it to find Aizawa and Kana looking much better than he had left them. The casts that had kept their arms and legs immobilized were replaced with braces. The hero teachers were moving their once heavily injured limbs around with only mild discomfort. Kana was even standing. Sure, she was holding onto the foot of her bed, but it counted. The two craned their heads to the door and noticed the first and third year duo. Hope you guys are hungry. We've got breakfast. Nijire chirped while pointing to the floating ball of fire carrying the food containers. Glad you two are doing better, Izuku said as he walked into the room with Nijire following just behind him. Izuku helped Nagant sit back down on her bed, holding her hand and supporting her back. Do I look frail and broken to you? She asked him. No, but you look like your legs are about to give out on you. You should be taking it easy. Kana scoffed as she was once again seated. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Izuku and Nijire made themselves comfortable on stools while Shota and Kana settled in. Even the hardened teachers couldn't help but smile as they devoured Izuku's cooking. Despite being full herself, Nijire felt a little envious of the culinary genius Izuku had blessed them with. For a time, there was comfortable silence until, boom, a small explosion was heard from one of the rooms down the hall. Shota pinched the bridge of his nose. The quiet was nice while it lasted. Kana's face scrunched up in frustration, her teeth bared. Why are they still alive? Nijire quickly got up and ran to the sink, filling a cup with water. She hurriedly placed it in Izuku's trembling, burning hot hand. Before the cup could melt in his grasp, Izuku downed it all in 3 large gulps. He exhaled a large wave of steam. Nijire, Shota, and Kana took a good look at him. His eyes blazed, brows furrowed, veins apparent on his neck and forehead. He looked like the textbook definition of furious, somehow more than before. "Wanna talk?" Nagant asked him. She knew him well enough to tell the difference between old wounds and new pain. Something had happened recently. Izuku took a deep breath and exhaled small green flames. "That I hate that family," he spoke in a low voice. Meanwhile, Bakugo was gripping his bandaged right arm, cursing silently as the pain persisted. "What part of 'you're still recovering' did you not understand?" Recovery Girl asked, feeling a migraine starting to come on. Izumi wasn't much better, with her right arm in a sling and her back needing support. Even after 3 days in a coma, and with the school nurse's periodic healing, she was still far from being at her best. The two of them were informed by Recovery Girl that they, along with their classmates, would be going home for a few days to recover mentally from the villain attack. "Forget that!" Bakugo roared. "I'm going to take down that green city." Delusional as ever, Recovery Girl shook her head. "You're not fit to confront anyone in your condition," she chided while smacking Bakugo over the head with her cane. "Then why am I only half-healed? You've had all this time, and this is the best you could do?" Izumi complained, receiving a whack of her own to the head. "Your frail body would be much worse if not for me. Your parents clearly haven't taught you any respect, Missy." Suddenly, the door to their room opened, and Tsukachi walked in. "Ah, you two are awake," he said, almost sounding deflated. He had dreaded this day, but here he was to break the news to Yagi and Bakugo, arguably the two people Izuku hated the most, and who hated him the most. The detective hoped they would remain calm and rational when delivering the news. "She's at the faculty dorm now," Izuku concluded, recounting the events of the previous day. His meeting with Melissa had brought back painful memories, forcing him to relive some of his most traumatic moments. It was heart-wrenching and unsettling. Izawa and Nagant were too disturbed to finish their breakfast. So they're still hurting people for no reason? Even someone who's done nothing but good for them? Nijire asked, her voice filled with unusual anger. "They're making it really difficult to not retaliate," Nagant said through clenched teeth. Izawa took a breath before responding. "Hawks, Nizu, and the detective have informed your classmates about you, so it's safe to assume Bakugo and Yagi won't be excluded. Not just about your actions, but theirs as well. And unlike your classmates, nothing will be left out. Maybe they'll understand that the torment we all endured was inspired by them." Wishful thinking, Eraserhead, wishful thinking. Moments later, the door swung open forcefully, revealing two familiar figures with blonde and green hair. Their eyes locked onto Izuku, their intentions clear. "Not again." Lady Nagant and Eraserhead both thought in frustration. Izuku met their gaze, anger simmering within him. Small flames flickered across his body, signaling his readiness. That was the cue the others needed to spring into action. With her usable right hand, Izumi attempted to lift her brother, but it was a mistake. Izuku's body ignited in a furious emerald blaze, breaking free from her telekinetic grasp. She, Katsuki, and everyone else in the room recoiled from the sudden surge of heat, the waves of Izuku's anger palpable. Yet, Bakugo was undeterred. He lunged at Izuku, his left hand crackling with energy. "This time, I'll take you down myself," he shouted. "No!" Two spiraling trails of golden energy caught Katsuki by his arm and leg, hurling him against the wall with a heavy thud. He grunted, surprised to see who had intervened. The blue-haired senior, always around Izuku, glared at him fiercely. "Don't touch him, you bully!" Izumi found her voice and shouted at the third-year student. "You're defending a monster, you fool!" As soon as the insult left her mouth, Yagi found herself face to face with her brother, standing protectively between her and Nijire. "No one is defending you," he said in a voice that sent chills down her spine. Still, her instincts kicked in as she pulled back her left fist, energy crackling around her limb. Behind her, Tsukachi and Recovery Girl watched the chaos unfold, worried about what Izumi was about to do. "You wouldn't dare." Tsukachi thought anxiously. "If those kids somehow survive this, I am not healing them again." Recovery Girl thought in exasperation. As Izumi prepared to unleash her power, Izuku readied himself to counter it. But before either could act, they suddenly found their abilities fading. The psycho flames extinguished, and one for all diminished. Yet the energy still lingered in the air. Izuku sensed a familiar presence. "I swear," Aizawa's tired voice broke through. "I can't take my eyes off you three when you're in the same room." At the end of the room, Katsuki had risen and started yelling. "What the heck, Teach? You've known about this guy since the beginning, haven't you? I'll take you down." Pow! Katsuki was abruptly silenced as a bullet grazed his cheek, embedding itself in the wall behind him. His heart raced as he felt the sting. "You kids have perfect timing," Lady Nagant said, her sniper rifle at the ready. "I'm back in action." "Then you should work on your aim," Izumi retorted, walking past Izuku. Just summoning the strength of one for all without unleashing it was enough to strain her. "Don't you know what he's done? The pain he's caused?" Each word from Izumi only fueled the anger of the teachers and Nijire. Her hypocrisy was astounding. Before she could continue, a fist struck her back, causing her to cry out in pain. Another hand gripped her throat, lifting her off the ground and slamming her down. The one responsible was Izuku, but Katsuki was the only one who opposed his actions. "Yuji," Katsuki began, but Izuku dashed at him, grabbing his arm with a speed that defied belief. The blonde felt a sense of déjà vu as his arm was crushed even worse than before. Izuku wasn't finished. He struck Katsuki in the gut, the force knocking the wind out of him. He flipped Bakugo over his shoulder and slammed him onto the floor beside Izumi, leaving him gasping for breath. No one intervened, nor should they have. This was catharsis for Izuku, a reckoning for his tormentors. He breathed heavily, not from exhaustion, but from releasing his pent-up anger, frustration, and pain. Before Bakugo could rise, Izuku's foot landed on his stomach. "Ugh," he gasped, feeling the impact. Even those watching winced. The onslaught continued with a swift kick to Bakugo's side, sending him crashing into the wall, new bruises forming. Izumi wasn't about to let her best friend be beaten without a fight. Unfortunately for her, Izuku had not forgotten about her. He lifted Yagi by her collar, forcing her to meet his intense gaze. Even without the flames, his glare was enough to instill fear. For a fleeting moment, she saw their father glaring at her with the same disdain. Fweck, fweck, fweck. Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches on Izumi's face, showing no mercy. Each strike was harder than the last, causing her blood to spill and cover his clenched fist. Izuku's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through him as he struck his twin with a mix of fury and memories. Each punch he threw was fueled by recollections of their childhood, the abandonment by their parents, the painful games where he was often the target, and the countless times he had been outmatched in their playful battles. The memories of being lifted by telekinesis while Kaken launched him away haunted him. These thoughts drove him to keep punching, his hand becoming stained. Through the haze of pain, Izumi opened her eyes to see the fierce, vengeful expression on her brother's face. This was not the Deku she once knew. He was transformed, filled with strength and rage that left her feeling overwhelmed. It was too much for her to bear. Soon, it wasn't just the blood on Izuku's hands that marked the moment, but her tears as well. Kaken struggled to his feet, wincing as he held his side. Realizing Izumi was in serious trouble, he charged at Izuku. "Get away from her!" he shouted, preparing to kick him. But Izuku anticipated his move, releasing his grip on Yagi and blocking the incoming foot with his hand. Kaken growled, but before he could retaliate, Izuku delivered a powerful uppercut that sent him reeling. As Kaken staggered back, Izuku seized him by the neck, applying pressure with his other hand. Bakugo clawed at Izuku's arm, desperate to break free. In response, Izuku lifted him slightly off the ground, tightening his grip. Kaken gasped for air, his heart racing. Meanwhile, Izumi lay on the floor, bloodied but defiant. To silence her, Izuku placed his foot on her throat, causing the room to fall silent except for their labored breathing. Shadows obscured his eyes, and he seemed calm, yet the pressure on their throats remained unyielding. The onlookers wondered if he might truly go too far. Izuku inhaled sharply, breaking the stillness. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his next move. Time stretched agonizingly as Yagi and Bakugo's strength waned. Finally he spoke. "You have no idea how deep my hatred runs. What you feel for me pales in comparison." As their vision dimmed and their struggles weakened, they realized the irony of their situation, facing defeat at the hands of someone they had always underestimated. "I'm going to make this simple," Izuku said, easing his grip just enough for them to breathe. They gasped for air, but hope was fleeting. He leaned closer, his voice low and menacing. "'Cause Melissa 1 more ounce of pain, and you die." With that, he hurled Katsuki against the wall. The blonde clutched his throat, coughing and gasping. Izuku lifted his foot off Izumi, shaking the blood from his hand. The crimson droplets fell onto her face, a stark reminder of their confrontation. No one dared to stop him as he exited the infirmary, and no one intervened as Hado followed him. "Well, that was a rather intense start to the day," Aizawa remarked, closing his eyes. Recovery Girl handed him some eye drops as the adults surveyed the aftermath. Blood and saliva stained the floor, 2 battered figures struggled for breath, and the room bore scorch marks from the chaos. "What a mess," Kana commented. Izuku stood still in the hallway, the heat radiating from his chest and shoulders. He stared at his bloodied hand, feeling a mix of satisfaction and dread. Despite the thrill of finally making them feel pain, the sight of his hand reminded him of darker days. He clenched his fist, the heat intensifying. Suddenly, a warm hand enveloped his, calming the flames within him. It was Nijire, her energy shielding them both. She smiled at him, undeterred by the blood on his hand. "Come on, let's clean this up," she said cheerfully, guiding him to the bathroom. The running water and fragrant soap washed away the evidence of his actions. Izuku felt a sense of relief, though his chest still burned with intensity. "I'm sorry you had to see that," he murmured. Nijire opened her mouth to respond but found no words, instead handing him paper towels to dry off. When they left the bathroom, still holding hands, Hado led Izuku to an empty classroom. They settled on the floor, enjoying a moment of silence together. "I wouldn't have been upset with you," Izuku began, drawing Nijire's attention. "I wanted to hurt them so badly. If you had stopped me, I wouldn't have been angry." Nijire wrapped her arms around him in a side hug, feeling the heat radiating from him. It was different from the warmth she usually felt, but she welcomed it nonetheless. He placed his hands on her arms, not pulling her away but trying to relax into her hold. While Hado closed her eyes, Izuku's were wide open, his scara glowing green as he looked beyond the classroom they were in. A head of blonde hair could be seen walking away from the support course dorms, carrying luggage with her. She was heading back to the faculty dorms, planning to unpack and settle in for a bit. Melissa had decided to accept Midnight's offer of temporary residence with them, and this time she made sure to pack her own pajamas. But there was one thing holding her back. "How am I going to tell them?" Melissa sat down on a bench outside her destination, folding her arms over her knees and staring at the grass beneath her. She had been straining her mind for a while, trying to think of how she would tell Toshinori and Inko about her decision to put some distance between them. She had sent a text but, unsurprisingly, received no response. She couldn't really tell them about Izuku, could she? How would they react? One thing was for certain, Her stomach was in knots over it. Are you okay? Melissa craned her neck in the direction of the voice. Her aqua blue eyes met large, round black eyes. In front of her was a girl with long, dark green hair tied into a bow at the end, noticeably large hands, wearing a pale green shirt and denim shorts. She was holding onto the strap of her small yellow bag that had a froggy sticker on the front. Melissa didn't immediately answer, but the sadness in her eyes confirmed Tsuyu's suspicions. She's upset. You're a support student, right? She asked. Melissa nodded. Melissa Shield, hi, she said, her tone downtrodden. Tsuyu Azui, but you can call me Tsu. I'm the vice president of my heroics class, Ribbit. A tiny smile began to show itself on Melissa's face at Tsuyu's cheerful demeanor. More importantly, Melissa remembered meeting a ponytailed hero student with Izuku before the USJ incident. She was the class president. Are you upset about something? The frog girl asked again. Melissa scooted over slightly, making room for Azui to sit next to her, which she did. Melissa sighed, lifting her round glasses with her fingers and rubbing her eyes. I know what you and your classmates went through, she said. That sentence made Tsu's heart skip a beat, the implications not lost on her, but Melissa continued before she could respond verbally. I know I sound whiny, selfish, and stupid after you all got attacked, but I've been through a lot recently. Melissa expected the frog-like girl to agree with her on the grounds that her problems were insignificant compared to what the hero students went through. Why wouldn't she? They were fighting for their lives, getting seriously hurt, and only in their first week of high school. She should have just said she was fine and let Tsu carry on with her business instead of wasting her time. Don't say that. Tsuyu's voice cut through her depressing thoughts, her tone gentle and caring. She placed a comforting hand on Melissa's shoulder. We all have problems every now and then, some more than others, but it doesn't mean what you feel doesn't matter next to someone else. Your feelings matter too. Melissa looked into Tsu's eyes for a long moment, tears beginning to well up again. She brought her arm up to wipe them away. Azui had a good, up-close look into her eyes. She looks like she's been crying a lot. The thought made her heart ache, but then something occurred to her. Who made you feel like your feelings don't matter? She asked. Melissa dried her eyes before answering. And my host family. They were nice at first, but lately. I'm staying here. Tsu croaked in surprise at what she just said. Miss Midnight said I can stay on campus. I need time to myself for a while. Another thought struck Tsu. They were right outside the faculty dorm, and her class knew it was where Izuku stayed before moving into the student dorms with the rest of them. Melissa wasn't mentioned in Izuku's backstory, but she could deduce that she might have similar experiences bullying and neglect. That would explain why she feels like she doesn't matter. Good decision. It's important to make time for yourself, get your thoughts and feelings in order. Otherwise, you might have a breakdown. Is something the matter, girls? A voice grabbed the attention of both first years. It came from Midnight, dressed in her pro-hero costume. She walked out to see Azui apparently comforting the blonde foreigner. An adoring smile formed on the Diamantarx's lips. I came by to drop something off at first, Azui started before looking back at Melissa. But Melissa looked sad, so I tried cheering her up. Melissa could feel her heartstrings being tugged at by the frog. How sweet of you, Miss Vice President. Now, what was it you wanted to drop off? Tsuyu walked towards her teacher and took out the sole item in her bag, a silver gauntlet, squeaky clean without a scratch on it. One of Izuku's inhibitor gauntlets. I cleaned it as best as I could and made sure it wasn't damaged, Tsuyu said while handing Midnight the support item. The purple-haired woman inspected it top to bottom. Thank you, Azui. I'm sure Izuku will appreciate this. I'll be sure to let him know you delivered it. Midnight winked at her, causing Tsuyu to blush before bowing her head. Midnight beckoned for Melissa to come. She handed the young inventor the device, and her eyes widened. This is one of Izuku's gauntlets, she gasped. Ribbit, you know about his tech? Tsuyu asked with surprised eyes. Melissa nodded. He came to the workshop one afternoon for maintenance. But where's the other one? And the key? Tsuyu's sweat dropped and looked to the side. One was crushed and the other was melted. Do you think you can make another? Melissa hummed and put a hand over her mouth. Midnight and you could both hear her mumbling in deep thought, some of it about materials and help from her papa, to really get it done perfectly. Midnight took the liberty of giving Tsuyu the short answer. Of course she can. Our American darling here is a tech prodigy from what Power Loader says in teachers' meetings. The blonde blushed vehemently. He really said that about me? Midnight nodded rapidly, and a reassured smile appeared on Tsuyu's face. I guess I'll leave it to you then. The frog girl took her leave but turned to look at the blonde inventor. Melissa, take care of yourself. I'm sure you'll figure things out, you're not alone. The words from Tsuyu made Melissa tear up, but this time with a smile. Tsuyu waved goodbye with a smile, and her new friend happily returned it. When Tsuyu was gone, Melissa dried her eyes. Suddenly she felt two hands holding her shoulders and pulling her into a warm embrace. Midnight was holding her in a motherly fashion yet again, and Melissa almost instantly reciprocated. That Izuku's made good friends, the blue-eyed girl sniffled. Yes, he has, hasn't he? Midnight agreed, her nurturing gaze falling down to Melissa's head. And so have you, for that matter. Come on, let's get you settled in. The Diemniks went to grab Melissa's rolling suitcase and rolled it up to her. They both walked into the building together. As for the frog, she walked back to the dorms to gather her things and leave with the rest of her class. On her way, a thought occurred to her. That was the girl Izuku and Momo were talking to before the USJ. She seems like a close friend of his. But I wonder if she knows Bakugo and Yagi. I'll ask another time since she's already going through a lot. Hey Tsu! Ribbit! Tsu was caught mid-thought by Kirishima, Uraraka, Ashido, and Hagakure coming up to her, all carrying their own luggage. Do you guys need something? The vice president asked. Nah, but you were kinda taking your time. Did you see Izuku by any chance? Achiko asked, only for the frog to shake her head, meaning no. Even though Ajui's only intention was to deliver his gauntlet, she and all her classmates were hoping she might cross paths with their most scarred classmate. Rather than the whole group risking overwhelming him, just one representative they knew he trusted. I don't think we'll see him until we're back in class, she said. Boo! Mina jeered. Come on. Hagakure joined her. This is torture, there's so much I want to say to him. Kirishima exclaimed. Does seriously no one here have his number? Uraraka asked. Tsu thought for a moment. Hato does, but that'd probably be a weird thing to ask. Let me go get my stuff. Tsu hopped back to the dorm to quickly grab her things. Uraraka had a thin smile on her face. Oh yeah. His not girlfriend, she muttered. Mina grinned at their froggy friend's retreating form. I was thinking she'd never let his gear go. She didn't let any of us even touch it. I know Tsu's a frog, but she guarded her treasure like a dragon, she laughed. Toru had a deadpan expression. Girl, seriously? She gestured at the black hoodie tied around Mina's waist. It had dark green lines along the sleeves and, interestingly, burn marks in several places. It was the hoodie Izuku wore for a time as the Green Devil, which he gave to Mina as a makeshift sling for her arm. Even Toru and Ijiro were never allowed to touch it. When Ajui left the dorms with her things, she ran ahead to find Momo walking with Jiro by her side. She placed a hand on the class president's shoulder. What is it, Ajui? She asked. Do you remember that blonde girl from the support course Izuku knows? Melissa? Yes, but why are you asking? Did you run into her? The Ravenet asked. Tsu nodded, placing a finger on her chin and remembering the sad girl on the bench she tried to help. I think she might have some things in common with Izuku, Ribbit. Infirmary. Recovery Girl was true to her unspoken word that she would not heal Bakugo and Yagi for stirring more trouble for themselves. Still, she got them cloths to wipe off the blood and ointments and patches for their bruises. The healing privileges were reserved for Aizawa and Kana, who could move around a lot easier thanks to it. Surprisingly enough, Izumi and Katsuki didn't say a word against it. Just so you know, Aizawa spoke up. Since you're aware of Izuku's real strength, when you provoke him, it'll be your informed choice. In which case, I won't be lifting a finger to help you. Why is he here? Izumi asked. In a school for heroes, why is a murderer here? You arrogant, hypocritical person, Kana began with a low growl. You two are the last ones I want to hear complain about how things are done. We all know how pampered you were in middle school, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. The pointless beatings, the pain you caused him. I can't tell if you're in denial or have lost your way. You created the Green Devil. You turned him into a killer. You destroyed him. Your parents aren't going to say it straight, so allow me. Kana knelt down to stare directly at the wounded hypocrites. Every action you take results in destruction and pain for those around you. You're not heroes, you're hypocrites, happy to bring down others to uphold your fragile, overinflated egos. God forbid anyone else have a single moment in the sun, lest your whole world falls apart. No one is going to praise you for your insignificant accomplishments. No one is going to cover for your mistakes. You've been living a fantasy your whole lives. Now it's time to wake up to reality. And the reality is, no matter how many empty threats you spew, no matter how many false tears you shed, you'll never amount to anything more than the most shameful students in this school. Yagi and Bakugo left the infirmary after Nagin's harsh but truthful words. She, Tsukachi, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl couldn't be sure of what they'd do next. One would guess, cry to all might and teleki as usual. The further they got from the adults, the more speed they picked up. Wherever they were going, it was with urgency. Faculty dorm. Melissa had unpacked her things in one of the rooms of the large dorm. With that done, she took a look at the piece of tech Tsuyu brought. She had analyzed it before when Izuku came for a maintenance check. From what she remembered, one could seal 45% of a person's quirk factor. Unfortunately, she didn't know enough about them to recreate a perfect copy. Maybe Papa can help me with this, and maybe Mr. Powerloader will let me use the workshop while I'm here, the blonde thought as she walked out into the hallway. Melissa, a gasp grabbed her attention. She turned her head and saw Toshinori and Inko with baggage of their own. Have you gathered your things? We're going to fetch Izumi and Katsuki before we leave, Toshi said, causing Melissa to tuck in her lip. This was it, her moment to tell them about her decision. Why you can go without me, she said in a small voice. The married couple didn't grasp what she truly meant. But they're finally awake. I'm sure they'd like it if you saw them. Show that you care. Melissa tightly gripped the gauntlet in her hand. No, she said with a stronger voice. I'm staying here. I talked to Midnight, they gave me a room and I have work to do. She was referring to Izuku's tech in her hand. Inko stepped forward and placed her hand on Melissa's shoulder, causing the blonde to flinch slightly. Sweetie, I'm sorry for how I treated you yesterday. I was just upset and took it out on you. Her words were sincere, but they only scratched the surface of her feelings. Toshinori chimed in, how about we all go out to eat tonight, my treat? He smiled warmly. Melissa considered it for a moment before responding, that sounds nice, as she gently removed Inko's hand from her shoulder and walked away. You guys have fun. Melissa left her aunt and uncle feeling a bit dejected. Once she was out of their sight, a single tear rolled down her cheek, but it wasn't one of sadness. In fact, she felt a bit lighter. Even though she hadn't expressed everything she felt, she had made her own choice and stuck to it. They would see her earlier message eventually, reinforcing her decision. Now, she was more eager to call her dad, not just for help with Izuku's gauntlet, but because she truly missed him. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Izumi were flying to the faculty dorm to find All Might and Inko. They intended to tell them about the terrifying experience they had with Izuku, the fear he instilled in them, and the reckless behavior that nearly put them in danger. What they mistook for cruelty was, in reality, a misguided attempt at a friendly warning. However, when they reached the door, a high voice interrupted them. May I help you both? Principal Nizu seemed to appear out of nowhere before the two. Before they could voice their concerns, the small creature raised a paw to silence them. Let me just say, the reason I offered Izuku a place in my school is the same reason I allowed you two to come here, for atonement. I am well aware of what the three of you have done, yet I tolerate it because you have the potential to save lives instead of ruining them. Nizu's words struck a chord with the arrogant pair, but they tried to mask their discomfort. You think you can lump us with him? Izumi asked through clenched teeth. Nizu closed his eyes and lowered his head. You're right, that isn't a fair comparison to make. Izumi and Katsuki perked up slightly before Nizu continued. As your wise class president said, he's the only one of you three who has shown true remorse. With that, the principal left them standing there, feeling a newfound resentment toward Momo. Elsewhere, Nijire poked Izuku's cheek when it seemed he was on the verge of either crying or exploding. While he was focused on several different locations across the campus, Nijire noticed his reactions. He kept heating up and cooling down, his emotions fluctuating like a flame. When Izuku's vision returned to normal, he realized he had his arms wrapped tightly around Heido's waist as she sat close to him. Sorry, Izuku said as he released Nijire, allowing her to breathe more easily. It's okay. What did you see? Is everything alright? What happened to those bullies? What about Melissa? Nijire asked rapidly, only for Izuku to cover his face with his hands and take a deep breath. Nizu got them to quiet down. Melissa is. I think she'll be okay, Izuku replied. Nijire smiled and stood up, taking his hands in hers. Want to take me back to my dorm? She asked hopefully. Izuku couldn't say no to her when she looked at him like that. However, he hesitated. He wasn't in the mood to run into anyone on the ground, and if he flew, he'd be seen with green flames. So, how did I let you talk me into this? Izuku asked while in Heido's arms. The third-year student was carrying him bridal style through the air as she flew toward her dorm. Nijire giggled sweetly. Just one more good memory before I go away for a while. That reminder wasn't what Izuku needed to hear. Nijire noticed when his gaze dropped to the ground below. Hey, do you want to say goodbye to your friends? It's been a while since you talked to them. You know there's no reason to be scared of them like you were of me. They've already left, and even if they were still here. Izuku paused, clenching his right hand tightly. I'm not ready to face them. Nijire held him closer, resting her forehead against his temple. Izuku didn't pull away, which she took as a good sign. Nijire's feet touched down on the path just in front of Class 3A's porch. She set Izuku down and held his hands in hers. Izuku blushed and looked down at the ground. Thanks for the ride, I guess, he said softly. Nijire giggled at him. Don't mention it. And don't feel bad about using me as a stress pillow. I know I'm nice and soft. Hey, what? A third voice asked. Izuku and Heido turned to see a girl with spiky red hair, a boy with pointy ears and raven hair, and a blonde guy with a cowlick and cartoonish face. The latter looked surprised, while the other two wore expressions of shock. Nijire, is this your? Heya began to speak. Izuku quickly pieced together that these were Heido's friends. This'll be quick, I promise, the brunette whispered before letting go of Izuku's hands. Guys, meet Izuku. I've been telling you about him for days now. Izuku, these are my closest friends, besides you, of course. That's you, she pointed to the girl, Tamaki, the shy-looking teen, and Tagoda, the upbeat blonde. Izuku waved at the three with it. Scarred hand. They seemed a bit taken aback by his appearance, which they might describe as battle-worn. Heido had told them he was surviving the Green Devil's era on his own, and one glance at him helped them believe it. Heya waved nervously, Tamaki turned to face the wall, and Mirio waved back with a grin. You know, you and Tagoda are alike, Nijire began. You're both the strongest guys in your grade. Mirio chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Well, I don't know about that, huh? Anyway, good to finally meet you, Izuku. How are you liking UA as a student? Izuku hadn't expected any third-year student other than Heido to welcome him so warmly, even if she had been raving about him. Just like with her, he had a delayed response to the positive energy directed at him. That I'm adjusting, I guess. He jolted slightly when the senior started feeling his arms. Wow, you've got some muscle. We should spar sometime, see what we've got. That I'm not so sure about that. While Mirio was getting to know Nijire's favorite junior, Nijire herself was pulled into a hushed conversation by Heya. Explain. Now, she demanded slowly. Heido began, okay, so after I left, Izuku was at the infirmary. We hung out, talked, the usual for us, then some things happened. Heya noticed her voice trail off at that. Things? What things? She pressed. Nijire wondered how to explain it. She glanced at Izuku, who had Mirio with his arms slung over his shoulder, and knew she couldn't just tell Heya what had happened. It's something Izuku is really private about. Only a couple of people know, and he wants it to stay that way. Sorry you. Fine, but what's this about him using you as a stress pillow? Nijire found it easy to explain that. Oh that? We left the infirmary, got cleaned up, and then decided to stay in an empty classroom until he calmed down. He must have been lost in his thoughts because I don't think he realized he was squeezing me until I poked his cheek. Did you say, get cleaned up? Tamaki asked softly, still staring at the wall. Hato nodded. It was quite a mess. The bed sheets were ruined, and there were some unpleasant things on the floor and all over his hand. Luckily, the teachers didn't have to intervene before it got really bad. I can't say exactly what happened, but I will say things got a bit wild. Tamaki and Heya were now blushing, their eyes wide, struggling to form coherent sentences. The redhead looked Nijire up and down. She was wearing her pajamas, just as she had when she left, purple shorts that hugged her figure and a blue t-shirt that read, Sleepy Gal, in magenta across the chest. Are you okay? Nijire asked, poking her friend's cheek. Nijire. How old is he again? Yu asked in a whisper. 15. I want to make his birthday this year super special. What gift do you think he'd like? Heya had a potential answer but would never reveal it. The door to the third-year dorm opened, and a group of seniors emerged with their bags packed, ready to either go home or to the hero agency they studied under. One of them reminded Hato to gather her things. The girl nodded before looking back at Izuku, who was staring at her with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Nijire hopped off the ground, using her quirk to propel herself until she was in front of Izuku and Mirio. Without hesitation, the brunette hugged Izuku tightly in front of most of her classmates. More surprisingly to them, Izuku hugged her back. I'll see you soon, bye, she whispered in his ear as she parted from him. However, before he could lose her warmth completely, Izuku reached out and grabbed her hand before she could leave. He stared at the hand that moved on its own to hold onto Nijire. He grit his teeth, forcing himself to speak. It was a whisper, a hushed mumble. I'll miss you. But Hato heard it. Her blue eyes widened in surprise before sparkling with heartfelt joy. This kind of expression must have been difficult for Izuku, but he did so regardless for her. The senior held his hand in both of hers, her soft skin feeling heavenly against his rough, callous skin. Don't worry, Izuku, we'll be back together before you know it. This time, when Hato let go, Izuku didn't reach for her again. The surge user skipped merrily back into the dorm, unaware of the expressions of her peers. Izuku, however, noticed the attention focused solely on him. Wide eyes, gaping mouths, overlapping demands for answers, but he didn't care for them. Putting his hands in his pockets, Izuku turned his back to the third years and walked back to his dorm. Dang, I thought for sure they'd kiss. He seems nice though, Togota thought to himself. Heya and Tamaki were still processing what they had just heard from Hato. The other seniors glared at the back of the scarred first year with great envy. Izuku's room. Just one night he had spent with her, and halfway through, they were only holding hands. Now, as Izuku lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, he already missed the warm, secure sensation of holding and being held. But he was sure he wouldn't tell Melissa that. It would be crazy. Besides, she was busy talking to her dad. From what he could tell, they had a lot to catch up on. That just left the black and green-haired boy on his own with nothing to do. VVVV. The vibration of his phone snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. He swiftly grabbed the device and unlocked it. He expected the text to come from Nijire, but it didn't. It was from an unknown contact, just the number displayed. Unknown. Are you doing well, Izuku? I hear you're healthy again. Izuku thought before responding. There was nothing to suggest ill intent, but he kept his guard up. Izuku, yes, but who is this? Whoever it was, they weren't a very fast typist. Unknown. Oh, sorry I didn't say. Hold on. Izuku waited almost a minute before receiving a picture in his messages. His eyes widened in surprise. Izuku, Mom? He wasted no time saving her number. Mom, guess who finally got a phone? Natsuo has been teaching me how to use it, and Fuyumi helped with the picture. This way, we can talk faster than the mail system. As much as Izuku loved the surprise, something nagged at him. Her children helped her. Mom, don't worry, I haven't told them yet. But when I've moved into my own place, I think it'll be a good time to let them know what I plan to do. Izuku, you're leaving the hospital? And how did you get my number to begin with? Mom, I'm leaving early next week and moving into an apartment soon. As for your number, I got it from Midnight. I'll try not to get in the way of yours and Nijire's nightly chats. Izuku blushed. Dimenu, Midnight. But at the same time, thank you. Izuku, so you're not going back to living with Endeavor? Does that mean? Mom, yes, NG and I are divorced, and he's agreed to cover my expenses. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, a smile spreading across his face. Izuku, that's amazing. Mom, I'm so happy for you. Mom, thank you, Izuku. I'll send you my new address. Izuku and Rei spent a while chatting over their phones. Evidently, Melissa wasn't the only one with a parent to catch up with. Katsuki growled as he stared at the new scars covering his right arm, from his bicep to his palm. The heat from the Green Devil, combined with his own explosive sweat, had left his arm in a less than ideal state. It was now struggling to handle the strain of maximum blasts without his grenade bracers. Izumi was in a similar situation. The constant strain of one for all was taking a toll on her every day. The rate at which her body was wearing down was evident in how long it took for her to heal with Recovery Girl's help. She fastened her back brace with a determined glare. It wasn't just her body that felt fragile. Time and again, she had nightmares of collapsed cities, feeling powerless, with Izuku always miles ahead of her. The worst was when they were their Hisashi and Nana. Their father always favored him. And to make matters worse, the old woman kept calling her a disappointment. The one chosen by All Might. I'll prove them all wrong, even if it takes everything I have. Izumi thought. The teachers keep covering for him. Katsuki shouted. We need to stop him before he can hurt anyone else. Izumi stood up, determination etched on her face. Agreed, but we need new gear. Katsuki's gauntlets and one of Izumi's bracers were destroyed, and she needed new protection for her costume. They decided to reach out to tech support. Strangely, Melissa didn't pick up. They spent 5 whole minutes trying to contact her, but to no avail. It had been a day since they were discharged from the infirmary, and they hadn't heard a word from their American friend. Inko and Toshi mentioned she was affected by recent developments and needed some time alone. Katsuki and Izumi felt frustrated. While she was safe and sound, they were fighting for their lives. The audacity of some people. Useless. Bakugo muttered, nearly crushing his phone in his hand. They moved on to texting Melissa, but after 5 minutes, still no response. What is she doing? Izumi asked, irritation bubbling up. Just as they were about to give up and try again later, their phones buzzed with a text from the young inventor. However, it wasn't what they expected. Tech support. I'm not helping you if you can't be bothered to answer MY calls or stop using that silly nickname. Izumi and Katsuki stared at the message in disbelief. They had expected an apology or at least confirmation that she was working on their gear, not this. What is she thinking? What good is she if she won't help us? Katsuki roared, throwing his phone onto the carpet. Izumi, while equally frustrated, realized something. Melissa had spoken to Izuku, who was on campus with her. That JRK must be influencing her too, she wrongly concluded. In her mind, the reason Izuku told them to stay away from Melissa was that he was using her. The two of them racked their brains for what to do when they returned to UA and faced Izuku again. They each came up with only one option. Katsuki clenched his fists, smoke escaping through the gaps between his fingers. Those idiots better listen to us if they want to survive. Meanwhile, David's harsh voice cut through Toshinori's thoughts. I just got off the phone with Melissa. I hear that you're not giving her the attention she needs, that she feels like a burden, and that your daughter and nephew don't appreciate the devices she's made for them. Toshi, why did you offer to take care of my daughter if this is what I'm hearing? Toshinori took a deep breath before finding the courage to respond. David, I'm sorry. You're right to be angry with me. I've been dealing with some serious issues, but that's no excuse. I care for Melissa like she's my own niece, but things aren't going as smoothly as I hoped. David calmed down slightly. He trusted Toshinori, knowing that he didn't mean to make Melissa feel unappreciated. I heard about the attack on UA. If something like that happens again, let me know if you need a new suit. How is Izumi? Staying strong. She's not letting her condition get the better of her spirit. But the longer this goes on, the worse her body gets. I'm worried, Toshinori replied. I understand. When school is out for summer in Japan, bring her to the island. I might have something that can help her. Take care, old friend. With that, David hung up. In the UA support studio, Melissa put down her phone, her hand trembling. She took calming breaths to steady her heartbeat. Oh, that was intense, she said, squeezing the reassuring hand that was giving her confidence. You did well, Izuku said, holding her left hand. Melissa was done being kind to those who wouldn't treat her with respect. She didn't need Izuku to tell her to draw the line, but he did give her the push to do it. With that settled, she could focus on recreating the boy's tech. Izuku had told her before that she didn't have to, but Melissa insisted it wasn't just for him. She would be working on it with her father over video chat. It was much-needed father-daughter time after everything that had happened. Izuku happily left her to her work. Melissa looked at the notes on the inhibitor gauntlets her father sent her, studying them to see if she had the materials to recreate them. It was a hassle explaining to David that the one who had specifically made gear to suppress their power was a student and a friend of hers. The shock in his voice was clear. Melissa briefly considered telling her dad about Izuku, but that would lead to the mind-blowing revelations she had learned. Unlike her, David couldn't take a few days off to process everything. Melissa promised a full explanation when she returned to Island. Meanwhile, in Class 1A dorm, Izuku stood still for a minute in front of the student dorm. He knew it was vacant, the lack of moving thermal signatures made that clear. But still, he hesitated before stepping inside. When he finally gathered the courage, he put his hand on the doorknob and twisted it. He was greeted by silence, as expected. As the scarred boy walked in, he found himself moving toward the kitchen. It was becoming a routine for Izuku to prepare a feast for his classmates after putting them through a stressful ordeal. However, this time, a simple meal wouldn't be enough. They knew the truth about him, what he had done, and the impact it had on the entire country and countless lives. On the morning of their return, he wouldn't just leave a feast and a written apology, he would face them directly and seek their response. With his resolve firm, Izuku walked to the stairs and noticed the dent he had left on his first night living under the same roof as Yagi and Bakugo. Just minutes after arriving, they had provoked him to unleash his anger. He stepped over the dent on his way to his room, where everything remained untouched. He suspected his classmates might have searched for some revelation, but everything was as he had left it, including the framed picture of his father on the desk. Izuku sat down and took a moment to pray for Hisashi. Once he finished, he began packing his belongings into his backpack and suitcase clothes, toiletries, laptop, and chargers until the room was as bare as it had been when he first arrived. With his things packed, he left the dorm building, casting one last glance back. Whether they accept me or not, they're better off without me. Hey! A voice called out, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. Ahead of him stood Mirko, her brows furrowed and a serious expression on her face. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and she was dressed in her hero costume. Izuku realized that whatever she wanted, she wouldn't take no for an answer. In Gym Gamma, Mirko shouted as she launched a roundhouse kick at Izuku's ribs. He caught her leg and tossed her aside. She was eager for a sparring match, ready to trade blows with the Green Devil, fully aware that he might not hold back. The rabbit hero stood up, staring down Izuku, who glared back. He raised his hand, green flames flickering around it, a silent warning that he was ready for a challenge. Mirko responded with a confident smile, getting into a lunging position, her bright red eyes gleaming. With a force that could crack concrete, Mirko dashed toward him. Izuku unleashed waves of flames from his hands, but she dodged each one. As she closed in, Izuku leaped back, using his flames to hover in the air. He launched 2 large torrents of emerald heat, but Mirko's smile remained as she sidestepped, jumping off the wall to gain height and land on the ceiling beams. From her elevated position, she dove down like a blur. Izuku braced himself and blocked her feet with his arms, enveloping them in flames to absorb the impact. Still, the force sent him crashing into the back wall of the gym, his forearms stinging. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Mirko, who was still smirking. "Is that all you've got, runt?" she taunted. Izuku cracked his neck, responding coldly, "You should know better than to ask me that." With a sudden explosion behind him, Izuku shot forward like a green missile. Mirko attempted to evade, but he adjusted his trajectory, anticipating her move. As he pulled back his fist, Mirko prepared to redirect his punch, narrowly avoiding the flames. "You think I'm afraid of playing with fire?" she shouted, grabbing his shirt collar and delivering a kick to his chest that knocked the breath from him. She didn't stop there, landing a punch to his face that sent him sprawling to the ground. Izuku hit the floor with a loud crash, the shockwave extinguishing some of the flames around him. Mirko, sensing an opportunity, leaped into the air, but she had a feeling she would be intercepted. Suddenly, a tall pillar of fire erupted from where Izuku had landed. He emerged from the flames, glaring at her with determination, blood trickling down his chin. For most, the sight would be intimidating, but for Rumi, it was just the beginning. "Warm-up's over," she grinned, charging toward him. Instead of relying on his usual techniques, Izuku matched her speed. He reached out to grab her leg, but she leapt up, taking him with her. In a swift motion, she flipped and slammed him onto the floor. Izuku landed on his back, his quirk cushioning the impact. Mirko aimed to stomp on his chest, but he rolled out of the way just in time. Back on his feet, Izuku lunged at Mirko, grabbing her forearms and pulling them apart. He drove his knee into her stomach with a smaller blast than before, then followed up with a high kick that connected with her chin, sending her upwards. He released her arms to deliver an uppercut, propelling her even higher, almost to the ceiling. Mirko recovered quickly, landing on the support beams. She flipped off, preparing an axe kick to meet the blazing figure chasing her. However, before her heel could connect with Izuku's face, he used an explosion to propel himself out of the way, positioning himself right behind her. For a rare moment, the rabbit hero felt a twinge of fear, her instincts urging her to flee, but she froze mid-air. Izuku moved his burning elbow into her gut, causing her to gasp. He followed by grabbing her face and throwing her down to the floor. She landed hard on her back, the impact echoing in the gym. With her eyes nearly squeezed shut, she saw a green missile shooting straight towards her. The great Mirko only had one thought before the final blow landed. Boom! The entire gym shook as a massive explosion echoed throughout. The windows and overhanging lights shattered, the bright burst of light decimating almost the whole floor. When the smoke cleared, some flames still flickered, but they were much cooler than before. At the center of the explosion, the two combatants were breathing heavily after their spar. Mirko was pinned on the floor beneath Izuku, burns and bruises covering her skin. Blood stained the corners of her mouth, trickling down her chin. Her legs were restricted under Izuku's flaming leg. It was lukewarm now, but he could make the temperature spike in an instant if need be. Her right arm was held down by his left hand, and her left arm beneath his foot, while his right hand gripped her throat. Tightly, she noticed. The boy above her spoke in a breathy, panting voice, his green eyes fixed solely on hers. "Had enough yet?" he asked, sweat dripping from his forehead. Even with his hand around her throat, Mirko chuckled. "It depends," she struggled slightly to say. "Got it all out yet?" she asked. Izuku paused to process her question. Suddenly it dawned on him. The reason for this skirmish and her serious demeanor when she called him for it. Izuku had to stop himself from losing control recently. He was especially tempted after the whole situation with Melissa. The anger was freshly ignited. While Mirko undoubtedly enjoyed the fight herself, she initiated it so he could blow off some steam. The flames surrounding them were extinguished as Izuku spat out some blood. "We're done," he said as he released her throat and moved off of her. He stood up and rolled his shoulders, giving Mirko a view of his scarred, muscular back. Due to the heat of his quirk, His shirt had been incinerated. She decided to enjoy the view before telling him, since he didn't seem to know it himself. "You owe me a new shirt, by the way," Izuku said as he walked towards the gym exit. Thanks," he whispered before leaving, but Mirko's keen hearing picked it up. The rabbit hero grinned widely, liking the blood off her lips. "I'm always happy to spar with you, dumbass," Rumi said to herself. Izuku and Rumi took care of patching themselves up since neither of them wanted to test Recovery Girl after what happened yesterday. With bandages and ointments, the two sparring partners decided to relax on the couch. That's when the door swung open, and an irate Kana walked in. Judging from the slight limp in her strides, she wasn't completely healed yet. But judging by the annoyed glare on her face, she didn't care. The sniper woman plopped down on the couch next to Izuku. "What's wrong with you?" Rumi asked. "Cowboy finally found out I'm conscious," she growled in exasperation. Snipe's obnoxious obsession with Lady Nagant was seriously rubbing her the wrong way. Looking her up and down, it was easy to tell she had a lot on her plate. She was roped into being a teacher for the class that easily has the most problematic students in UA. To add to that, she was hounded by someone she had to constantly restrain herself from confronting. The burden she carried almost made going back to Tartarus appealing. But the burdens don't come without benefits. So distracted by her own thoughts, she didn't notice her unspoken favorite student get up from the couch, go around, and gently run his fingers through her locks. Kana looked back at him in surprise, and Izuku almost seemed surprised himself at what he'd done. The two of them shared a glance before the woman looked in front of her, giving Izuku the green light to continue the scalp massage. Izuku's fingers were rougher and less experienced than Kana's. Regardless, he did his best to be gentle with her hair. He assumed it was working when her shoulders relaxed, and a sigh escaped her lips. "I'm starting to see why he likes it when I do it to him," Kana thought, unwinding as her scalp was tended to. Izuku kept looking at her hair, grown out to reach her shoulder blades and not in a ponytail. A waterfall of indigo and pink. She should wear her hair down more often, Izuku thought, soon questioning where that thought came from. "You guys are into some weird stuff," Mirko commented. It somehow slipped their minds that the bunny girl was sitting right beside them. Nagant side-glanced at her, eyes cold. Behind the ear." "Yeah, that's the spot," Mirko sighed contentedly as Nagant's fingers went through her white locks and scratched behind her rabbit ear. Mirko's foot tapped against the floor rapidly and unceasingly. Surprisingly, Kana found it enjoyable to give scalp massages as well as receiving them. The three of them had an enjoyable scalp massage chain going. While his hands worked on de-stressing his friend, Izuku's mind wandered to what his classmates were up to. Uraraka household. In an apartment, a family of three was happily sitting around the dinner table, enjoying a filling meal and each other's company. Well, except for one. Achiko was scrolling through news sites and social media, finding that everyone was still talking about the attack on UA. While it was jarring and kind of cool, seeing herself on TV, her focus was on the list of injured. After she and Class 1A learned about Izuku's past, they did some digging. Some comments she could tell were from his previous classmates who had survived. "Is Deku still alive? What's a quirkless doing in UA? He's a villain? He has a quirk? That's nonsense. If it didn't come after 12 years, it never will." These kinds of comments were pure prejudice. As thankful as Achiko was that Momo shut that school down for its malpractices, she wished others could see how horrible they were. Bakugo, Yagi, and her family weren't entirely to blame. These people had played a strong role in shaping the Green Devil. Achiko's reading was cut off by her dad taking her phone from her. "No phones at the table, Achiko," he lightly scolded her. Achiko looked down at her untouched food. "Sorry, Dad," she said sadly. Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka exchanged glances, both knowing what had Achiko in this state. She had a lot to share with her parents after her first week at UA, not much of it good. The secret admirer of hers, as Achiko's mother called him, was actually her classmate, Izuku, the presumed dead Izuku Yagi, and the awful story of his life up until now. The parents could barely stomach such things. "You said the school is taking care of him," Achiko's mother pointed out. "I'm sure he'll be fine." Achiko believed that wholeheartedly, but there were things she hadn't shared. She hadn't told them he was the Green Devil. She could only imagine their reactions. Perhaps it would give them heart attacks. Maybe one day she would tell them, but definitely not anytime soon. Ashui household. Ribbit? You want to what? Tsuyu croaked in surprise at her younger siblings. Have him come over. Satsuki and Samidare repeated eagerly. Tsuyu was uncertain how her brother and sister would react when she revealed that her classmate was the boy who had found them when they were lost in the forest last year. She certainly hadn't expected them to want him over. Mom and Dad wouldn't mind, Samidare said, as if every parent would want to meet and thank the person who helped their kids. You can ask your friends, right? Satsuki suggested, making Tsuyu look away for a moment. She considered her relationship with Izuku and realized she was closer to him than most of their classmates. That I don't have his number, the older sister finally replied. Satsuki and Samidare exchanged curious glances before looking back at Tsuyu. Then just ask him for it, they said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The suggestion made Tsuyu croak in surprise. Satsuki was puzzled by her big sister's hesitation, but Samidare quickly pieced it together. Their sister was nervous about asking a boy for his number. Does he have a girlfriend? He asked, causing Tsuyu to blush deeply. No. Why would you ask that, Sammy? Great. Then you can get his number without worrying about a girlfriend getting upset, Samidare replied nonchalantly. Tsuyu covered her warm face with her hands, her usual calm demeanor slipping away at Samidare's teasing. Even if she tried to dismiss it as childish banter, the idea lingered in her mind. At a local gym, a sweaty redhead was throwing punches at a punching bag, making it swing with each hit. He had been at it for several minutes, his teeth gritted and sweat soaking his workout clothes. Even as his arms felt like they might give out, he continued to vent his anger and frustration. After one final powerful punch, his arms finally dropped to his sides. Ijiro collapsed onto his workout mat, breathing heavily. The night before heading to the gym, he had scrolled through social media, seeing discussions about the villain attack at the USJ. The second most talked about topic was the news of Izuku being alive. People from his old school were just like Bakugo and Yagi, leaving not a single positive comment. As unmanly as it might sound, Ijiro regretted carrying Bakugo to safety. Ryukyu's agency. Nijire-chan walked through the halls of her mentor's agency, disappointment etched on her face as she stared at her phone. Nijire, hey, guess what? Ryukyu said I can bring you to the agency. I promise she's nice. She actually asked me to bring you. Don't be mad, but I might have told her a lot about you. Grinning face was sweat, but it'll be good, promise. Nijire had high hopes when sending the text. She had spent enough time with both parties to know that Izuku was kind at heart, and while Ryukyu had initially been distrustful of him, she was willing to give him a chance. Nijire hoped Ryukyu would see what she saw, someone redeemable. However, Izuku, I've still got a lot on my mind. Just not now. Sorry. Nijire hummed. She was fairly certain he would say yes. After all, Izuku had quickly become friends with Mirio. Ryukyu was sincere when she said she wanted to talk to Izuku, not to interrogate him or pile on every mistake he had made, but to understand how much he was hurting. But like his classmates, Izuku needed time to gather his thoughts. He had a lot on his plate and was likely worried about what his classmates would say when they returned to UA. Nijire, I get it. Don't worry, we can do this another time. Whenever things get tough, you can come to me. Izuku, thanks. Apartment complex. Home sweet home. Right, ma? Natsuo said cheerfully as he, Fuyumi, and Shoto visited Rei in her new apartment. They found her just as she was unpacking boxes and decided to help. Yes, and it's quite nice, the ice woman smiled at them. On the third floor, Rei had settled into a 3-bedroom apartment that had a relaxing, homey feel, something she had never experienced at the Todoroki house. With the money Enji sent her, Rei had ordered groceries to stock her new kitchen, and she had 6 extra hands to help move everything. So, how does it feel to be living on your own, Mom? Fuyumi asked. Amazing. It's a massive upgrade from that tiny hospital room, Rei replied. After moving the groceries into the kitchen, Rei insisted they rest while she prepared a snack for them. This gave her time to gather her thoughts about the significant news she was about to share. Her hands trembled slightly as her mind raced through the possible outcomes. She had made her decision and was determined to stick to it, but she couldn't shake the worry that it might affect her relationship with her children. Rei returned to the living room with a plate of cookies and steaming cups of tea. "Mom, are you okay? You look unwell," Fuyumi observed, noticing her mother's stress. Rei set down the tray and tucked a lock of white hair behind her ear. It's nothing." "Well, not really. There's something I've been meaning to tell you all about." Just like that, Miss Himura had their undivided attention. She sat down in the living room chair, looking down at her lap, her toes curling in her slippers. She took a deep breath to steady her racing heart. "There's another reason why I divorced your father, and not just for myself. I've been thinking about having another child." Shoto's, Natsuo's, and Fuyumi's eyes widened in shock, their breaths caught in their throats. Their mouths hung open. "You want to get pregnant again? Hold on, are you pregnant?" Natsuo exclaimed, causing both his mother and sister to blush. "Natsu!" Fuyumi scolded, but he ignored her and went straight to Rei, inspecting her stomach. He patted, poked, and rubbed his hand across her midsection, making Rei's blush deepen and mortifying Fuyumi. "Is that why you divorced Dad? So he wouldn't mess up another one of your kids' lives?" That was technically true. Rei gently took Natsuo's hand and removed it from her belly. I promise you, I am not pregnant. And I don't plan on doing that again," she finished with a tone of certainty. Clearing her throat, she prepared to speak again. "What I mean is, I want to adopt," she finished in a small voice. Her children took the news better than the possibility of her being pregnant. "Adopt? Really? Not that I'm against it, but Mom, what gave you this idea?" Fuyumi asked. It was time to tell them about the boy she had been seeing for the past couple of months. While I was at the hospital, I found a boy unconscious just outside. He was hurt and defenseless. It was impulsive of me, but I dressed his wounds and gave him some food. He kept coming back and we, bonded. "Are you sure you're not talking about a puppy? Because this sounds like a puppy," Natsuo commented, and Fuyumi chastised him again while Rei laughed softly. "How old is he? What's his situation?" Shoto asked, getting to the heart of the matter. 15, Rei answered. Natsuo and Fuyumi expected him to be almost Shoto's age. The boy himself seemed to have gears turning in his head. "He ran away from home because of abuse. We relate to each other in that sense. He's taken care of by Yue, but he was able to take care of himself for a while. I visit him from time to time." "What's his name?" Natsuo asked, although Shoto had already figured out who it was. Rei gulped before answering. "Izuku." The older children's eyes widened. They knew that name from the news, one of the injured along with Shoto. Slam. Rei jolted as the door slammed shut, and Shoto was gone. She immediately got up to chase after him, leaving Fuyumi and Natsuo to talk. "Well, I can see he's taking this well," the young man said sarcastically. "Natsu, seriously, how do you feel about this?" Fuyumi asked in a serious tone. Natsuo had a contemplative look as he pondered it. Another little brother? Honestly, after Shoto was born, he and Fuyumi figured their family was done expanding. But now, I'm open, he began. Other than Mom, Shoto's the only one who's spent time with him, but then again they clearly aren't buddies with how cold he just was. "Shoto's cold to everyone, but I'll admit, it did seem kind of personal," Fuyumi said. "He's still reeling from the attack, and being beaten half to death must have really put him on edge." Natsuo looked at Fuyumi with an uncharacteristic expression of seriousness. "I want to meet him. I trust Mom's judgment, but I think it's fair we get to know him a little beforehand, you know?" Fuyumi nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and from what Mom told us, he doesn't have the prettiest background either. That's already something we have in common with him," she forced a smile. Outside, Shoto was standing behind the railing of the outer steps, his hands tightly gripping it. "That guy, my brother? What the hell? He's harmed so many, destroyed lives. I know what made him go insane, but still. How can she want to? Suddenly, it hit Shoto just as the door behind him opened. Rei walked out and slowly, carefully approached her son. Shoto. You know, don't you? The youngest Todoroki asked with a cold edge. Rei understood what he was getting at. He was asking if she knew his past, his trauma, his power, his deeds. Rei gulped before answering. Yes. Shoto scowled, clenching his fists so tight his knuckles turned white. He wanted to scream that this was the second worst mistake she could ever make, taking in someone with such a dark past. Instead, he just walked away, down the stairs, not saying another word to Rei. The woman feared this outcome, hated it, but couldn't be upset at him for it. As Shoto walked, he continued to tell himself that Rei's proposal was insane, a terrible idea that she would regret. He didn't trust Izuku at all, and understandably so. However, it wasn't just because Izuku had a troubled past that he was so against Rei adopting him. That was part of it, but not the whole picture. Shoto's crushing defeat at Dabi's hands was constantly on his mind, the pain, the taunts, the feeling of helplessness. It was a difficult level of humiliation for anyone, and due to Shoto's upbringing he didn't know how to handle it. Dabi had labeled him a failure, and although he would never admit it, Shoto was starting to see it that way too. What do you do with a broken tool? Throw it away and get a new one. That was Shoto and his eldest brother in a nutshell. Toya Todoroki, incredible firepower, talent that outshined his father, and high spirit. The first son of the Todoroki family, Enji was genuinely happy with him. However, that didn't last, as it turned out Toya inherited his mother's affinity for cold temperatures rather than scorching heat. His quirk was incompatible with his body, so, concerned more about his boy's health than his personal dream, Enji gave up on Toya. Shoto entered the picture, with the ideal power set Enji so obsessively sought, and became the man's tool to reach the top. And now another progeny with great potential ended up a disappointment. The solution? Find talent that won't disappoint. Izuku is easily the strongest person in Japan. He has taken on several heroes, including Endeavor and All Might, even while clearly exhausted. Since then he has surely only gotten stronger. Assuming his past as the Green Devil is hidden forever, and that's an impossibly big if, there's no stopping him from reaching the top. Izuku is Shoto's replacement. Rei watched with heartbroken eyes as her son walked away, the resentment unmistakable. If he didn't hate her before, he probably did now. This time, she didn't chase after him for fear of making him lash out. Instead, she walked back into her apartment. Fuyumi and Natsuo immediately noticed her sorrow. I think you should go home now. Rei spoke, her voice barely a whisper and tinged with despair. Her older kids were overcome with concern and went up to try and comfort her. Hey, it's going to be okay. He'll come around eventually, Natsuo tried to reassure her. Yeah, Natsuo and I talked, and we want to meet him, Fuyumi said. That Shoto's waiting in the car, Rei whispered, clearly needing time to be alone. Natsuo and Fuyumi decided to give her what she wanted. They hugged Rei on both sides. It took a bit, but she hugged them back. "That I love you," she whispered to them. "Love you too, Mom," they both responded. With that, Rei was left alone again. She sat on the couch, placing her hands on her face, silent tears dampening her palms. Elsewhere, a dormant demon felt an inexplicable pain in his chest. Nightfall. Almost done, a very tired blonde muttered to herself as she finished drawing up the blueprints. She had spent the last few hours talking to her father about her design ideas and comparing notes with him until she finally felt confident in her design. The new model for Izuku's inhibitor gauntlets was finally complete. The previous design, which covered most of his forearms, had vulnerabilities that enemies could exploit, leading to one being crushed. The new design was more compact and damage-resistant, taking the form of a ring around the user's wrist. Unlike the old gauntlet that required an external key for removal and inconvenient delay in a fight, these rings could be easily removed with the user's thumbprint. They maintained the silver-gray color scheme and represented a significant upgrade over the original inhibitor gauntlets. Melissa had dubbed them inhibitor rings. "I can't wait to tell Izuku," she said to herself. Now that she had finished her design, fatigue began to set in. She checked the time and realized it was almost midnight. With a chuckle, she thought, I might have let May rub off on me a little. She lifted her glasses and rubbed her tired eyes. Melissa considered heading back to the dorms, but the long walk in the dark felt daunting, especially since most of her body was already asleep. So, she laid her head down on her crossed arms and dozed off. The next morning, Melissa yawned and stretched, surprisingly not stiff from the uncomfortable position she had fallen asleep in. She opened her eyes to find herself back in the faculty dorm, tucked under the covers of her bed. How did I get back here? I've never sleepwalked before. I think, she murmured to herself. It was Izuku, a voice said, startling her. She looked up to see Lady Nagant leaning against the doorframe. You're lucky he was up late too. Why was he up late? Melissa asked, but Nagant merely shrugged. He's been quiet since yesterday. He just left to visit his mom, so he might be missing her. The white-haired one, not the abusive hypocrite. Melissa wondered what could be going on in Izuku's mind, but she had her own concerns. Today, the other students were returning to the dorms, and classes would resume tomorrow. Rei's apartment. Izuku and Rei sat across from each other at the kitchen table, enjoying breakfast that she had prepared. Since yesterday, Izuku had been plagued by an unexplainable feeling of unease, which drew him to Rei even more. First thing in the morning, he texted her for her address. As soon as she sent it, there was a knock at her door, accompanied by the faint crackling of flames. As they ate, she recounted how things had gone with her other children. Fuyumi and Natsuo were eager to meet him, while Shoto had reacted coldly. If he didn't dislike me before, he surely does now. Rei wiped away a single tear, which broke Izuku's heart. He gathered the plates and moved them to the sink. You've never done anything to deserve hate, he reassured her. He walked back and enveloped her in a hug, which she returned immediately. Do Natsuo and Fuyumi know I'm? Izuku asked. Rei shook her head. I can't even imagine how to explain that, she replied. I'm sorry for making things harder for you. Don't say that, Rei insisted. Taking you in was my choice, and I don't regret it. She walked past him to busy herself with the dishes, but Izuku insisted on washing them since she had cooked. Meanwhile, Rei sat down. Is there anything you want to share? She asked, hitting the nail on the head. Izuku turned on the hot water and grabbed dish soap from the cupboard above the sink. You remember my replacement I told you about? He asked, and Rei confirmed she did. Her name is Melissa, and we've been talking recently. It turns out, she's more like me than I originally thought, and I don't just mean being quirkless. As he washed the dishes, he recounted the day he revealed the heart-wrenching truth about a quirkless child's place in the Yagi family. Rei's disgust for what they had done to Izuku deepened. It was clear they would have harmed another innocent child if he hadn't intervened. How they can call themselves heroes is beyond me. Rei muttered as Izuku finished with the dishes. My ex-husband has been terrible, but he's trying to change. These people are irredeemable. She surprised herself with the intensity of her outburst. They moved to the living room and sat together on the couch. A silence fell, and Izuku still had something on his mind. My classmates are coming back today, he murmured, but Rei caught it. Classes start tomorrow. Not sure if I'm going back. Rei was taken aback by his attitude. Didn't Hawks say they were on your side? She asked, and Izuku sighed. They were still reeling from the attack. Now they've had time to calm down and think about it, both individually and as a group. Today, I'll hear their final decision. Izuku gripped his pants tightly, clearly tense about the situation. Rei placed her hand on his, easing his grip. He looked into her warm, loving gray eyes. They'll accept you. On that day, you showed them who you really are, someone who cares about the well-being of others. They'll remember that. Rei scooted closer to Izuku and pulled his head down to rest on her shoulder. Her hand gently combed through his dark green and black hair, soothing him. Izuku felt relaxed enough that his eyelids began to grow heavy. Thanks, Mom, he mumbled before drifting off to sleep. Izuku wasn't sure how long he had slept, but the sun had shifted significantly since he closed his eyes. If he had to guess, it had been 2, maybe 2.5 hours. He found himself lying on the couch with Rei, who was blissfully asleep. She probably didn't sleep well either, he thought. Reluctantly, he slipped out of her embrace, causing her to groan softly. He didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, but he felt the need to use the bathroom first. He walked to the last door at the end of the hall on the right. Instead of finding the bathroom, he stumbled upon Rei's bedroom. As he considered trying another door, something on the bedside table caught his eye. He stared at it for several seconds, unblinking. Curiosity drew him in, and he stepped into the room, almost in a trance, moving toward the object that had captivated him. It was a framed picture of a white-haired boy with blue eyes. Izuku recognized him immediately. Toya. Rei and Endeavor's firstborn, he thought. Among all of Rei's children, Toya was the one she spoke about the least. From what he remembered of her, he had been driven by a desire to become a hero and earn his father's approval. That sentiment felt all too familiar. The ambition that Endeavor instilled in the boy had overwhelmed him, leading to his downfall. Yet, as Izuku gazed into those striking blue eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling that they reminded him of someone he had encountered recently. The son of Endeavor. It's not a stretch to assume he had a strong flame quirk, Izuku thought. He kept returning to the most troubling realization. Toya was technically the name given to him by Dabi, creating a temporary cover. That name, along with his completely white hair and his skill with his quirk, resembled Endeavor in many ways. Taking it all in, Izuku reached a conclusion. Toya is Dabi, he whispered to himself. I can't tell Rei, she has enough to deal with. It can wait. Izuku quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. As he did, Rei stirred awake. She stretched and yawned, looking disheartened when she realized Izuku was not beside her. Leaving? She asked, and Izuku nodded. They shared a warm hug before he walked out the door, waving over his shoulder with a smile. Bye, Mom. A smile broke out on Rei's face almost immediately. With that, Izuku glanced around to ensure no one saw him before taking off in a burst of lukewarm green flames. Izuku quickly ascended above the clouds to avoid being seen by those below. Once at a high altitude, he hovered, his head hanging low. His mind was still consumed by everything he had just pieced together. He closed his eyes and put his hands together. I'll see you in hell, Toya. Later at UA, several third-year students returned to their dorms, suitcases in hand, unpacking and settling back in. Well, except for one. Nijire tossed her belongings into her room without unpacking. Instead, she grabbed a bag of takeout from her favorite restaurant and dashed out the front door. Just as she took off, a tentacle latched onto her ankle, pulling her back down. Nijire looked back to see Heya and Tamaki, the latter using his quirk to hold her down. Oh, hey guys. Nijire greeted them with her usual smile. I thought you were unpacking? Done already? That was fast. We haven't even started, Tamaki said as his fingers returned to normal. And we know you haven't either. Nijire, we need to talk, Heya said. Okay, but right after I give Izuku this lunch I bought, Nijire replied, lifting the bag in her hand. Yeah, that's what we need to talk about. Nijire tilted her head cutely. I'm pretty sure he'll like it. He says katsudon is a great meal. Heya facepalmed. Not about the food, about him. Amajiki clarified, leaving Heido confused. Heya stepped forward and placed a hand on her friend's shoulder. Look, Nijire, I get it. You care about him. When he's hurt, you want to cheer him up. When he's mad, you want to comfort him. But as one of your best friends, I have to step in at this point. Nijire didn't like where this was heading. Step in what? She asked. Heya took a deep breath and spoke her mind. I don't think you're ready for a serious relationship. While Tamaki felt secondhand embarrassment, Nijire was just confused. Okay? Sure, I'm probably not ready now, but someday I want to have a family. You could be an aunt. She remained persistently positive. Heya couldn't even be mad. But why are you bringing up serious relationships all of a sudden? Time to be honest. You and your boyfriend need to slow down. You're moving too fast, and if you don't pace yourselves, you're going to make mistakes, she finally said, delivering the cold, hard truth. Ha. Heido could only ask, her brain struggling to process what Yu had just said. I'm not dating anyone. she exclaimed, shocking Heya and Amajiki. Did you think Izuku and I were together? Why would you think that? Sure, I'm curious about how it feels, but I wouldn't just jump into it. But you said you were close. Multiple times. Heya said. Yeah, close, but nothing else, Nijire replied as if it were obvious. And what about the nasty fluids you mentioned? Nijire hesitated. Some Jargus picked a fight with him. He fought back hard and there was blood. Yu's eyes widened, the truth far from what she had imagined. So you're still innocent? Nijire didn't fully understand what her friend meant but nodded, sensing it brought her comfort. But if all that's true, what is that first year to you? And don't say just a friend. After hearing how close you are, I'm surprised your eyes don't turn into hearts when you think about him, Heya demanded to know. You're right, Yu, he's more than just a friend to me, Nijire said, hovering off the ground, looking down at Yu before flying off. He's my best friend. With that, Nijire flew toward the faculty dorm, the conversation fresh in her mind. Me and Izuku, dating? Is that how it looks to everyone else? Even if we're closer than normal friends, it's not like that. She thought about all their interactions, the hugs, the delicious meals, the warmth he radiated when she was near him. Right. Nijire arrived at Izuku's balcony and opened the door. Hey. Izuku, back. The brunette paused when she found not Izuku, but a blonde girl with glasses. You're not Izuku, she stated. And no, I'm not, Melissa replied. Nijire realized she was speaking to Izuku's guest, Melissa Shield. Izuku had mentioned her staying in the dorms with him. Do you know where he is? She asked. Melissa pointed up at the ceiling. He's on the roof and hasn't come down since he got back from visiting his mom. Got it. So you've been with him this whole time? Nijire asked, making Melissa blush a little. Yeah, I didn't want to go back to my host family. I don't want to talk about it. It's okay, I know how mean they can be. Melissa's eyes widened at Nijire, who smiled and rubbed her head sheepishly. Izuku tells me a lot, so you don't have to explain. Sorry you went through that. I'm Nijire, by the way, a third year. Nice to meet you, Melissa. She flashed a bright smile that brought the American some comfort and positivity. She's as nice as Izuku said. Nice to meet you too, Melissa smiled back. While the two were getting to know each other, a lone boy sat a few stories above them, perched on the edge of the roof with a stoic expression. His gaze was fixed solely on the first-year dormitory area. Not long now, he thought to himself. There you are, a cheerful voice called out to him. Izuku turned around and saw Nijire, with Melissa holding onto her shoulders and her legs wrapped around Nijire's waist. What are you two doing here? He asked, though the answer was obvious after everything they had been through together. To keep you from getting lonely, silly. Nijire chirped as Melissa slid off her back. Nijire brought lunch in case you're hungry, the blonde smiled. Izuku blinked in surprise but nodded nonetheless. The two of them settled down beside him, and Nijire pulled out 3 styrofoam containers. You brought for Melissa too? Izuku asked, surprised. I came prepared in case you were both feeling down. The 3 of them enjoyed their meal together. So, are your classmates back? Melissa asked, and Izuku nodded, having sensed their presence since they arrived. Don't you want to say hi? Nijire inquired, but Izuku shook his head. There are still 2 more who aren't here yet. Once they arrive, I'll know for sure if I'm going back. His expression hardened, and he gripped his chopsticks tightly. Melissa and Nijire understood who he was referring to, Bakugo and Yagi. Izuku was certain they were planning to rally Class 1A against him. What they didn't realize was that they would only be adding to their list of mistakes. Izuku braced himself for disappointment, but in truth, he was in for a pleasant surprise. He exhaled green embers that acted as extra eyes and ears, sending them to his classmate's dorm. Hey, where'd you get that shirt? It's really... Is it new? Nijire asked, admiring the purple t-shirt Izuku wore, which featured white accents and a gold crescent moon on the chest. Mirko owed me, he replied. Evening came, and in the Class 1A dorm, Kirishima muttered in Izuku's empty room, damn it. It felt just as empty as before he moved in. Maybe we'll see him in class tomorrow, Tsuyu said behind him, equally disappointed. The two left his room, closing the door behind them. Downstairs, Momo was in the kitchen, the kettle boiling as she poured cups of tea. Your mom recommends these gold tips imperial? Kyoka asked, reading the box. Even for Momo, this seemed quite fancy. It's really tasty, Achiko said after taking a sip from her cup. Momo smiled at the positive reception, but her expression shifted as she glanced at the staircase, where Todoroki had gone without a word and had yet to return. Class 1A had expected Izuku to want space from them on their first night back, but not Todoroki as well. Those he passed noticed the scowl on his face but dared not ask. When footsteps finally came down, it wasn't Shoto, but Eijiro and Tsuyu. Eijiro joined the other guys in the living room while Tsuyu went to the kitchen with the girls. Though they tried to make conversation, none felt comfortable until they got some indication of Izuku's condition. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang. 16 heads turned to see the self-assured firecracker who made such an entrance, followed closely by her equally intense companion. Good, most of you are here. Listen, because we're only going to say this once. Izumi declared, sounding confident in her authority. She and Katsuki launched into a tirade about a psychopathic killer and irredeemable BSRD. Bakugo gestured to his arm, which bore new scars, but compared to Izuku, he felt he had little to complain about. To some members of Class 1A, their voices were mere muffled ramblings. The hero students were too caught up in the hypocrisy to really listen. However, Kyoka, with her enhanced hearing, was not so fortunate. She felt anger rise within her when she heard the word hypocrite used by them, especially since she had suffered the most through their rant. The most absurd thing they said was their plan to send that demon back to where he belongs. Did you idiots go deaf or something? Katsuki shouted, his patience wearing thin. In their rage, they failed to notice the glares directed at them. A chair creaked as Jiro stood up and slowly approached the duo. Everyone watched her with bated breath. At least one of these morons can listen, Bakugo thought. Izumi, however, was less pleased with this turn of events. She and Kyoka had a bitter rivalry, with Jiro often getting under her skin with witty remarks. But Izuku was gracious enough to forgive Jiro's transgressions if she listened to reason. Forget you, Jiro said coldly. The words cut through Izumi's mental image of Kyoka begging for forgiveness, replaced by Jiro's defiant glare. Izumi shot a glare back at Bakugo. Forget you too. There was no hesitation, just raw resentment. Jiro turned her back and walked toward the elevator. While that might have seemed disrespectful, it was actually a mercy compared to what Kyoka truly wanted to do. Unfortunately, like Izuku, she was about to learn that mercy often leads to regret. Kyoka found herself held in place by an invisible force. You insufferable brat, she thought angrily. Let her go. Ashido shouted, rushing around the kitchen counter. The boys stood up, glaring at Yagi. Why are you all looking at me? She's the one who, Yagi choked, momentarily distracted. Kyoka seized the opportunity, wrapping her jacks around Yagi's throat. The sudden assault caused Izumi to loosen her grip on Jiro. Jiro wasn't finished. She used her jacks to pull Yagi down to her knees, surprised at how easily she managed it. You insufferable brat. Bakugo yelled, flames igniting in his left hand. He was ready to strike Jiro, but Tsuyu quickly stretched her tongue and latched onto his forearm. Don't even think about it, she yelled, losing her usual calm demeanor. Katsuki growled, preparing to retaliate against Tsuyu's grip. Once again, his attempt to fight was thwarted by a hand gripping his other forearm. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise as he glared at the person before him, fury igniting within him. The next moment, a remarkably hard fist connected with his face, and the force, combined with Ajui's tongue pulling him back, sent him tumbling into Izumi, who was still struggling against Jiro. The collision prompted her to release Izumi's neck, allowing her to cough and gasp for air, a testament to how tightly Kyoka had held her. Katsuki groaned, bringing his hand to his mouth and finding crimson staining his fingers. Izumi was breathing heavily, tears brimming in her eyes. What the hell is wrong with? Katsuki's rage began to wane as he took in the petrifying sight before him. Almost the entire class stood before them, glaring with disdain, arms folded and teeth gritted, resentment radiating from them in waves. "Are you really that shameless?" Ida yelled, shocking them with the intensity of his anger. "What is wrong with you, you estis?" Mina screamed. "You've got guts just showing your faces around us." Kyoka spat in disgust. "I knew you were unmanly, but this is the worst," Kirishima added. As the class continued to unleash their fury, Katsuki and Izumi could do nothing but stay down for a moment. It was a completely new experience for them, kneeling before a group of their exceptional peers, the hatred directed at them overwhelming. Katsuki had had enough and set off an explosion to create space for himself to speak. "What in the world is wrong with all of you? You're screaming at us? Don't you know that green flame guy is the reason we're still alive, including you too?" Momo shouted over him. "That's the second time he's saved your lives, even after everything you've done to him. Yet you show no gratitude and continue to persecute him despite his mercy." Izumi glared at the class president. "Gratitude? After what he's done? Look at yourselves before you start spouting nonsense like that." Kirishima shouted, his teeth bared. "You bullied him for years over something he couldn't control. Something that already made him feel terrible about himself. You were his closest friends, and you. Kirishima choked up, unable to find the words to express his disgust. "The main reason he's at this school is to know a life better than the torment you put him through," Kaminari yelled. "But I don't think he's had a single day where you two haven't tried to push him over the edge. He's a dangerous person. He should be locked away." Izumi shouted. "All we did was tease him a little, and what did he do? Hurt so many. You killed him." Hagakure yelled at the top of her lungs. Her words seemed to strike deep, causing Bakugo and Yagi to recoil and fall silent. He saw his own memorial, saw that his family had moved on and forgotten about him, Uraraka said, angry tears in her eyes, her voice trembling with hatred and pain over Izuku's suffering. "You can't even imagine what that does to someone." "That was the day of the scorched graveyard," Ojiro piped up. "In case you need a reminder, the day the Green Devil lost control and caused chaos for seemingly no reason. Those people suffered because your family pushed him over the edge. He was one of the souls lost that day. Your father would be ashamed of you." Ida shouted. "You're irredeemable. You don't even care about trying to make amends, only yourselves," Sue said. "I learned that from meeting a certain girl in the support course who looked like she'd spent the whole night crying." Izumi and Katsuki both looked at her in surprise, the frog's large eyes holding no kindness. "Izuku and Melissa don't deserve to have people like you in their lives." Momo stepped forward in front of her classmates, glaring at the shameful duo beneath her. For so long, she could only imagine the terrible home Zu lived in that made him run away. The awful events that shaped the Green Devil into someone seemingly remorseless. When she realized that those two were responsible, she understood that the pain they caused was far worse than she could have imagined. Pain that broke a kind soul and turned him into a monster. She stood before the ones responsible, with no pity left for them. "You may already know this, but the principal left the final decision to us," she began, capturing Bakugo and Yagi's undivided attention. "Don't think for a second that you can force us to go along with what you want. This isn't the disgusting place you thrived in. Your empty threats and fake tears will not sway us. Principal Nizu entrusted us with the final decision because he knew we'd be smarter than to repeat the mistakes that turned Izuku into a monster. Unlike you two, he's welcome back here." Momo turned her back to them and walked past her classmates, but before leaving she cast one last icy glare over her shoulder. "Because unlike you, he actually has a conscience." Those were her final words before walking away, her classmates following her lead. Bakugo and Yagi were left on the floor, alone and powerless. No amount of anger or threats could repair the blow to their egos. No crying to their parents would fix this. For likely the first time in their lives, they were truly powerless. Meanwhile, Izuku's mouth hung open as he processed everything he had just heard. His glowing green eyes widened before returning to normal. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. The emotions he felt were beyond words. They, all of them, he thought as his heart raced. Izuku, are you okay? Yeah, how did it go? Two voices at his sides asked, both laced with concern. I'm fine, Izuku replied, his voice slightly trembling. You're crying, Melissa stated plainly. Izuku raised his hand to his face and found hot tears streaming down his cheeks. Class 1A tugged at his heartstrings more than he thought possible. He was overwhelmed by the sight of Bakugo and Yagi being confronted, and that they did so for him. He hadn't noticed he was shedding tears. They weren't tears of anger or sorrow, they were a feeling he wasn't used to, one he couldn't quite name. But he found he liked it. But that could wait, because Izuku realized the hand that wiped his tears wasn't his own. It was Nijire's, and in her other hand was Melissa's. And both their hands felt warm. I didn't accidentally burn you too, did I? Izuku asked, releasing their hands. Well, it got pretty warm, but not really burning, and it didn't last long. After that, it was a nice warmth, Melissa reassured him. That warmth makes him happy, Nijire said positively, stretching out her question. Izuku didn't respond, but the small smile on his face said it all. Melissa yelped as Izuku suddenly lifted her into his arms. She held on to him tightly as he walked to the edge of the roof and stepped off. He used warm flames to gently lower them down, landing on the balcony of his room. A warning would be nice, she called out, her tone playful rather than angry. I'll keep that in mind, Izuku replied as he stepped inside, with Melissa taking a seat on his bed. Nijire flew down and entered as well. He really likes you, huh? The senior asked, still smiling but with a hint of seriousness. Melissa blushed and rubbed the back of her head. Why, yeah, I was worried he would hate me for taking his place, but he's been nothing but kind. It's nice having someone to talk to. A distant, positive look filled her eyes. Izuku returned with Melissa's suitcase. Ready to go? He asked, referring to her return to her class's dorm. The blonde opened her mouth to respond, but the words seemed stuck. She looked at her hands, nervously twiddling her fingers. See, can I spend one more night here? I might not sleep well on my own, especially with Bakugo and Yagi back. Her face was flushed as she asked. Of course, Izuku answered quickly, without hesitation. Honestly, it's nice having you around. Why did he have to say that? Now Melissa looked even more flustered. She quickly walked out of the room, saying, I'll get changed, in a high voice. Meanwhile, Nijire observed the whole interaction. Izuku sat down at the foot of his bed, a small smile on his face. He still couldn't believe it. The scene he dreamt of for so long had come to life. His two worst tormentors were finally put in their place. In the first week, he had enjoyed his time with Class 1A, but he had never let anyone get too close. Hiding his troubled past from them had always kept him from getting attached. But now, knowing they genuinely saw him as a friend and that he had a place where he felt he belonged was something he had been deprived of for far too long. But it wasn't perfect. There were two students who weren't there to help bring down the bullies. Shoto was in his room, filled with resentment, and Aoyama was burdened with shame and guilt. I need to talk to those two at some point, Izuku thought. Suddenly, a finger tapped his shoulder. Ready for bed? Izuku looked up and saw Nijire in her pajamas, holding a pillow under her arm. He stared at her for a moment but didn't refuse. The things I do for her, he thought with amusement. Melissa returned in her pajamas and quickly understood that Nijire wanted a sleepover too. Izuku got up and headed to the door. I'll be on the couch if you need me, he said, but two hands held his shoulders. He turned to find Melissa and Nijire looking at him with care in their eyes. They didn't need to say a word. Izuku wondered, are we really going to fit in that small bed? They had to sleep very close to each other. Melissa and Nijire held onto something tightly to keep from falling off. That something was Izuku. I've had worse nights, he thought as he closed his eyes. Melissa and Nijire smiled in their sleep, comforted by his warmth. The morning sun rose, illuminating UA's campus. The pink and yellow sky mixed with the fresh, cool breeze created a serene atmosphere. For anyone still anxious about the attack mere days ago, this was the kind of morning that eased some of the lingering tension. However, for a certain class of first years, the lovely morning did little to relieve the layers of tension that had been building up and reached a boiling point recently. Just last night, Bakugo and Yagi returned after almost everyone else had. The self-absorbed pair believed they could unite the class under their command to successfully eliminate Izuku, who was far beyond even the mightiest heroes. Calling them self-absorbed was an understatement. It was as if they were living in a different reality. Their great mistake wasn't thinking they had a chance against the scarred boy, but believing their classmates would listen to them. That boundless arrogance led to yet another disaster for the spoiled duo and, inadvertently, one of the best moments in Izuku's life. With his ability to see and hear through his flames, he sent a couple of embers to hover around the dormitory, unseen by his classmates. Yes, he felt a little guilty about eavesdropping, but it was worth it. He witnessed Bakugo and Yagi being verbally, and somewhat physically, thrashed. His peers, or as Nijire and Melissa would like him to say, friends, voiced their acceptance of him as one of their own. That knowledge led to a rare occurrence. Izuku could sleep well that night. The atmosphere within the dorm wasn't the best it had ever been. The actions and words of those who resided in it weighed heavily on them. They didn't regret a single thing, but that didn't mean it was enjoyable to be the ones to confront Katsuki and Izumi for their hypocrisy and unpleasant personalities. Besides, they still had one more person to greet, their green flame-wielding classmate. All they could do was hope he would show his face around as they left their rooms to start the day. As the kids began to fill the common area, their senses heightened. No, it can't be. Mina began in a hushed voice, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Others, including Sato, Denki, Achiko, and Eijiro, shared the same level of shock as her. Is this for real? Kaminari asked, tears of joy beginning to well up. I think so, man. Kirishima replied. Their collective astonishment stemmed from a simple yet impactful reason. In the kitchen was a delicious-smelling breakfast buffet that filled the air with warmth, reminiscent of a five-star restaurant. They could only guess who was behind it, and it made their day. He's back. Their voices erupted in cheers as they rushed toward the feast, eagerly digging in. Man, I missed this. Ciro exclaimed with a mouthful. It's been so long. Mina cried. It hasn't even been a week, Mina, Tsuyu pointed out. The class happily feasted, savoring the flavors and the implications of the buffet, the possibility that Izuku would rejoin their class. The only ones not partaking were Shoto, and of course, Bakugo and Yagi. No one had seen or heard from those two since they were reprimanded by the class. Interestingly, Aoyama seemed to be in the best mood among them. It was strange, but not unwelcome. Aoyama's room. Yuga Aoyama woke before dawn, earlier than the rest of his peers. Another night without proper sleep had become the norm since the USJ incident. The most flamboyant student in the hero course, as well as one of the most guilt-ridden, shuffled off his covers and approached one of his many mirrors. Sitting in front of a vanity, he turned on the lamp and began to inspect himself. No blemishes, but the slightest hint of darkness beneath his eyes was evident. The previous night, he had heard everything that happened downstairs, Bakugo and Yagi being thoroughly reprimanded by their classmates, and all he could think was, I'm no better than them. I've caused pain and destruction too. Yuga sat in silence, wallowing in self-loathing and regret. However, he couldn't allow himself to be depressed all day. It was time to return to class, which meant practicing his infallible mask of positivity. He practiced for a while, trying hard to put on the face he'd been wearing in front of others, but it just wouldn't hold. The guilt combined with the previous night's events made it impossible for him to smile convincingly. Just as Yuga was about to give up and go back to sleep, something in the reflection of his mirror caught his eye. Behind his curtain, there was a light? A green light? No. Aoyama's heart sank. He stood up and shakily walked to his curtains, each step heightening his fear. This was the other reason he hadn't slept well. The Green Devil, also known as his classmate, Izuku. The boy known for his incredible power and the chaos he had caused. As Aoyama gripped the curtains, he summoned all his strength to peek through, which only resulted in a small crack. That crack widened instantly when he found nothing, no terrifying green flames, no scornful classmates. The French boy let out a long sigh. Must have been my imagination. The guilt must be getting to me. I know what that's like, an unseen voice responded. Yuga froze, his eyes widening in shock. His heart raced as he noticed green embers on his balcony, expanding into small, green flames that overtook the surface. Aoyama watched, unable to look away, as fear gripped him tightly. The flames spelled out a message. I know. Suddenly, they erupted in a powerful burst, causing Aoyama to squeal and jump back. A pillar of emerald light illuminated his room, reflecting off every mirror and creating a surreal atmosphere. Strangely, it felt cold. The hand emerged from the fire, reaching for his balcony door handle and sliding it open. Yuga's breath caught in his throat as he watched, eyes wide with fear, as one of the most intimidating people he had ever met stepped out of the flames and into his room. The boy had only one thing to say at first, his voice low and emotionless, sending chills down Yuga's spine. Hello. Izuku's eyes glowed faintly, but he was not engulfed in flames as he usually was during battles. He extended his hand toward the trembling boy on the floor, green flames igniting in his palm just a couple of meters away. With a gulp, Yuga accepted his fate and closed his eyes. Very well, let me join the long list of villains you've defeated. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything. Goodbye. Those were Yuga Aoyama's final thoughts before a wave of flames enveloped him. And lifted him to his feet, leaving no burns on his body or property. Huh, he squeaked in surprise, realizing he wasn't reduced to ash. In fact, the flames were cold, and the fear that had gripped him was starting to fade. Aoyama looked around and found that nothing was on fire anymore, not his balcony, not the surfaces of his mirrors, and not even Izuku's hand after he lifted the blonde to his feet. Izuku stood before him, his green eyes locked onto Yuga's purple ones. We need to talk. Those simple words reminded Yuga that he couldn't let go of his dread just yet. One of my abilities allows me to sense thermal energy, including the heat living beings emit. It also helps me read a person's emotional state. I am very in tune with emotions like guilt and self-loathing. I've felt it from you ever since these days. Aoyama froze, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as tears welled in his eyes. I'm not here to harm you, threaten you, or expose you. I just want to know why you led those villains to us. Izuku's voice remained steady and calm, aimed at keeping his classmate from panicking further. Aoyama seemed to struggle to find the words. Izuku would have let him take his time, but they didn't have all day, and he already had a good guess at what he was getting at, so he decided to help the blonde find the words. All for one. Those 3 words hit home. Aoyama froze momentarily, his fear spiking. He knows about him. Yuga thought. Izuku sighed and sat on the edge of Aoyama's bed. Yes, I know him. With a quirk as powerful as mine, you don't think he would have tried to get his hands on me? But what about you? Why does his name make you freeze? Aoyama was still fearful, but he was at his wit's end. It may have been a risky decision, but he opened his mouth and spoke. Quirkless, he said in a shaky voice as hot tears streamed down his cheeks. I was born quirkless. I'm no late bloomer, not like you. The thought of being different, excluded, was awful. My parents sought him out. A man who could give quirks. He paused to wipe his tears away. But you didn't know the strings attached to that deal, Izuku continued for him. And you said your parents agreed to it, for your sake? His voice was tinged with sadness, his stoic tone wavering for a moment. Aoyama nodded, confirming he had heard him correctly. He's like Yagi, yet completely different at the same time. Given a quirk, but unlike her spoiled self, he and his family were pulled in by fear, forced to hurt others against their will. He doesn't deserve this. Izuku's mind flashed back to his past without a quirk. He couldn't blame Yuga or his parents, because his life back then was a nightmare. The mockery, the prejudice, being rejected just for how you were born. But both boys found themselves among people who weren't like that. Maybe if they had crossed paths sooner, things would have been different. But there was no time for hypotheticals. Last year, about a month after the scorched graveyard, I came back and began dismantling groups of criminals. Any hint of organized villainy, I sought to eliminate them, because I thought that would draw the one I was looking for to come after me himself. Up until I was captured, I was hunting the Demon Lord. I still am, and I won't stop until I have him in my sights. I'll do whatever it takes to atone for my past. Aoyama looked at Izuku in surprise, his tear-stained face reflecting his shock. Izuku stood up from the bed and took a deep breath. Aoyama, this conversation cannot leave this room, including what I'm about to tell you. Yuga listened intently, keeping his mouth shut, fearing that another word from him might provoke Izuku, even though he showed no signs of hostility. I won't be here much longer, Izuku said, perplexing Yuga. What is he saying? He heard and saw our classmates. He knows they accept him. Where is this coming from? Yuga wondered. Izuku sensed his confusion and elaborated. Like I said, I won't stop until I've defeated All for One. That's the only way I can atone for my past. But when that time comes, it will require every ounce of my strength to confront him. It will create a spectacle, and the world will see the chaos once again. The USJ attack proves he's starting to become more active, likely due to me putting so much effort into diminishing his forces. He's coming for me. Izuku looked Aoyama in the eye and walked closer, placing his hand on the blonde's shoulder. The grip was firm, yet the touch was gentle, an attempt to comfort. You're not like me, Aoyama. You're not responsible for anyone's suffering. You have no burden on your conscience. But still, I have something I must ask of you. I need you to stay here at UA until I've found him, to keep leading his League of Villains to us. Because in the long run, it's for the betterment of everyone. But he could hurt you, Yuga said, surprising himself as he tried to talk Izuku out of a dangerous mission. Little did he know, Izuku had resigned himself to such a fate long ago. His green eyes met Yuga's glossy, purple ones. Until that day comes, you can talk to me. Just like that, Aoyama's dam broke. He couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Everything hit him at once, releasing so much weight off his chest, given a glimmer of hope, having a friend to confide in. The boy cried openly, whimpering as he did. Izuku closed the gap between them, wrapping an arm around him and pulling him into a comforting embrace. He let the distressed boy lean on him, feeling his whole body shake. It wasn't the first time Izuku had to comfort someone in a tough place because of circumstances beyond their control. When Aoyama had dried his eyes, Izuku turned his back to him. He walked out onto the balcony and had some parting words before leaving. I'll see you in class. It was then Yuga finally noticed Izuku's attire. He wore the white shirt, green pants, and red tie of their school uniform. How that detail had eluded him, he didn't know. Izuku jumped down from the balcony, using his quirk to land softly on the ground. There was an hour left before his class would wake up, and Yuga used it to catch up on his sleep. Meanwhile, Izuku didn't leave as Aoyama might have thought. He walked through the door of the dorms and stopped when he noticed something at his foot. A small stain of blood, Bakugo's from Kirishima's powerful punch. Izuku had seen and spilled literal gallons of blood in his time, but this was the first time the sight of it made him smile. He made his way to the kitchen and got to work. Present. Izuku was flying back to his room. He let himself linger above the dorms and sensed his classmates enjoying his cooking immensely. Hopefully, that'll make it a little easier to face them, he thought as he landed on his balcony. He walked in to find an empty room. Melissa and Nijire had probably returned to their dorms while he was out. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal Midnight smirking at him. Izuku was already annoyed. Just say the word, and we can get you a bigger bed. It looks like you need one, she winked at him, eliciting a faint blush on Izuku's cheeks. He scoffed before walking past her. As he left his room, he was hit with the smell of breakfast. The aroma was mouth-watering, and he was glad he didn't have to cook twice in the morning. However, he wasn't prepared for the sight he found when he entered the kitchen. Standing over the stove and at the counter were Melissa and Nijire, both wearing aprons as they finished up breakfast. They didn't immediately notice Izuku frozen in his tracks, staring at them. This is going to be a usual morning for you at some point, isn't it? Midnight teased. The girls noticed Izuku and smiled at him. Morning, Izuku. Melissa waved with a spatula in hand. Hey look. We made breakfast. Hato chirped. Bacon, eggs, and pancakes were spread across the table, steaming hot. There was a side of strawberries and a tall pitcher filled with orange juice. "This looks amazing," Izuku said as he sat down. "But you didn't really have to." "Well, Nijire told me you were making breakfast for your classmates, so we thought you deserved to be served for a change. It's also a thank you for the times you cooked for us," Melissa explained as she took off her apron. "Yeah, and Melissa showed me how to make American breakfast. It tastes even better than it smells." Nijire beamed. Izuku smiled, albeit small, but it was there. He decided to try the pancakes first, enjoying the soft, fluffy texture and sweetness. "It's delicious," he said, making them both smile and blush. The blonde and brunette high-fived each other before sitting down to eat. Shortly after, Lady Nagant joined the table and started enjoying her breakfast with a cup of coffee. "So, since you're going back to class, does that mean you're returning to the student dorms too?" she asked Izuku, who scratched the back of his head. "Actually, I was thinking of staying here a little longer. I do plan on going back eventually, but I like it here too," Izuku admitted, a slight blush coloring his cheeks. Kaina's eyes widened slightly, but a soft smile graced her features. "You won't catch me complaining," she said. "But you too," she pointed at Nijire and Melissa, "are going back to your dorms. Melissa, do you have your bags packed?" The inventor nodded. After breakfast, Nijire flew to her dorm to change into her uniform. She quickly changed out of her pajamas and donned her student attire. Sprinting down the stairs, she caught up with her classmates as they were leaving. "Hey, wait up," she called to them. The seniors looked back at her with questioning faces. "Hato, where were you last night? You disappeared and never came back. You've been doing that a lot lately. What's up with you?" Hato giggled and rubbed the back of her head. "Sorry, I just had to see my friend. Last night was pretty important for him, so I wanted to make sure he was okay." "Don't worry, he's all good now," she finished cheerfully. Some of the senior boys were growing jealous of the first-year Hato was so interested in. "That's all good and dandy, but did you really have to spend the night with him?" Hato pressed a finger to her chin in thought. "I guess I didn't have to, since he already had company. But neither of them complained, and I got to make a new friend. I'd say it was time well spent. She and I had fun making breakfast and talking a couple of minutes ago." A bunch of heads turned at what Nijire just said. "She? That first year already has a girl? And they both cooked for him?" the guys and girls thought. Interestingly, Amajiki and Heya weren't even looking back and just continued walking. "Aren't you going to say anything about this?" a girl asked Heya, who kept a straight face. "At this point, she can do what she wants," the spiky-haired girl replied flatly. UA main building. Melissa had an odd sense of déjà vu as she walked down the corridor to Class 1H. She was glad to be back and to be in much better company than on her first day. Izuku was walking beside her instead of Bakugo or Yagi. However, the thought of running into them kept her from fully enjoying it. "Hey, so..." Melissa spoke up, gaining Izuku's attention. "I'm glad your classmates accept you, but what about your sister and Katsuki? I highly doubt they're just going to let you back in. I can give you your gauntlet back now if you think you'll need it." "Strangely enough, I don't think I will," Izuku said. "My range of sensing thermal energy covers more than the entire area of the school, and I haven't picked up anything from Bakugo or Yagi since early this morning." Melissa's eyes widened at that information. She wondered if they had left Yua altogether. As good as that would be, they had been dreaming about coming to this school since they were kids. They were probably not giving it up completely, just taking a break. "At least now, I can have a bit of peace for a few days," Izuku sighed. Boom. A sudden explosion rang out, causing thick steel doors to groan and heave. Try as they might, the explosion was too great, and caused them to fall with a delay. "I spoke too soon," Izuku thought while Melissa hid behind him. She peeked from behind him and observed the destruction. Having a good idea of who was responsible. "Does this happen often?" Izuku asked. "Ha. Yeah," Melissa chuckled awkwardly. "Don't worry, I can handle it. I'll see you later," the foreign exchange student said confidently, which Izuku admired. He waved goodbye and walked to his destination. Melissa turned her attention to the momentary groan of pain. "May, are you still alive?" she asked. The pinkette picked herself up with little difficulty. Never better, Melissa. Ready to work on some projects again, the overly enthusiastic inventor said. Since the first day, she and Melissa had been working together. May had never really sought to build relationships beyond just having classmates. But she was amazed by the bright mind that was Melissa Shield, someone she felt was on her level of technical genius, if not better. The fact that Melissa didn't find her enthusiasm, or obsession as others had called it, off-putting was a breath of fresh air. Actually, yeah, and I've got something I think you're going to be extra excited about. Melissa helped May back to her seat and pulled out a device from her backpack. Hatsum's yellow eyes widened as she scanned the silver gauntlet in Melissa's hands. Is that what I think it is? She asked, and Melissa nodded with a bright smile. Izuku's inhibitor gauntlet? Well, the one that survived. She handed it to her friend, who eagerly examined it. And I got the green light from Izuku. He said he'd like us to replace the one that was destroyed, and we can make some adjustments. Hatsum's signature manic grin returned, her eyes showing immense joy and excitement at Melissa's words. Then what the heck are we waiting for? She exclaimed, lifting the gauntlet in the air triumphantly. Let's get to work. That boy's going to have the best gear in the hero course when we're done. Melissa's cheeks flushed at May's passionate declaration. And maybe don't phrase it like that, she muttered. Hero course. Despite the unpleasant previous night and waking up with an air of dread, Class 1A walked collectively to their classroom with smiles on their faces. I don't know how he does it, but his cooking makes my day every time I try it. Denki said. No kidding, I gotta get him to cook with me sometime, Sato added. Everyone was in high spirits due to three things. No Izumi, no Katsuki, and Izuku blessing their palates with his culinary skills. Many of the students noticed that among them, Aoyama was in the highest of spirits. He was always radiant, but today he seemed to glow even more than usual. Shut up. The cheerful chatter was abruptly silenced by a single cold voice as the classroom door swung open. Sadly, there's always someone who spoils the mood. Not Bakugo or Yagi this time, but the resident blizzard maker, Shoto Todoroki. He sat at his desk well before the others had arrived, not bothering to look up. Momo watched with disappointment, hoping that some time to think would help him gain clarity, but he only seemed to have grown more distant. Great, Kirishima sighed. So I guess you're going to fill the gap Bakugo and Yagi left? Shoto shot a glare at the faux redhead, his anger barely contained. Don't you dare compare me to those scumbags, he replied in a low voice. His disdain was palpable, and it felt particularly aggravating to a classmate who had yet to reveal himself. DMN it. Izuku growled internally, arms crossed over his chest. Let me guess, your brother hasn't taken it as well as the others? A voice asked. Izuku looked up to see Aizawa, but quickly lowered his head again. I can't blame him. He can't just talk about this with the others. I think he'd sooner avoid the topic altogether. Aizawa scoffed. That says more about him than you, if you ask me. With that, the black-haired teacher entered the classroom. Everyone settled into their desks, and Aizawa noticed 3 empty seats. Mr. Aizawa. Ida raised his hand. We're glad you're doing well, sir. Ripped, better than how we last saw you, Tsu added, her gaze on his arm braces. However, Aizawa paid little attention to their comments about his health, choosing instead to address the pressing issue. I assume I already know the answer, but would anyone care to explain Bakugo and Yagi's absence? Instantly, the room darkened with expressions of disdain. I thought so, Aizawa said. Look, I know some of you might still be reeling from the USJ attack, or dealing with personal matters. The teacher glanced at Shoto, whose right hand was clenched into a fist, and Ida, whose gaze had dropped. But there are still issues here that must be addressed. I can only hope your resolve to move forward is strong. With that, he turned to the door. You can come in now, he said, prompting everyone to follow his gaze. The sound of the door sliding open was deafening in the dead silence of the classroom. 18 sets of eyes widened as they gazed upon the single student who entered. Even after all the time they had to anticipate his return, they could hardly believe it. They looked him up and down, as if trying to confirm he was real and not a mirage. Messy black hair with tufts of green at the top. focused green eyes that carried years of pain. Most notably, the scars decorating his hands, fingers, and face were on full display. Izuku took his first step into the classroom, observing them in return. Their expressions ranged from surprise to apprehension, anticipation, unease, and even hatred. Nothing he wasn't prepared for. He stopped in front of the class, all eyes on him, the atmosphere thick enough to be cut with a knife. Despite the tension, he maintained a coldly composed demeanor. It felt as though they were trapped in that moment for hours, when in reality, it had only been a minute. Finally, he broke the silence. "First off, I heard and saw everything from last night," he began, catching everyone off guard. Izuku scratched the back of his head, his eyes drifting away in a moment of shame. "I'm, sorry for eavesdropping. Look, what I saw and heard means a lot to me. But still," he paused, bringing both hands to his sides, clenching them into fists. For a brief moment, he seemed to be battling with himself. Then, suddenly, he was enveloped in a brilliant burst of emerald flames. Green flames flickered in Izuku's eyes, forming a cross over his chest and coating his hands and feet. A pair of large fire wings sprouted from his back, and a ring of cold fire surrounded him, rising to his knees. The students in the front jumped back, while the others rolled their chairs. But all eyes were wide and apprehensive. However, Izuku noticed Shoto had his right arm raised, frost forming on his sleeve, and sensed the heat of an engine revving up. The mood calmed when Izuku closed his eyes and deactivated his quirk. Most of the class relaxed, but Shoto and Ida remained on guard. The scarred boy opened his mouth to speak. "That it doesn't change what I've done. You've all been affected by my actions, some of you more than others, and I can't take that back. You can distrust me, you can fear me, you can resent me." Izuku paused again, part of his speech lingering in his mind. "I know I do," he thought, then continued aloud. He opened his eyes to meet theirs with sincerity. "You don't have to forgive me because I don't want forgiveness. I want to atone. But for what it's worth." Izuku bowed his head. "That I'm sorry for everything I've done." Those were Izuku's final words before he took his seat. Aizawa glanced at Todoroki and Ida, silently urging them to sit down. They complied, seeing that Izuku's body language showed no intention of aggression. He sat slightly hunched, arms folded, staring at his desk, maintaining that position throughout the rest of homeroom. His words lingered in the minds of his classmates. "I'm sorry for everything I've done." He said it as if he regretted all his actions. Did he forget he saved us just last week? Kirishima thought. "I don't think he'll suddenly try to harm us, but he's still intimidating." Mineta thought. "His past still casts a heavy shadow over him," Tokoyami reflected. "Long before he became the devil, he was treated like a worthless burden," Momo thought. Worse than being disowned, he attended his own funeral. The class was so absorbed in their thoughts that no one noticed Aizawa standing there, quietly observing them. "I was going to tell them about the upcoming sports festival, but that can wait a bit longer." The man decided to give his students time to absorb everything before dropping another bomb on them. Meanwhile, Izuku felt a small, cold metal object poking his temple to get his attention. He lifted his head to find an extended AUX cord holding a phone with a purple base sticker on the cover. Izuku's eyes traveled along the cord to a flushed Jiro. Their eyes connected for the briefest of moments, his filled with confusion, hers with sheer nervousness and something else he couldn't quite identify. Jiro placed her phone on his desk, where he saw a message for him on her notes, followed by her phone number. "Next time you need space, don't go ghosting us." Izuku looked up and saw almost half the class looking at him expectantly and hopefully. It caused his heavy heart to lighten enough to skip a beat. "They want to keep contact with me?" he thought in awe of the turn of events. After becoming the Green Devil before them, he was sure they'd keep their distance from him. Yet here they were, choosing to get closer. With a shaky hand, Izuku took Kyoka's phone, his fingers brushing against the girl's extended earlobe, making her shiver noticeably. Most of the class didn't even try to hide their smiles as Izuku put Kyoka's number in his contacts and added his own to hers. Even Aizawa's eyes brightened a bit. After a very intense homeroom, the bell rang. The students gathered their things and left, Shoto, of course, being the first one to head out. Izuku was about to follow suit, but something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Ijiro looked rather down compared to the others. Izuku stopped by his desk on his way out. "You okay?" he asked, gaining his friend's attention. Kirishima rubbed the back of his head, looking rather guilty. "Sorry," he started. "Back at the USJ, when Bakugo was knocked out and you started getting serious, he was about to be burned in your flames, but I carried him to safety. He's an insufferable guy, you know that better than anybody. But still, I couldn't just let him die. Even if I knew the stuff he did to you, I think I'd still end up helping him." Kirishima expected a response full of disdain, that Izuku would hate him for feeling this way. "I get it," Izuku said, surprising him. "When I first saw him and my sister in trouble, their lives in danger, even after the hell they put me through for years, I couldn't turn away. Back then I was a very different person. To be honest, letting them live is one of my greatest regrets. But don't apologize to me for acting like a hero." The hardening user looked up at his friend with widened eyes. He recalled their first meeting when Izuku was still the Green Devil, telling him he was heroic because of his willingness to save others, not because of a flashy quirk. Kirishima's lips parted in a look of shock when Izuku held out a fist towards him. The faux redhead bumped his fist against Izuku's, a toothy grin appearing on his face. "You're as manly as it gets, Izuku," he said. "That I'm going to take that as a compliment," Izuku thought as he left the classroom with his friend, who was trying not to show his emotions. "Hey, wait up," a voice behind them called. It was the most muscular freshman at UA, Rikido Sato. "Been wanting to ask, mind helping me make dinner? I gotta see for myself how you cook like a god, dude," he said to Izuku, whose stoic expression slightly changed to convey surprise. "Oh sure. But just so you know, I'm not going back to the dorms just yet. I'm staying in my old room in the faculty dorm," Izuku said. "That's cool. When you do get back, we'll be waiting." The guys with Sato Kaminari, Tokoyami, Siro, and of course Aoyama nodded at him. Izuku had a faint smile on his face while looking at them. "Thanks." In the cafeteria, Kyoka yelled, "Back? Back, you animals!" "I said get back." With her jacks up defensively, ready to fend off anyone who got too close. Jiro hadn't fully thought it through when she made her decision to ask for Izuku's number. Now Toru and Mino were trying to get to her phone to get it themselves. In their defense, Jiro said she wouldn't give it to them until she had sent the first message. The purplet was doing her best to fend off a pair of wolves, while Achiko was weakly trying to talk them down. Jiro was left wondering why the presidential duo wasn't helping her. Tsu and Momo weren't even at the table. Izuku was sitting with most of the guys from 1, having conversations about just about anything. He didn't talk much, just enjoyed the welcoming atmosphere his peers pulled him into. Even though he was still adjusting to it all, it felt nice to have friends. Although he still had a bit of work to do before Ida could fully accept him, and Todoroki even more so. One step at a time. Izuku looked up from his food to the far end of the cafeteria where the seniors sat. He saw Nijire, her big blue eyes meeting his for a brief moment. She smiled and waved at him, prompting Izuku to wave briefly. The little interaction did not go unnoticed by his male companions. "Oh, just kiss already and stop torturing us," Kaminari said in exasperation. "Seriously, dude, it's not a will don't they thing. More like a how long must we wait thing." Siro looked at Izuku with bored eyes and a smirk. Izuku rolled his eyes. "It's not any kind of thing, we're just friends. We've established that." Suddenly, Izuku felt a vibration in his pocket. He pulled out his phone and found it was a text from Melissa. "Melissa, May's even more excited about working on your gauntlet than I thought. I don't think she's planning on sleeping tonight, or the night after. I might need your help dragging her out again." Grinning face with sweat. Izuku smiled softly from amusement. "Izuku, call if you need me." "American babe it is, then," Denki said, causing Izuku to scowl at what he just called Melissa. "No, and never call her that again," Izuku said in annoyance. Kaminari, Siro, and Mineta groaned. To the three of them, it was incredible how Izuku just effortlessly attracted girls, but incredibly frustrating that he didn't even realize the kind of attention he was getting. Suddenly, Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. He looked back and saw their class's favorite frog holding her lunch tray, her usual poker face on. Except, Izuku sensed there was something stewing inside her. "Izuku, are you busy, say, this weekend?" she asked, making eyes around them go wide. "Yes, but why?" he asked. Tsuyu's eyes left his momentarily. "You remember my little brother and sister, right?" Izuku nodded. "Well, they saw you on the news after the attack, remembered you, and told our parents. Now they all want you to come over. Is that okay with you?" Izuku's eyes widened. Her whole family wanted him to visit their home. "Well, I guess I could," Izuku replied, taking out his phone and unlocking it before handing it to the vice president. "Add your number, and we can plan this out." "Ribbit, thanks." With that, Tsuyu left the boys' table, feeling giddy about her accomplishment. Meanwhile, "I know what you're thinking and no." Izuku shut them down before they could start again. "He's so manly," Kirishima thought in admiration. "Lucky guy," Mineta thought bitterly. Tsuyu finally arrived at the girls' table, where Kyoka was still fending off the wolves. "Dare I even ask?" Tsuyu's sweat dropped. "These guys have been trying to get my phone since I sat down." Kyoka stated, her defenses still up. "Because you wouldn't let us have it until you sent him your favorite playlist or whatever." Mina exclaimed. "She's trying to get ahead of us." Toru waved her arms around. "Is that all?" Tsuyu asked. "Well, he gave me his phone." Tsu raised it high above to stop any hands from grabbing it. "And I can add you all to his contacts. Then he'll text you himself." "Why not just give us his phone so we can add ourselves?" Both Jiro and Azui had deadpan expressions at Mina's question. "I don't trust you not to snoop," Tsuyu replied. Meanwhile, at a small table, 3 serious students sat together, a tense air surrounding them. Ida, the one with grudges, Todoroki, the icy one, and Yaoyorozu, the voice of reason. Momo had called the two here after noticing their reactions to Izuku's quirk. She remained silent after sitting down, waiting for them to speak. Finally, Ida caved. "I wish he hadn't done that." Momo's onyx eyes turned to the spectacled boy, watching him tightly grip his spoon. "What was the point of reminding us of his past? Does he want us to fear him?" "That's one way of looking at it," Momo said. "But perhaps he doesn't want to pretend the past never happened. Otherwise, the bonds he's made would feel hollow. He knows that ignoring something problematic isn't a way to deal with it." "So that's why you brought us here," Todoroki said, not looking up from his food. Momo looked at him with determination. "What about you, Todoroki?" Shoto looked up, a cold glare matching Momo's. "I didn't ask for a group therapy session, Yaoyorozu, but if it'll get you off my back, my problem is that he isn't in prison. He was better off locked away like the animal he is." Momo's gaze hardened. "You've seen him fight, he still has no issues with hurting others. And when Endeavor went after him, he and Dabi both attacked him. He knew the villains that targeted us." "You were unconscious for part of it," Momo countered. "Shigaraki and Dabi both attacked him, as did your father. So why are you looking at him like he's the one who deepened your scar?" Shoto placed his hands on the table and stood up. He glared at Momo with great anger, but the Ravenet didn't falter. "I regret voting for you as class president," he said coldly before leaving the cafeteria with a scowl. Momo sighed and pressed her fingers against her forehead. Izuku left the cafeteria not long after Shoto. Since he wasn't talking much, he finished his food sooner. As he walked, he heard a voice call him. Well, if it isn't the infamous Izuku. He turned around and saw a small group of third year's Heido's classmates. They didn't look thrilled to see him. "Got a minute?" Izuku glanced over his shoulder, letting them see the scar on the right side of his face. "What do you want?" he asked, his tone indicating he didn't want to waste time. "Cocky little brat. We've been hearing about you from Heido, you two hang out a lot. I'm sure you know who we are." Izuku scoffed. "Unless your names are Tagoda, Amajiki, or Heia, Nijire's never mentioned you once." The senior boys were baffled by Izuku's sharp tongue and how casually he referred to Heido by her given name, a privilege they hadn't earned in 2 years of knowing her. Easy kid, you're already on thin ice, one guy said, but his threat held no weight for the scarred boy. What to want? Izuku asked slowly, his voice dripping with disdain. His hand tightened into a fist, the scars making it look even more intimidating. How a freshman could exude such a frightening presence was beyond them. Hato wasn't kidding when she said this kid's been through a lot. You may be impressive around the first years, but Hato's in a whole different league. Same for us, so be smart and… The pack leader took a few steps toward Izuku. Stay in your lane, okay champ? Reached to put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, but the boy caught his wrist in a firm grip. Hands off, he warned. Oh, you little… They were about to approach him until Izuku turned and glared at them all, his green eyes glowing with intensity. They froze, feeling a wave of dread wash over them. Izuku was still squeezing their friend's wrist, his strength far beyond what they'd expected. Izuku, a new voice called, one that made Izuku's chest feel lighter. A girl with a spiky ponytail hurried around the third years and approached him. There you are. Excuse me, I'll be taking my classmate if you don't mind. While her words were polite, her tone dared them to try and stop her. Izuku's grip relaxed the moment Yayarosa held it and pulled him with her down the corridor. The seniors were left stunned by what had just happened. Was that the girl who was giving orders when the press were here? One of them asked. The pack leader glared at them both. Both those kids need to stay in their lane. When Izuku and Momo turned the corner and were alone, Izuku took a deep breath and exhaled, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Momo jolted at the sight. Like father, like son, she thought. Thank you, Izuku whispered, trying to relax. Of course, Momo replied as the two of them stood in the hall. May I ask what that was about? The Ravenet observed Izuku's features, noting his downcast and hardened expression. His hand, still held by Momo, clenched again. Nijire's classmates want me to stay away from her. I obviously said no. Momo's eyes widened slightly. You and Hato are close, aren't you? They're jealous of that, so they're trying to bring you down. Izuku knew that, but it didn't make him feel much better. I know you said you're staying in the faculty dorms, but would you like some tea after school? It would help you relax, she offered, waiting eagerly for his response. Izuku looked at her, his eyes softening with gratitude. I'd like that. The Class 1A students were gathered again in their classroom. Tsuyu handed Izuku his phone, and he checked his contacts list, noticing a few new additions. Jiro, Uraraka, Ashido, Hagakure, and Azui. That I didn't even ask for some of these, Izuku thought before pocketing his phone. Aizawa walked in and noticed his students were in higher spirits than at the start of the day, which meant it was time to get serious. Listen up. You can't rest on your laurels yet, and I sincerely hope none of you think you can start taking it easy. That mindset could get you in serious trouble for what's to come next. A wave of unease swept through the class. Aizawa knew how to get their attention. They all wondered what he meant until he elaborated further. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. Why would you scare us like that? The collective voices of Class 1A shouted. Most of the students began discussing the festival excitedly. It was a huge opportunity to be seen by the world and make an impression on the pros watching. Shouldn't it be cancelled? Mineta asked. We all almost faced danger just last week. What if another attack happens? Plus, the competition could be a bit uneven. It was clear he was referring to their resident green-eyed powerhouse. Apparently, the administration believes that continuing with the festival will show that the threat has been handled and that our school is safer than ever. Plus, the sports festival is a great opportunity for all students. It wouldn't be fair to cancel it just because of a few villains or because the competition could be tough. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this. Izuku gazed out the window at those words. Aspiring hero. This is gonna be awesome. Kirishima exclaimed with enthusiasm. I've been watching the festival for years. Aren't you excited, Izuku? The scarred boy did not share the redhead's enthusiasm. Oh, I'm not competing, he said as if it were obvious. You're what? The class erupted. Oh, thank goodness. Mineta and Kaminari exclaimed. I mean, why not, dude? Kaminari asked while Mineta expressed his relief with tears in his eyes. Some students, like Kirishima, were baffled by his choice. Others, like Mineta and Kaminari, were elated or hoping he would stick to his decision. I'm still waiting for the upgrades on my inhibitor gear, and since support students also compete, that could take a while. Not to mention, some people might not react well to seeing green flames on TV. He's got a point there, Ojiro said. Imagine how it would look if it turns out the Green Devil is at our school. Worst case scenario, people start thinking the school supports villains. Come on, man. Kirishima pleaded. This is a chance to show what you're made of. You're skilled at fighting without a quirk anyway. I agree, Aoyama chimed in, his usual flamboyant, positive demeanor shining through. This is one of the few chances to shine in front of the world. You can't let it slip. Yuga felt compelled to convince Izuku to participate, knowing what challenges lay ahead. He wanted his friend to create good memories while he still could. Izuku glanced around the room, looking at Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Kirishima. I don't think that'll get me very far. Can't you just do what you did in the battle trial? Mina asked. None of us could actually see you using your quirk. You're so good at controlling it, no one will know. An invisible hand tapped Izuku's shoulder, and Toru's voice whispered in his ear. Have you been on social media? Some people who I'm almost sure are your old classmates are saying pretty awful things about you. They still think you're weak, a pushover. You can prove them wrong. On live TV. Izuku suddenly clenched his fist. There's also them, he said, his voice low. There's no way Bakugo and Yagi will miss a chance to show off and put others down. They'll aggravate me, and I might end up losing control in front of everyone. The class was torn between the risks of Izuku competing and the opportunity he might miss. Aizawa weighed in. Izuku is right. His quirk and instability can't be overlooked. If this goes south, it won't just affect him. Most of the other students looked deflated at Shota's words, but he continued. However, I also agree with your classmates, Izuku. This is a rare opportunity. Besides, wouldn't it look suspicious if a hero course student chose to forfeit such a great chance? You don't have to stay for the whole thing, but make a positive impression on the pros. It'll help. If you start thinking long-term, you all have 2 weeks to prepare for the festival. Use it to get ready both physically and mentally. With that, the erasure user left the classroom. Izuku separated himself from the others, contemplating his options while they chatted. I guess I can already do enough with small amounts. I should focus on control, maybe mask my quirk as something else. Izuku ignited a flame in his hand and molded it into an emerald dagger. He concentrated, ensuring it didn't flicker, making it look like a blade of energy. Verdant energy? If I focus on the shape, it won't appear as untamed fire. This could work. Get out of my way. Shoto's cold voice cut through the air as he opened the door. The hero students turned to see a large gathering of students from other courses on their doorstep, clearly intimidated by Shoto's icy demeanor. What the heck is going on? Mina asked, noticing the sea of unfamiliar faces. Doesn't matter. Move, Shoto insisted, his patience wearing thin. Could you please try to exercise some patience? Momo asked in a tired tone. Well, this is disappointing. A purple-haired boy with bags under his eyes said, stepping forward. I was curious to see what the class that survived a villain attack is like, but you're all pretty full of yourselves. I sincerely hope your peers aren't the same. Suddenly, the air around them grew cold as Shoto clenched his right fist. Maybe you didn't hear me. Shoto spoke, cold mist escaping his mouth. He pushed his shoulder against the purple-haired students to clear his path. Move. The icy hot teen's classmates winced, some chastising him for his attitude, but he paid them no mind. DM it. Izuku sighed as he got up and went after him. What an arrogant jerk, a loud voice exclaimed. A boy with silver hair and thick, pale yellow eyelashes was now yelling. I'm from Class 1B next door. I thought you'd be incredible since you fought off some villains. But you're just a couple of kids who think they're better than everyone else. I can't wait to show you what we're made of at the festival. As the Class 1B student continued shouting, everyone in Class 1A shared one thought. Thanks, Todoroki, now everyone hates our class. Meanwhile, Todoroki walked down the hallway with a chip on his shoulder, his right fist chillingly cold. He glared at the floor beneath him, his dual-colored hair casting a shadow over his eyes. One annoyance after another. His constantly chattering classmates, the nosy Yaoyorozu, and now the other classes that shouldn't even think they're anything more than distractions. And the cherry on top was walking behind him. Shoto stopped just as he reached the exit, Izuku standing a few feet behind him. Both scarred boys were quiet, filling the air with tension. You can distrust me, you can hate me. Izuku repeated the words he had said to the class at the beginning of the day. But don't take your issues with me out on people who aren't to blame. You'll regret it. Shoto turned his head to glare at Izuku over his shoulder, his scarred left side radiating anger. Izuku stared back without fear. Is that a threat? Todoroki asked, making Izuku's expression darken. I know this will sting, but Rei is a mother to me too. I know what she went through because of your father, so if you cause her any pain. Suddenly, Izuku was interrupted by a swift punch that connected with his cheek. The force of the blow made him stumble back. He instinctively touched his cheek, feeling the throb. He glared back at Shoto, who had a fierce look directed at him. It wasn't his usual cold intimidation, but an intense blaze of animosity. He'd seen that look 100 times. Don't you dare talk about my mother, you wretch. Shoto said. Have you told her you still see her as your mom? Have you given her any reason to think you don't care about her? Izuku snapped, causing Shoto to recoil at his sharp words and tone. Izuku reached a finger into his mouth and pulled it back, noticing a hint of red. The user of Psycho Flames glared in anger at his classmate. Whether you're using ice or fire doesn't matter to me, all I can see in you is your father. You JRK. The only thing that kept Shoto from attacking Izuku further was the sound of students heading to the exit, all excitedly murmuring about the sports festival. Izuku turned away, deciding to go deeper into the building instead of out of it. Shoto turned on his heel and left, ignoring the stares he and Izuku attracted. As he walked back to the dorms, Todoroki had a single volatile thought. Your family was right to discard you. Later, Izuku lay on his bed, staring up at the ceiling, a lingering pain in his cheek from Shoto's punch. Still better than Yagi and Bakugo by a wide margin, he thought. He checked his phone. It had been an hour since he left his classmates, and since then he had received several messages checking on him. Kirishima, hey man, you good? Todoroki looked pretty angry. Tell me he didn't try anything stupid. Jiro, he looked like he was ready to explode. You okay? Ashido, whatever's bothering him, don't let it get to you. We know you're not a bad guy. Sato, Todoroki left after coming back, so you can join us for dinner if you want. Azui, we won't force you to talk until you're ready. But we're here whenever you need us. Yaoyorozu, my offer for tea still stands if you're interested. Izuku inhaled deeply and checked his other messages. Nijire, hey, first day back was good. The sports festival is coming up. You're gonna compete, right? It's my last year, so I'm gonna try my best. We can train together. What about your classmates? How'd it go with them? Your sister and her friend didn't cause any problems for you, did they? Today, it was actually your friends giving me problems. Izuku had one last message to read. Mom, hello Izuku. I hope your first day back was pleasant. Midnight told me your friends were eager to have you back. I'm glad about that, but I worry about my son. Natsuo just texted me, said Shoto came back home for training. He said Shoto's angry look was meme-worthy, whatever that means. Izuku rolled over on his bed, face sinking into the pillow. He only messaged back 3 contacts. First, Izuku, I won't lie to you. Shoto hates me. I don't blame him, though, I've been where he is. He hates me because he thinks I'm going to replace him as your son. He can't stand the idea of someone else receiving the motherly love he missed out on growing up. Mom, both of you missed out on that. That's what? I'm trying to embrace both of you. You were both isolated and mistreated, and I can't stand the thought of you in pain. You're both my sons. Izuku could almost hear Rei's voice cracking with sadness and tears. It took a great deal of self-control not to rush to her apartment and embrace her in a tight, warm hug. Izuku, I haven't given up on him, I think he just needs some time to cool off. When I first learned about Melissa, I hated her, but when I actually met her and saw how alike we are, she became dear to me. So far, Shoto is a massive upgrade compared to my sister. I'm still open to meeting Fuyumi and Natsuo. Rei, they're looking forward to it. I'll let you go now. I'm sure you have things to do with the upcoming sports festival. I wish you luck. Izuku, bye mom. Take care. Izuku moved on to the next contact, Nijire. Izuku, today had its flaws, but it was actually a good day. Nijire, as much as I love spending time with you, I think I'm going to be around my classmates for a bit. Some of them, I think I need to make amends with. Don't worry, I'll make time to train with you if you want. Nijire, nah, it's fine. You should hang out with your classmates, nothing wrong with making more friends. Besides, I might be getting a little attached to you. Smiling face with smiling eyes, you take care of your friends, I'll take care of mine. What did they want? Did you get their names? I think they wanted to spar with me. Why don't you tell them how sparring with me went for you, and we'll see if they still want to take a swing at me. Okie doke. Take care. You too. Izuku got off his bed and walked to the common area. I'd like that. Class 1A dorms. A steaming tea kettle whistled as the water reached its boiling point. Momo grabbed it by the handle and poured its contents into 2 cups. The water transformed from clear to golden brown as it met the tea bag and honey already in the cup. The regal class president placed Izuku's cup in front of him with a grace that felt completely natural. Thank you, he said. My pleasure, she replied. So, you and Todoroki, Momo began, making Izuku glance away. I'm sorry to pry, but do you have any idea why he seems to have such a strong dislike for you? Izuku tightened his grip on his cup. It's personal. For both of us. He took a sip of his tea and exhaled a cloud of sweet-smelling steam that amazed Momo. Izuku and Momo finished their teas and set down their cups. Thank you for the tea, it helped, he said with genuine gratitude. Of course, I was happy to, Momo replied as she gathered the cups. Izuku took out his phone and noticed he had been sitting with Momo for 10 minutes. Okay, talk to me, he said to the gathered students waiting around the corner for him and Momo to finish. The only ones not anxiously waiting were Ida, Todoroki, and Azui. The class presidents had convinced them to give Izuku a moment of peace before bombarding him with uncomfortable topics. Now, he was allowing them to speak. So, we know you don't really want to compete, but... Uraraka began, pressing her index fingers together. You kind of have to now. Ashido chimed in, nodding along with others. What do you mean? Kyoka put her hands in her pockets. Let's just say it's a good thing you and Todoroki left when you did because this blonde guy. Izuku whipped his head around, fire in his eyes. And not Bakugo, she quickly retorted, calming him down. He was saying some things. The class revealed that a student from Class 1B had called Izuku, Shoto, Katsuki, and Yagi the weakest members of the class because they had been seen unconscious and beaten up on the news. He went further, claiming that Class 1A must be the weakest hero course class in UA history due to having 21 members. They needed an extra player to compete. The fact that you're letting him get to you means he's winning, Izuku replied. It might be hypocritical of me, but you shouldn't give someone like that the satisfaction of upsetting you. His words did little to comfort the class. While Izuku and Sato made dinner, most of the others were determined to convince Izuku to compete with them, to silence that arrogant student and prove he was no longer weak. Since learning about his background, they were outraged that someone would dare call Izuku weak, unaware of the pain their words could cause. Still, Izuku remained hesitant. The only way to get them to temporarily drop the subject was by indulging in the delicious meal that Izuku and Sato had prepared. However, as he packed his food to leave, his classmates made one last attempt to persuade him. It was genuinely touching how adamant they were that he stand with them. You realize that I'd almost certainly be competing against you too? Look, I'm not calling any of you weak, it's just that the gap between us is bigger than you can imagine. That's not arrogance, it's concern. Even with my inhibitors, as long as there's a risk of triggering me, I'm dangerous to be around. Before you try to include me, just think about how it would affect you, he said. Silence fell as Izuku's words sank in. The main reason he was hesitant to fight alongside them was that he didn't trust himself. Simple fix, then, Kirishima spoke up, placing his food on the table and holding out his fist, which hardened. We'll train hard until we can stand with you, he declared. He's right, Ojiro added. We've got 2 weeks. It's not like we're going to sit around and let you stay so far ahead. To Izuku's surprise, the sentiment was shared. They all resolved to become stronger to stand in the ring with him. Such unyielding spirit and optimism. Where had he seen that before? Izuku's expression shifted to one of shock and emotional turmoil. His eyes, once filled with pain, lit up with something long missed. Good night, he said softly before leaving the dorm. That wasn't a no, Mina pointed out. Izuku sat on his bed, eating the dinner he had prepared with Sato. Lunch rush is good, but I prefer my own cooking, he thought as he finished his meal. Once done, he stepped out onto his balcony for fresh air. He had a lot to think about. He had a group of seniors envious of him for spending time with Heido. Shoto had punched him, the sports festival was approaching, and it would be odd for him not to compete despite the risks involved. According to his classmates, every other class in their grade hated them. But on the bright side, there was no Bakugo, no Izumi, no Toshinori, no Inko, and friends who welcomed him. It was a good day in his book. Izuku's thoughts returned to his classmates' words before he left, that they would all work hard to stand beside him. Even if the gap between them was significant, it didn't deter their spirits. Even if I don't get a quirk, I can still work hard and be your sidekick. Izuku sighed softly at that memory. As much as he hated his past, he wasn't upset that it resurfaced. He returned to his room and sat on his bed, his form hunched and eyes on the floor. He looked at the portrait of his father for a moment, made his decision, and picked up his phone. Vice President, sorry for bothering you, but I'd like a favor. He waited a minute for her response, hoping she wasn't already asleep. Call me Tsu, and you're not bothering me. What do you need? Izuku paused to take a deep breath before taking the plunge. No turning back now. Izuku, tell the class to meet me at Gym Gamma tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. There was a pause during which Izuku could only assume his froggy classmate was rereading the message he sent. Azui, I'll pass your message on to the others. I'm glad you're coming around. Izuku, thanks, Tsu. Izuku put his phone down and climbed into bed. Oh, you poor souls. I hope you're all prepared for 2 weeks of intense training. Those were his final thoughts before drifting off to sleep. Next time, training in intensity. There was a sense of anticipation in the air as the sports festival approached. Izuku couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Shoto. Character development was going to hit him hard. What Izuku envisioned for his cover quirk was inspired by the concept of divine energy from Dragon Ball Super. Essentially, he would harness an enormous amount of energy, focusing on controlling it rather than letting it spill out, giving it an appearance similar to energy rather than fire.